Xiantian Realm, Sangyan Prefecture, the Qin Clan Eastern Divine Hall. Today marks the final talent test before adulthood in the Qin clan, which will also determine the disciples' future status within the clan. 7 elders with white hair stood at the high seats. Silver radiance cascaded around them like divine beings. Their aura was vast as an abyss awe-inspiring. The young master probably won't come this time either, someone said with a smile, but a hint of mockery in his eyes. This is the 3rd test, the last one. If Qin Yu still doesn't show up, even the young master will be punished. Someone echoed. Qin Haoran, the clan leader, was an invincible being whose towering figure once overwhelmed an entire era. After he fathered a son, countless people anticipated an unmatched prodigy. The result, however, was deeply disappointing. Not only did he not cultivate, but he never even attended the talent tests. This made many talented youths harbor a sliver of covetousness for the position of young master. All right, it seems the young master has given up again. The grand elder's voice boomed, yet it pierced into every disciple's ears with clarity. He slightly raised his eyelids, and a glint of sharp light flashed in his murky eyes. His own grandson Qin Tian seemed quite promising. What's the hurry, grand elder? This young master never said I wouldn't attend this test. Suddenly a handsome and graceful youth walked into the hall. His steps were powerful, each one seeming to strike the hearts of the crowd. Qin Yu stood in the center of the hall, hands behind his back, with extraordinary bearing. Truly a graceful and worldly young noble. Ding! Congratulations, host. Energy fully accumulated. 100,000-fold talent activated. Ding! Activation complete. A clear, cold female voice sounded in his mind. Changes occurred within his body, as if he had become one with heaven and earth. Countless Tao arts seemed at his fingertips. Qin Yu raised his eyelids slightly. He had stored power for 18 years, all for this day. His gaze swept over the surrounding disciples, and he said calmly with a smile, the Qin clan is one of the 9 hidden families of the Xiantian realm. The position of young master will not change just because my father is the invincible Qin. The capable ascend, the weak step down. Stabilizing the hearts of the clan was the most crucial point. For the past 18 years there had been turmoil over his talent. Even some elders seemed tempted. Countless hearts trembled, eyes shining with sharp light. Was the young master willing to yield his position? Qin Tian, the most brilliant figure over the years, stepped out in a white robe. A gentle smile appeared on his face. The young master is so magnanimous to voluntarily yield the position. I admire you, brother. Yet his eyes looked at Qin Yu as if at a fool. The position of young master was not something one could simply contend for. Qin Haoran, known as the Invincible One, had too grand a record. Even the ancestors would not dare to demand anything of Qin Yu. So this was a very foolish decision. He couldn't help but mock himself. Was he really contending for the position with such a fool? Young master, this is rather unnecessary. Sai, why must it come to this? Haoran has done much for the clan, pulling the Qin clan back from the brink of a cliff. Some elder frowned, looking at the grand elder, thinking it unwise to contend. The grand elder said calmly, the young master himself has spoken. Let the test begin. Qin Tian first. Young master second. His branch had been rising over the past millennium, no weaker than the main branch. With an ancestor backing him, he feared not the clan leader. Last time he was suppressed by Qin the Invincible. This time Qin Tian possessed a saint body with bloodline atavism enough to contend with the greatest prodigies. He also had the qualification to lead the Qin clan toward glory. Qin Yu heard this without any emotional fluctuation, closing his eyes slightly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The bloodline within him began to circulate. Tens of thousands of deduction methods appeared in his mind. He was deducing his bloodline, frantically altering his own talent. If outsiders knew, they would probably faint from shock. Bloodline deduction, even a sage could not achieve it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A massive array stone appeared in the hall, surrounded by shimmering divine light, divided into 10 tiers. Talents were ranked from 1st to 9th grade, with the strongest being Saint Body and Divine Body, which corresponded to the 10th tier. Qin Tian's brows exuded confidence, a faint smile on his face as he placed his right hand on the array stone. Boom! A brilliant light erupted. White, blue, yellow, layer after layer rapidly increasing. In an instant it surged directly to the 7th tier. It seems the rumor that Qin Tian's bloodline atavism has achieved a saint body is true. The array stone breaks through so fast. In the blink of an eye it has reached the 9th tier. This time, I'm afraid we have no chance, Sai. A saint body appears. How can we compete? Forget it, forget it. Some disciples were dejected, but not overly downcast. Because a saint body was enough to bear the burden of the younger generation of the Qin clan. Gradually many disciples considered Qin Tian the leader of this generation. Boom. Suddenly a 7-colored divine radiance flashed through the hall. It was a phantom of a star shedding divine brilliance, blooming with light. An ancient and primeval aura surged endlessly. Countless disciples trembled, unable to control themselves, wanting to prostrate. This, could it be the constitution of heavenly star ancestor? Bloodline atavism has reached 99%. The 7 elders jolted. It was undoubtedly a saint body, and a very powerful heavenly star saint body. This could harness the power of the stars and rivers of heaven and earth for cultivation, making progress over 100 times faster than ordinary people. It was as if one were merged with the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Buzz, buzz, buzzed. A gale arose. Qin Tian's black hair flew loose behind him, his body shrouded in radiance like a war god, terrifying to the extreme. The divine might directly suppress the disciples of the same generation, not daring to raise their heads. This was a posture of invincibility. His eyes blazed like torches, staring straight at Qin Yu, revealing a mocking smile. Young master, the capable ascend, the weak step down. Today I will contend for this position. I have a saint body and bloodline atavism enough to lead the Qin clan to a higher level. His tone was supremely confident. He was already certain of victory. Qin Yu's talent was around the 5th or 6th grade. In a border region, he could found a sect and reach the heavenly lord realm. But this was the Qin clan, one of the 9 hidden families. He was not enough. Qin Yu slowly opened his eyes, a firm light in his gaze. He walked towards the erase stone and said calmly, "Just a saint body. My father has slain saint bodies by the handful. You are too weak." With those words, his right hand pressed onto the erase stone. Countless disciples frowned. A saint body symbolized invincibility, but the clan leader was too monstrous, making countless prodigies bow their heads. Even a saint body was no exception. That was incomparable. But that was the clan leader, not you, Qin Yu. Haha, ridiculous. On the arena, I can crush you with my saintly might. Qin Tian laughed heartily, high-spirited and confident. This would be his day of turning the tables. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The radiance was extremely feeble, with only the faint tremor of the void. Countless disciples stared in shock, couldn't even break through the first rank. Even Qin Yu was dumbfounded. Not even the first rank. Had his own prediction been an overestimation? The young patriarch's talent. I'm afraid it's only the first rank. Mysterious self-confidence. If this is our Qin clan's young patriarch, the clan is bound to decline, a disciple declared with conviction. Even the 7 elders shook their heads, speechless. A saintly body not worthy. The patriarch could say so, but you are not qualified. A first-rank saintly body, such arrogance. This was the definition in their hearts. But the grand elder's eyes flashed with a glint of confidence. Perhaps today his lineage could truly succeed. Crack. Crack. At that moment, the testing stone cracked, fissures appearing on its surface. Countless people froze. Suddenly, a brilliant divine radiance erupted, directly enveloping the phantom stars that had earlier seemed like a miracle. Blasted apart. Suppressed. The might that suppressed everything even caused the 7 elders who had already reached the heavenly sovereign realm to tremble in their hearts. The testing stone actually shattered. Is this the majesty of an emperor? No, that's not it. Bloodline. This is a bloodline pressure. That fear came from the soul, even they were suppressed. How can this be? No, even if his bloodline is strong, his talent can't surpass the first rank. I still have hope. Qin Tian's face was pale, forcibly suppressing the fear in his heart as he spoke calmly. But the next moment he was stunned. Boom, boom, boom. Countless phantom visions burst forth. A 3-legged golden crow, an ancient fierce beast that could battle true dragons. This was a physique derived from the Qin clan's 5th-generation ancestor. 9 blazing suns, ancient from the primeval era, now shining again. That was the 9-young saintly body of the 2nd-generation ancestor. Each vision represented a saintly body, representing the invincibility of an era. The elders were stunned into silence. The vast Eastern Divine Hall was packed with people, yet as quiet as a desolate tomb. The mockery on their faces had not yet faded, yet their eyes were already frozen in shock. All this was too sudden. Over 10 years. More than 6,000 days and nights. They had long been accustomed to associating the title, Young Patriarch, with waste. Although they dared not openly mock Qin Yu due to the patriarch's presence, every look they gave him was as if they were beholding a joke. But now what did they see? 9 suns blazing in the sky. This is the supreme saintly body phenomenon of the 9-young holy ancestor. The crowd exclaimed in awe and terror. As one of the 9 hidden aristocratic families, the Qin clan had an immensely profound foundation, naturally harboring powerful ancient saints. But no one dared to compare to the 3 founding holy ancestors of the Qin clan. In ancient times, when saints were as common as dogs and gods still walked the earth, myriad races contended, and the weak were as insignificant as grass. Every moment, countless races were annihilated, corpses littering the land. Even saints hailed as immortal through the ages suffered countless deaths and injuries. Amid that chaotic era, the Qin clan's ancestor rose as a formidable force, slaying gods, annihilating demons, conquering the 8 desolates, and unifying the 7 provinces, as brilliant as the eternal stars in the boundless sky. That supreme powerhouse was recorded in the annals of human history, and this Nine-Yang saintly body was the saintly phenomenon of the strongest among the 3 holy ancestors, the Nine-Yang holy ancestor. What a terrifying physique! Legend says the Nine-Yang saintly body is not only invincible at the same cultivation level, but can also break through the limits of heaven and earth, slaying supreme emperors with the power of a saint. The young patriarch actually possesses such a saintly body. Its over the world is going to fall into chaos. Is it truly the legendary saintly body that can kill an emperor? The Grand Elder's face turned manic, his eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible. How could he possess the Nine-Yang holy ancestor's saintly body? With such talent, why didn't he participate in the previous 2 tests? Qin Tian shook his head and shouted, his previous arrogance completely gone, replaced by endless dejection and unwillingness. If I had participated earlier, would you still have had any chance? Qin Yu looked at the Grand Elder's grandson, who was now a completely different person from before, and comforted him. As the outstanding young generation of our clan, you represent the face of the Qin clan when you go out. And I, as the young patriarch of the Qin clan, naturally have to consider your feelings. If I had come out early and crushed your Dao heart, causing you to lose confidence in cultivation, wouldn't that be a sin? If any random cat or dog comes to provoke in the future, does the young patriarch have to deal with them himself? The crowd, already shaken and restless, found Qin Yu's words too humiliating, causing their faces to flush red, yet they could not utter a word. Qin Tian in particular was extremely aggrieved. He had always considered himself high and mighty, believing the position of young patriarch would inevitably be his, with numerous followers and great prestige. Yet Qin Yu's remarks clearly treated him as a mere pawn, a lackey to clean up trouble in the future. With his pride, how could he endure such humiliation? Instantly his face flushed crimson, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Can't even take this. Your mental fortitude is too poor. Qin Yu looked at the dazed crowd both on and off the stage, grinned, and said, in that case, close your eyes and enjoy the next scene. I'm afraid you might faint. As his words fell, Qin Yu placed his hands behind his back, slowly lifted his head, and gazed at the sky. Bloodline atavism, continue the deduction. Boom. Instantly the dome of the Eastern Divine Hall shattered open, revealing the clear sky. A grayish column of light shot into the clouds from behind Qin Yu. The light pillar was slender at first, but expanded rapidly like a divine sword of chaos, driving straight into the sky. In an instant, sword energy spread across 100,000 miles. This is the Tianjue divine sword. This is the phenomenon that made Tianjue holy ancestor famous. Legend says that Tianjue holy ancestor once used this sword to slash down the 9 heavens, causing the celestial palace to be incomplete and never recover. Amid the crowd's discussion, the sky phenomenon changed again. A chariot pulled by 9 nine-clawed golden dragons slowly emerged from the clouds. That was the chariot of a dragon-slaying emperor from the Qin clan's ancestry, who had once carved out a domain of gods. It was said that in ancient times this emperor alone charged into the dragon clan's ancestral land, slew the primal dragon, and retreated unscathed, capturing 9 supreme nine-clawed golden dragons to pull his chariot. Thereafter this chariot accompanied the emperor from the highest heavens to the deepest underworld, sweeping through the endless celestial palaces above and the 80,000-mile Styx River in the 9 netherworlds. It suppressed an entire era. Even this 9-dragon chariot appears. What kind of heavenly prodigy is the young patriarch? From now on we will follow the young patriarch's lead. As it turned out, their astonishment was premature. The 9-dragon war chariot seemed to have pulled aside a vast curtain, and in the sky above, countless breathtaking anomalies surged forth, like wild stallions breaking free of their reins. There was a 980-ninety-eared mysterious yellow pagoda piercing the clouds, a sacred artifact known as the creation exquisite cauldron that suppressed the ages and colossal divine demons that lashed the mortal realm with the Milky Way as their whip. In total, there were 14 such wonders. Songyun Prefecture spanned millions of li, home to countless cultivators and mortals, yet at that moment a profound silence fell over all. The crowd within the Eastern Divine Hall had grown numb. Qin Yu's father, also the current patriarch of the Qin clan, Qin Haoran, gazed at the ceaseless anomalies in the sky, then glanced at the incomparably aloof Qin Yu not far away. An irrepressible smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Since the founding of the Qin clan, there had been a total of 14 holy ancestors, each an unparalleled powerhouse, who dominated the world. Every single one of them was a favored son of heaven who thoroughly suppressed an entire era. But now the anomalies of all 14 holy ancestors were concentrated in his son Qin Yu alone. What did this signify? It went without saying. The Qin clan would undoubtedly reach an unprecedented and unrivaled pinnacle under Qin Ye's leadership. Many realized this, and in an instant everyone's thoughts began to stir. Some pondered whether their past attitudes toward Qin Yu had been amicable, wondering if they could directly pledge eternal loyalty under his command. Others lamented that their own prospects were hopeless, feeling a rush to pack their belongings and flee under the cover of night, never to return. Yet turning the thought over, if the Qin clan rejected them, where in the vast world could they escape to? They resolved to kneel and beg the young patriarch for forgiveness, hoping he would be magnanimous enough to spare their lives. Just then new upheavals stirred in the sky. A thunderous rumble echoed. The clouds of thunder churned as the pillar of light piercing the heavens seemed to disturb the great Tao between heaven and earth. Bolts of purple and azure lightning descended from the horizon. Peaks collapsed one after another, cliffs crumbled, and countless living beings perished. On the boundless earth, the once fertile and vast spiritual lands cracked apart. Deep, unfathomable chasms, each over 100 zhang wide, appeared across the land. Scorching red magma bubbled up from the depths of the earth, and countless blessed lands and celestial grottos were destroyed in an instant. The surging rivers and streams silently transformed into rivers of blood flowing backward, while the vast boundless seas erupted in devastating storms. Black clouds roiled across the sky, and deep, unfathomable spatial fissures spread like spiderwebs across the firmament. The entire world seemed to be a scene of apocalypse. Oh no, the young patriarch's talent is too heaven-defying. This is the envy of heaven. Inside the Eastern Divine Hall, an elder with white hair and beard, looking at the world's anomalies, had his breath thrown into chaos and nearly fainted. A talent that incites heaven's envy. Qin Tian's gaze was dim, and he muttered incoherently, resembling a half-mad, half-foolish beggar. Compared to the celestial anomalies triggered by Qin Yu, his so-called heavenly star's sacred body wasn't even worth a joke. If his heavenly star's sacred body, cultivated to its limit, could add some luster to the time-honored Qin clan, allowing him to become a sage whose name might or might not be remembered by future generations, then any one of the 14 anomalies behind Qin Yu, if it appeared in a younger generation member of the Qin clan, would be enough to suppress this vast world for another era. Let alone Qin Yu, who unified all 14. The gap between them was 1,000,000 times greater than that between a firefly and the bright moon. The young patriarch's talent surpasses the world. He is a prodigy for all ages. Under his leadership, our Qin clan will thrive for millennia. A young clansman suddenly shouted and knelt down. Everyone turned to look astonished. The speaker was none other than a prodigy whose reputation within the clan had once rivaled Qin Tian's, a man named Qin Hao. This person's talent was no less than Qin Tian's, and he was another candidate upon whom the clan elders had placed great hopes. No one expected him to be the first to pledge allegiance. The crowd was initially shocked, but then came to their senses and followed suit, kneeling and shouting, "The young patriarch's talent surpasses the world, unrivaled through the ages. I wish to follow under the young patriarch's command to glorify our Qin clan and to give my all until my dying breath." In an instant, the cries of submission rose like a tidal wave. The elders listened and sighed with emotion. The Qin clan was filled with proud prodigies, each with a lofty spirit, and only a young patriarch of such unparalleled talent could bring them to their knees. The Grand Elder looked at the kneeling younger generation below, then at his grandson, who had once made him proud, and was filled with shame. "Patriarch, this old man was blind and foolish, harboring improper thoughts, and nearly causing our clan to lose such a tremendous opportunity. I deserve 1,000 deaths. Please forgive me, Patriarch." At these words, the entire hall was astounded. Qin Haoran's expression remained impassive, but inwardly, he was immensely pleased. He said solemnly, "Grand Elder, why go this far? I have seen the contributions you've made to the clan over the years. I know you also acted for the future of the Qin clan. Please rise quickly. What we should do now is work together to pave a smooth path for the younger generation of the Qin clan." The patriarch is magnanimous. This old man bows in admiration. Millions of li west of Songyun Prefecture lay a vast immortal court in the central prefecture. At this moment, within the imperial extreme hall, the flourishing immortal emperor sat high upon his dragon throne, listening to the reports of his ministers with a furrowed brow. "Have the casualty statistics been compiled?" he inquired. "Your Majesty, of the 36 prefectures in our immortal court, half have suffered from the celestial disaster. However, fortunately, this disaster seemed intent only on a sign, not on harming people. Apart from the earth splitting apart and some mountains and forests being destroyed, the casualties are minimal." Listening to the minister's report, the Han Emperor's brow gradually relaxed. "Has the cause been determined?" "Your humble servant has already dispatched all personnel of the Imperial Observatory to investigate. A conclusion should be reached soon." A spirited elder stepped forward respectfully and said, "For now, we can only roughly deduce that the source lies in Songyun Prefecture. The Han Emperor's eyes flickered with surprise. Songyun Prefecture. The Qin clan. Just then, an official hurried to the front of the hall and presented an intelligence report. The Han Emperor opened it, and his expression drastically changed. In the records of the Imperial Observatory, who is the strongest prodigy of the ancient Qin clan in Songyun Prefecture? He asked aloud, his voice carrying an imposing authority. Your Majesty, it is Qin Tian, the grandson of the Qin clan's Grand Elder. Qin Tian. Indeed, Qin Tian's talent is extraordinary, and none among the younger generation of the Qin clan can rival him. The Han Emperor pondered for a moment, and then issued a decree. Convey my imperial edict: from today onward, the garrison at the border of Songyun Prefecture is to retreat 10,000 li. No one without my consent may enter Songyun Prefecture or easily start disputes with members of the Qin clan, especially the younger generation. Your servant shall respectfully obey His Majesty's decree. In the eastern land of the Tianxian realm, amidst endless mountain ranges, there lay a serene valley like a paradise untouched by the world. At this moment, a group of gray-robed elders huddled tightly around an altar within the valley. Their faces were etched with sorrow, and the terror in their eyes had yet to fade, as if they had just witnessed something profoundly horrifying. 10,000 years ago, the Qin clan produced Qin Haoran, who dominated an entire era. Now another prodigy, even more terrifying, has emerged. Is heaven truly decreeing the rise of the Qin clan? I think not. An elder shook his head, a flicker of eerie light in his eyes. What do you mean? As far as I know, the younger generation of the Qin clan is led by Qin Tian, the grandson of the Grand Elder. Qin Tian is exceptionally gifted, crushing his peers without ever meeting a match. But as for Qin Yu, the son of Qin Haoran, it seems the tiger has sired a dog. Upon hearing this, the elder's eyes lit up. Are you suggesting there will be internal strife within the Qin clan? Indeed. The Grand Elder has long coveted the position of clan heir, and with his grandson's extraordinary talent, his ambition has swelled over the years. Now, with this unprecedented celestial phenomenon manifesting, his ambition can no longer be contained. If so, that would be intriguing. If Qin Tian seeks to claim the young master's position, he must first overcome Qin Haoran. No easy feat. An elder sighed, recalling the utter humiliation he suffered under Qin Haoran's dominance back then. Setting that aside, the world is now in chaos, with rampant anomalies bringing devastation to all living beings. Many of our disciples have fallen victim. We must find a remedy. Do not fret. I have learned from an ancient text that whenever a talent envied by heaven emerges, though it often brings cataclysmic disasters, auspicious energy follows closely behind. As if to confirm the elder's words, the pillar of light in the sky suddenly trembled violently. With a hum, a ripple like water swept across, cleansing the gloom of the entire world. In an instant, the heavens cleared, and 9-colored auspicious clouds surged from the horizon. Radiant light fell like raindrops, flowers cascading from the sky, blessings descending upon all. Vaguely atop the 9-colored clouds, thousands of divine phantom figures slowly materialized. After the fortinin ancestral phenomena manifested simultaneously around Qin Yu, the sky stirred once more. Above the endless cloud towers, thousands of awe-inspiring phantom figures gradually emerged. An overwhelming pressure enveloped heaven and earth. A demon god towering 10,000 zhang raised a hand, shattering the void, and slowly bowed as if in salute. A radiant jade-like glow flickered as a six-winged being bathed in silver light, like a deity, lowered its head toward the youth in the Eastern Divine Hall. In the Forbidden Lands, supreme beings fell silent. The river of time seemed to halt. Countless ancient existences were roused. This is the prostration of gods and demons. How is this possible? Legend says that ancient gods and demons possess the power to overturn heaven and earth, destroying worlds in a flick of a finger. They were always proud and defiant, battling each other for countless eons. Yet now, why has this phenomenon appeared? Countless gods and demons bowing to a single human. Could this person be the reincarnation of an ancient supreme emperor? On a towering peak, two elders were playing chess. Suddenly sensing something, their deep abyss-like gazes fixed on the distant horizon, and they exclaimed in shock. The bearing of an emperor. The bearing of an emperor. Only the peerless ancient emperor could command all the gods and demons. Which clan's prodigy is this? Judging by the direction of the soaring aura, it seems to be in Songyun Prefecture. The Qin clan of Songyun is destined for greatness. In the sunless underworld, a veiled woman with a seductive figure sat high on a throne. Below, 100 people knelt. Your Majesty, a prodigy from the human Qin clan has emerged. How should the underworld respond? A gaunt man with a short blade asked respectfully. The woman on the throne did not answer her subordinate's question. Her eyes were unfocused, as if piercing through infinite space to gaze upon the phenomenon that had shocked all the world's powerhouses. Roar! Suddenly the sky cleared, and the myriad armies vanished, transforming into a pitch-black night-like beast that raised its head and roared to the heavens. The roar shook the sky, threatening to shatter the very firmament. All who heard it felt their souls tremble, as if facing great terror. What kind of beast is this? Her eyes widened in shock, as if recalling something. Eyes like stars, 3 horns on its head, 6 wings spanning the sky. Could it be the ancient beast recorded in texts? The devourer of worlds, the swallowing sky beast? The more she thought, the more excited she became. Her alluring figure hidden beneath the black veil trembled slightly. "Your Majesty." The ministers below exchanged strange looks. It had been ages since they had seen the Nether Sovereign so out of sorts. Was that human prodigy truly so extraordinary? The Nether Sovereign snapped back to reality, composed herself, and regained her aloof demeanor. "Issue my decree. All disciples of the 6 paths must by any means forge good relations with the one who caused this celestial phenomenon. I have a premonition that the opportunity for the underworld's resurgence lies with this person. Is a mere human prodigy worth the underworld abandoning its dignity to curry favor?" At the Nether Sovereign's words, several aged figures in the hall voiced their displeasure. "The underworld boasts countless prodigies. Are the saints and saintesses of the 6 paths not peerless talents unparalleled through the ages? Should we fear a single human? Your Majesty's move is far too self-deprecating." The Nether Sovereign's beautiful eyes swept coldly over those who objected, and she said softly, "Do the elders have objections to my decree? We beg your Majesty to reconsider and rescind the order." "Umph." The Nether Sovereign snorted coldly. Then with a wave of her jade hand, shadow soldiers emerged from the darkness of the hall, and without a word escorted the dissenters away. "You? What are you doing, Nether Sovereign? How dare you lay hands on us? You are insolent. The elders are advanced in age and have lost their wits. They can no longer serve the underworld effectively. Elders, it is best you return to your estates and enjoy your remaining years in peace." Her icy eyes gleamed with mockery, and her decisive demeanor sent chills down the spines of all in the hall. Blindly arrogant fools. When faced with such a peerless prodigy, they do not seek to befriend and leverage his power. With such parasites, when will the underworld ever return to its peak? Her voice was pleasant to hear, but to those present it sounded like a death knell. "I hope all of you will take this as a warning and not emulate these stubborn parasites. We shall abide by the Nether Sovereign's will." The strange phenomenon slowly dissipated, yet the elders' minds could not calm down for a long time. What they had seen and heard today would, in the endless years to come, become the most worthy memory for them to boast about to the younger generation. Within the Qin clan's Eastern Divine Hall, a fierce argument was unfolding. Many elders had sharp glints flashing in their eyes. Slowly they turned their gazes toward Qin Yu. An elder coughed lightly and spoke. "Ahem, I think I could try being the young patriarch's guide." There was a red light in his eyes. The future Qin Yu would grow to a height they could hardly compare to. He might even have the potential to attain the Tao and become an emperor. Even just being his guide would earn immense respect from countless people. "I have 3,000 disciples. Though my cultivation may not be the highest when it comes to teaching, I am far more experienced than you. The young patriarch should be taught by me." "Nonsense. You may have many disciples, but not a single one has amounted to anything. They're all like crooked melons and split nuts." Handing the young patriarch to you. "Have you no shame? I am different. I have only 3 disciples, but each one is an outstanding young prodigy. They can now stand on their own, so I can devote myself entirely to teaching the young patriarch. That makes me the most suitable." The elders, red-faced and vehemently arguing over who would become Qin Yu's future mentor, nearly came to blows. Now everyone recognized Qin Yu's talent and future. In just half a day, countless members of the clan from top to bottom regarded him almost like a deity. Especially among the older generation of elders, they cherished him as if he were the apple of their eye. They insisted on personally teaching him. The younger disciples below watched as these usually stern elders now let loose, bickering and spitting saliva like vulgar street thugs in the mortal world, all looking utterly embarrassed. At the same time, they were filled with envy, wishing they could be the center of such a quarrel. But such a thing was not something one could simply ask for. Only a figure like the young patriarch could make the elders act this way. They sighed inwardly, further strengthening their resolve to follow Qin Yu to the death. Following such a person when he eventually rules the world, even if they only basked in a sliver of his glory, they would be among the most elite in this world. Just as the argument raged on, the grand elder stepped in to mediate. All right, you old fools have no shame left. The younger ones are watching below. I don't care. The young patriarch must be taught by me," an elder insisted stubbornly. "I won't accept anyone else." The grand elder cast a pleading look at Qin Howren. As one of the strongest in the clan and Qin Yu's father, he would have been the most suitable teacher. However, burdened with the duties of clan leader and daily affairs, he could only manage ordinary disciples. Given Qin Ye's extraordinary talent, the elders wished they could even sleep beside him to teach, making it unsuitable for Qin Haoran to take the role. Suddenly, an extremely cold voice echoed through the Eastern Divine Hall. Since you cannot decide, how about I assist the young patriarch in his cultivation? As the voice faded, a graceful figure in a blue long dress emerged from the void. Everyone turned to look, seeing a woman with a face like jade, a slender figure, and a delicate waist. Her long legs, like a piece of fine jade carved by the world's greatest artisan, stirred hearts. Qin Yu looked up and down at this stunning figure who appeared out of nowhere, his eyes lighting up. Growing up in the Qin clan, he had seen many beauties, but a peerless beauty like this woman was truly unheard of. However, compared to his appreciative gaze, the other elders' attitudes toward her were completely different. It's the third Grand Elder. Greetings to the third Grand Elder. After years apart, you are even more enchanting. The elders bowed astonishment in their hearts. This woman was one of the few supreme saints guarding the Qin clan, once a brilliant prodigy, like a shining star, who had suppressed countless peers. Many of those peers she had disciplined now held important positions in various holy lands of the Tianxian realm. This showed how formidable she was. Even Qin Haoran in his youth had regarded her as his idol. You flatter me, elders. I just emerged from seclusion today and sensed such a heavenly phenomenon, realizing what an unparalleled prodigy has appeared in our clan. The woman ascended the platform, nodded slightly in greeting, her face as calm as still water, and spoke indifferently. Extremely beautiful, but too aloof. A slight flaw, Qin Yu commented inwardly. The third Grand Elder is willing to personally guide the young patriarch. That's truly wonderful, the Grand Elder said politely. In that case, there's no need for us to argue anymore. You're right, big brother. With the third Grand Elder here, we are unworthy to compete. The elders shook their heads, showing regret, but also relief. Honestly, though they had argued fiercely, they were also afraid that if they were chosen to teach Qin Yu, they might fail to fully utilize his talent. Teaching the clan's unparalleled genius was a tremendous pressure. Now that the third Grand Elder had stepped in, they could rest easy. Just then the third Grand Elder said something unexpected. The young patriarch's talent is supreme and unparalleled. To be his master, I am unworthy. I am willing to be his protector for 10,000 years. This shocked everyone. They never expected that even the powerful third Grand Elder lacked the confidence to be his master, only offering to protect him. Thinking back to their own heated arguments, they felt a twinge of shame. In that case, we entrust this to Elder Hanling, said Qin Haoran. With the matter settled, Qin Haoran, as both father and clan leader, naturally had to express his gratitude. You're too kind, clan leader. This is Han Ying's duty as a member of the Qin clan. The third Grand Elder Qin Haoran nodded. Qin Haoran nodded, then beckoned to Qin Yu, saying, Brat, what are you standing there for? Come and greet the third Grand Elder. Qin Yu was startled, then walked over slowly, exchanged a glance with Qin Hanling, smiled slightly, and bowed with cupped hands. Qin Yu greets the third Grand Elder. I look forward to your guidance in the days to come. Qin Hanling had not paid much attention to Qin Ye's appearance before, but now up close, she found him exceptionally handsome. Tall and slender, with strikingly beautiful eyes that seemed to hold a starry sky. With a straight nose, red lips, and white teeth, he was truly a peerless, elegant young man. Though young, he faced her with calm composure, as if strolling leisurely. This alone showed he was no ordinary person. Even supreme elders from various holy lands standing before her could never be so relaxed and carefree. Thus their first meeting left a favorable impression on both sides. They gazed at each other for a moment before Qin Hanling broke into a smile and nodded, saying, You're too kind, young patriarch. Should you encounter any perplexities in your cultivation, henceforth feel free to consult me. Certainly, Qin Yu replied with a light chuckle. Excellent. I have a premonition that when this scene is recounted, it will one day be celebrated as a legendary tale. An elder stroking his beard smiled at the sight before him. Indeed, the first meeting of a young emperor and his guardian. It stirs the imagination and quickens the pulse. The elders all laughed heartily. At these words, the crowd below was struck with astonishment. I never imagined the elders held such lofty expectations for the young patriarch, a young emperor. Isn't it so? Today, the young patriarch not only shattered the test steel with his talent, but also drew forth the visions of 14 supreme ancestral saints of our Qin clan. His future achievements are beyond our wildest imaginings. And more, those countless ancient deities and demons all prostrating in reverence. What majesty! It stirs the soul and makes one feel that a true man should be thus. If you ask me, the most formidable was that sky-devouring beast at the end. Feasting on worlds, it defies imagination. Amidst the murmurs from both the platform and the crowd, the tension and resentment that had once divided the Eastern Divine Hall gradually dissolved unnoticed. Such is human nature. If someone surpasses you by a little, you strive to overtake them. If they exceed you greatly yet remain within the realm of your aspiration, you exhaust every means. even harboring malicious thoughts. But when one stands so far beyond you that even the dust of their footsteps is out of reach, only reverence, faith, and adoration remain. How can envy or jealousy take root when you cannot even glimpse their shadow? Even following in their steps is an impossibility. Such is the chasm. To them, Qin Yu was now that unattainable existence, one they could never surpass. Their only choice was to follow in his wake, for at least they were a step ahead of the rest of the world with the advantage of proximity. When Qin Yu ascended to the pinnacle, they would share in his glory. Enough. Let this matter rest here. Qin Haoran suddenly declared in a clear voice. Return to your cultivation and remember, enhancing your own strength is the key to all. Yes, Patriarch. The crowd acknowledged respectfully, casting one last reverent glance at Qin Yu before quietly departing. You err according to clan regulations. After the talent test, you may proceed to the scripture pavilion to select a cultivation method. Prepare yourself and go directly there, Qin Haoran said to Qin Yu. I understand, Father. A gleam of anticipation lit up Qin Yu's eyes. He was finally about to embark on the true path of cultivation. He wondered what it would feel like to cultivate with his innate talent. Allow me to escort the young patriarch to the scripture pavilion, Qin Hanliang suddenly interjected. The pavilion houses countless tomes vast as an ocean. If the young patriarch searches blindly, it would be a waste of time. With my recommendations, we can spare you much unnecessary effort. I am in your debt. As the repository of countless precious scriptures collected by the Qin clan over eons, the scripture pavilion was heavily guarded. Even clan members could not enter without passing the test seal and obtaining the elder's authorization. Though Qin Yu was the young patriarch, he had never set foot in the scripture pavilion in his 18 years. This was his first visit. From the outside, the pavilion appeared as a modest, time-worn tower, with 3 floors and a footprint of less than 100 meters square. Yet once inside, one realized it held a hidden world. Row upon row of towering bookshelves stretched to the farthest horizon with no end in sight. The ceiling's height was unfathomable. Gazing upward, one could only see several head-sized luminous pearls embedded in the dome, but no trace of the second or third floors visible from outside. Near the entrance stood an ancient desk where an old man with disheveled white hair and beard was writing with intense concentration. They approached, but the old man did not look up. Grandpa Yuan, I've brought the young patriarch to select a cultivation method. Qin Hanliang's cold voice seemed even more frigid in the silent space. Yet the old man appeared not to hear, continuing to write. Only after Qin Hanliang called a third time did he belatedly raise his head, beaming. Ah, it's little Linger. You're here. Qin Hanliang nodded expressionlessly and repeated, I've brought the young patriarch to choose a method. The old man looked at Qin Yu in surprise, then scrutinized him from head to toe. This is Haoran's son. Qin Yu noticed the old man's aged appearance and the utter lack of power within him. He seemed an ordinary mortal. Yet how could a mortal guard such a vital place? Observing Qin Hanliang's unusual patience and even respect toward him, Qin Yu formed a suspicion. Not daring to be careless, he performed a junior's salute and said, I am Qin Yu and my father is indeed Qin Haoran. I have just completed the talent test and come to seek a cultivation method. Hearing Qin Yu's confirmation, the old man's expression grew agitated. Trembling, he rose and beckoned Qin Yu closer. Perplexed, Qin Yu glanced at Qin Hanliang, who nodded subtly. He stepped forward quietly. The old man touched Qin Yu's head, studying his features, a trace of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. After a long silence, he clasped Qin Yu's hand with his calloused palm and murmured repeatedly, Good, very good. Then, as if remembering something, he hurriedly turned back and rummaged through the mountainous pile of books on his desk, retrieving a slightly worn tome and handing it to Qin Yu. Here, child. Take it. Though unsure of the old man's intent, Qin Yu accepted it respectfully. The book appeared untouched for years, its pages yellowed, yet intact, the content complete. On the cover, bold and flowing characters read, Primordial Divine Source Art. It seemed to be a cultivation method. Beside him, Qin Hanliang's usually indifferent expression flickered for the first time. Grandpa Yuan, why are you giving him this book? Her voice was filled with astonishment, suggesting she knew the tome well. Seeing Qin Yu's confusion, she explained, This book has stirred upheaval in the Tianxian realm 3 times. Qin Yu was startled. The Tianxian realm had been mired in endless strife, and minor conflicts were often overlooked. For Qin Hanliang to use the word upheaval meant it was no trivial matter. Is this method powerful? He asked. Legend has it that when cultivated to its limit, it can alter heaven and earth, shatter the bounds of reality, and restore the glories of antiquity. What does that mean? Simply put, regardless of one's talent or fortune, any who cultivate this method will eventually attain enlightenment and become an emperor. At these words, Qin Yu understood. Since the ancient era's cataclysmic upheaval, the great Tao had been lost, and the pinnacle for cultivators was the Saint realm. No matter how monstrous a prodigy, none could escape this boundary. Only today, when Qin Yu triggered heaven-defying celestial phenomena and all gods and demons bowed, did the Qin clan elders dare assert that he might one day attain the great emperor realm. This unassuming book before him possessed such heaven-defying power. Don't listen to this girl's nonsense. The old man, surnamed Yuan, waved his hand, dismissively, smiling bitterly. The rumors outside are mostly false. If it were truly so miraculous, this old man would have become a great emperor long ago. Moreover, besides myself, no one has yet succeeded in cultivating this method. If any discomfort arises during cultivation, cease immediately. This is merely a reference. Qin Yu's gaze swept over and seemed to perceive a chaotic source of light, terrifying, radiating vast divine might. Yet, it was somewhat unsuitable for him. His talent had reached 100,000-fold enough to see through it at a glance. Still, even if this art lacked its legendary efficacy, it was surely no simple thing. The old man before him was mysteriously exceptional, his aura as decrepit as immortal elders, yet he sat calmly within the Qin clan's scripture depository. Qin Hanliang, as the clan's third grand elder, treated him with extraordinary reverence. It seemed he even knew his father. Thank you, Grandfather Yuan, for bestowing this book. Qin Yu nodded respectfully. This elder likely had ties with his elders, hence his care. All right, go about your business. This old man is tired and will return for a nap. The old man, surnamed Yuan, chuckled, waved his hand, and vanished into the air before them. Traversing the void, he too was a saint-level powerhouse. Let's go. Qin Hanliang glanced at the ancient tome in Qin Yu's hand, her expression returning to normal as she led the way deeper into the scripture depository. This scripture depository is not within the Qin clan's ancestral grounds, but a specially created space. The portal you saw earlier was merely a spatial formation. Countless books reside here, enough that even a saint could not read them all in a lifetime. Yet most are below the saint realm. Sacred level techniques number only 14, all created by our Qin clan's sacred ancestor. Though you are the young clan leader, clan rules permit you to choose only one technique above the saint level. Only one. Qin Yu was somewhat disappointed. With such a vast collection, choosing just one would be incredibly difficult. Qin Hanliang glanced at him, knowing his thoughts. Do not be greedy. Any technique reaching the saint level is profound sufficient to benefit a lifetime. Even I, at my current realm, have only cultivated a single saint-level technique as my main focus. Cultivating more brings no benefit. Understood. Qin Yu nodded in comprehension, then said, Elder Hanliang, do you have any recommendations? Qin Hanliang said nothing, merely raising her jade-like hand to emit a pulling force. Instantly, several ancient books wrapped in beast hide flew from a corner, landing in her hand. I haven't read all the books here, but I have a general understanding. These 3 saint-level techniques, when cultivated to their limits, yield extraordinary combat power, ranking among the top, even among saint-level fighters. As she spoke, Qin Hanliang smiled, causing the world to pale, a hint of envy flickering in her beautiful eyes. These techniques are powerful, but come with many restrictions. They require a corresponding sacred physique to cultivate, though for you, there are no shackles. Qin Yu's talent was too terrifying. If not for the principle that too much is indigestible, he could cultivate all these sacred techniques. Pity the sacred ancestor's physique is so rare that these treasures have gathered dust over the years. Qin Hanliang brushed the dust off the 3 ancient tomes and handed them to Qin Yu. He carefully examined the books she had passed him. They were the 8 Desolates War Physique, the Tai Sword Art, and the Northern Abyss Divine Incantation. The 8 Desolates War Physique focused on body cultivation, reaching its peak to prove the Tao through sheer force, emphasizing overwhelming power to break all laws. The Tai Sword Art, as its name suggested, was a sword cultivation technique, stressing the condensation of the world's Tai Gongqi into one's own sword path. At its peak, the swordless surpassed the sword with Tai sword Qi condensed from one's divine power, rivaling or even surpassing ordinary ultimate holy weapons, boasting fearsome killing force. As for the Northern Abyss Divine Incantation, it was a technique leaning toward enlightenment. It involved condensing a single Northern Abyss Divine Seal within the body, cultivating it as one's Dantian Violet Mansion. At great accomplishment, this seal could be unleashed to form a supreme domain within which the cultivator was virtually invincible. These techniques, all created by the Qin clan's sacred ancestor, demanded much from cultivators, with the physique requirement alone blocking countless individuals. Only Qin Yu could embrace all rivers and select freely. The 3 arts each had their strengths, clearly powerful, yet in Qin Yu's eyes something was lacking. What unsatisfied? Qin Hanliang frowned at Qin Yu's expression. This young clan leader, though gifted beyond any in history, seemed to have quite an appetite. These 3 techniques were premier saint-level arts. Any ordinary cultivator could found a sect with just one, yet he remained unsatisfied. These techniques are good, but I feel something is missing, Qin Yu said calmly, able to see through their essence and perceive their limits. Cultivating these sacred arts might trap him in shackles. Even if they were the world's foremost transcendent techniques, it was the same. Wisdom glimmered in his pupils. Wherever his gaze passed, the ancient texts emitted varying degrees of light in Qin Yes's eyes. He first looked at the sacred technique in his hand, finding it dazzling as a small sun. Then he scanned the surroundings, noting that though countless texts filled the space, few surpassed the three in his hand. It seemed Qin Hanling had not lied. These three were indeed among the top saint-level techniques. Inwardly, he felt a slight disappointment. Dozens of complete sacred techniques, yet none suited him. He sighed, ready to abandon the search, when a piercing white light at the corner of his eye froze him. Overjoyed, he strode quickly toward that corner. Before him, a bookshelf stood, somewhat sparse, most books on it dim, not even reaching the sacred grade. But beneath this shelf, a half-ruined ancient book lay wedged as a support. Calling it half a book was apt, for it was utterly decayed, with only a few pages remaining, riddled with gaps, lacking even a single complete sentence. Yet these mere scraps of paper shone more brilliantly in Qin Yes's eyes than the sacred techniques in his hands, for he saw the radiance of the imperial grade. It was originally infinitely close to an imperial grade technique. He could deduce and surpass its original. The imperial grade was within reach. Qin Yes's eyes shimmered with brilliance as he meticulously examined the contents within, his expression growing increasingly exhilarated. In his hands, the tattered book radiated an immense divine light, unfurling a grand and majestic panorama. He seemed to glimpse above the ninefold celestial firmaments a vast heavenly court stretching across countless miles. Within it, countless palaces and towers stood, with sacred mountains and celestial rivers supporting the heavenly gates, while divine soldiers and generals guarded the four cardinal directions. Ancient mythical beasts roamed everywhere, and those who came and went were all celestial beings of the mortal realm. The melodies of silk and bamboo drifted like ethereal celestial music, and divine rainbows filled the sky, all being the constellations of the heavens. He vaguely sat at the highest point of a majestic hall, gazing forward, yet able to see deities arriving from all directions. They came in throngs before the hall, bowed their heads in worship, and shouted something, but he could not make it out. Suddenly, an inconspicuous, white line silently emerged in the heavens, and earth streaking across everything with unparalleled speed. With a ripping sound, the world became clear, and all things ceased to exist. All the gods and demons of the heavens turned to ashes. With a bang, Qin Yu suddenly awakened, his eyes gleaming with brilliance, as if he had found a priceless treasure. This remnant page was truly not to be judged by its appearance. Seemingly insignificant, it was a supreme, killing scripture surpassing the saint grade. Had it not been damaged, it would have become the Qin clan's heirloom treasure. In anyone else's hands, it would be nothing more than a cause for sighs of regret. But for Qin Yu, deducing and completing the cultivation method was as effortless as drinking water. Without a second word, he sat down cross-legged on the spot and began to cultivate directly. Watching from the side, Qin Hanling was somewhat bewildered. She glanced at the ragged remnant scroll in Qin Yes's hand, astonishment surging within her. This is utter recklessness. How dare he cultivate such a fragmented scroll without a proper beginning or end? So willful. With her knowledge, she could naturally discern that this remnant scroll had once been an earth-shattering saint-grade cultivation method. But now it was so damaged that it lacked even a single complete passage. No matter who obtained it, they could only stare helplessly, unable to take even a single step forward. From the look of things, Qin Yu clearly intended to repair the missing parts of this ancient text himself, deducing and completing it on his own. But saint-grade methods were not like cabbages by the roadside. One could not grasp their true essence so easily. It was not without reason that the Qin clan throughout countless generations had preserved only 14 complete saint-grade methods. Each saint-grade method was the culmination and essence of a supreme saint ancestor's lifelong cultivation, refined and deliberated over countless years, ultimately forming a broad road straight to the saint realm. Let alone this remnant page being so fragmented now. Even if only a single phrase were ambiguous to complete, it would require mobilizing all the hidden saint-level combat power of the Qin clan to jointly deduce, analyze, eliminate, and finally test, to see if the answer was correct. Even with Qin Yes's extraordinary talent, how could he, without ever having cultivated it before, possess experience and insight surpassing all the saint realm elders of the Qin clan? Thus, in Qin Hanling's view, Qin Yu was bound to fail this time. Arbitrarily completing a saint-grade method is extremely perilous, easily inviting backlash from the laws of heaven. With his current cultivation, it could cost him his life at any moment. Fortunately, I am here today otherwise. Qin Hanling shuddered with fear, grateful that she had volunteered to accompany Qin Yu in selecting his method. If it had been an ordinary elder, once Qin Yu suffered backlash, the consequences would be unimaginable. But it's fine. With such terrifying talent, the path he must walk in the future will surely not be simple. It's good for him to hit a few walls now. With this thought, she did not disturb Qin Yu, allowing him to try. She focused all her attention on him, ready to intervene and save him the moment he failed. Afterward, she would offer kind advice to guide him back to the right path. In the future, it might even become a tale worth telling. Having made up her mind, she stood aside and closed her eyes to rest. Within an hour at most, this boy will have to beg for my help, she thought to herself. But after an hour, Qin Yu still had not awakened. Instead, his aura grew increasingly steady, as if he had entered a deep meditative state, with nothing in the outside world able to disturb his mind. Remarkable talent and perseverance beyond his peers. I have underestimated him. But he is destined to fail. In another hour, he will naturally come to understand. Then I will guide him back to the right path. An hour later. To have lasted this long, could he be asleep? Qin Hanling's beautiful eyes were filled with confusion and doubt. Yet before her, Qin Yu's breathing was long and steady, his mind clear, unlike the chaotic stupor of sleep. She could only continue waiting. 2 hours later, Qin Yu remained motionless. Just as Qin Hanling could not resist calling out to him, an extremely profound and obscure aura emanated from his body. Qin Hanling's exquisitely beautiful face changed expression. After sensing it carefully, her astonishment grew. He's entered enlightenment. What kind of freak is this? The so-called state of enlightenment was the most coveted yet unattainable state for any cultivator in their lifetime. In this state, comprehending any divine ability or method was as effortless as splitting bamboo. Countless cultivators spent their entire lives without ever tasting the feeling of enlightenment once. This led many to regard this state as a mere legend. But as the third Grand Supreme Elder of the Qin clan, Qin Hanling possessed supreme cultivation and a naturally exceptional perspective. She had experienced such an opportunity for enlightenment herself, though in her long lifespan it had happened only once, and that was long ago. Yet she would never forget how astonishing the gains from that enlightenment were. It was the key to her achieving her current level of accomplishment. Unexpectedly, Qin Yu could enter the state of enlightenment by relying on an incomplete ancient text. Such natural talent and comprehension were unheard of, unseen before. Perhaps he truly could succeed after all. With this thought, Qin Hanling raised her jade hand, and the space before her rippled, suddenly tearing open a void rift that swallowed Qin Yu entirely. She followed closely behind. In the Qin clan's ancestral land, the Taixien Valley, the place was vast and empty with little adornment. Only a 9-story pagoda stood quietly. The pagoda was entirely of a dark yellow hue, surrounded by yin-yang and 5 elements grand formations. Each level was heavily guarded with the cultivator's strength, at least at the imperial realm. The higher the level, the greater the cultivator's power. At this moment on the 9th level, 2 figures suddenly stepped through space and appeared. One was a woman in a blue dress with peerless beauty and a radiant gaze, yet as cold as eternal ice, inspiring awe. The other sat cross-legged on the ground, clad in white robes as pure as snow, with a handsome and ethereal demeanor like a banished immortal from the heavens. These two were none other than Qin Hanling and Qin Yu, who had just left the scripture depository. The moment they appeared, several aged figures silently emerged from the shadows in the corners, casting their gazes over. Their gazes were icy and filled with murderous intent, but they instantly dissipated upon contacting Qin Hanling's countenance. "Greetings, Third Grand Supreme Elder." The few of them bowed their heads and spoke. "Shu." Qin Hanling made a gesture for silence, then transmitted her voice into the depths. "The young clan leader is currently in a state of enlightenment. I brought him here for cultivation. You all must open the 9-layer Dian Wuji array with all your strength to assist him." Several elders were filled with shock upon hearing this, their eyes brimming with uncontrollable envy. They had been trapped in the semi-holy realm for countless years, unable to make any progress. If only they could enter a state of enlightenment once, they could become saints immediately. Alas, this state is something that can only be encountered and not sought after. They covered their faces and sighed, then respectfully departed. Before long, the dimly lit space around them suddenly burst forth with profound divine rainbows. They intertwined and rotated, colliding and vanishing, transforming into countless star-like sparks surrounding the two. Suddenly, those sparks flared up, forming a thin membrane of light that enveloped them, resembling an inverted bowl. On the light screen, numerous inscrutable array patterns were inscribed within, resembling the fundamental rules of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Yet within the light screen there lay another world. No longer the previous tower-like space, but a vast expanse of mountains and rivers. Flowers, grass, trees, forests, birds, and beasts, the sun, moon, and stars transformed, encapsulating all the external laws in this small world. This is the unique Dian Wuji array within the Qin clan's sacred training grounds. The array's formations and core were etched from the blood of 14 ancestral saints. Possessing the tremendous power to transform heaven and earth, it not only has spiritual energy far denser than the outside world, but also greatly benefits high-level cultivators in comprehending the laws of the universe. Qin Hanliang brought him here in hopes that Qin Yu, aided by this hard-won state of enlightenment, could soon grasp deeper profound laws and remember them well. This way, when he advances to the Saint realm in the future, he could save countless hardships. What she did not know was that for Qin Yu, who possessed a talent 100,000 times greater, this so-called state of enlightenment was merely the equivalent of taking a nap. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. At the top of the Xianwang Tower within the Dayan Wuji array, Qin Yu's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, revealing a dazzling divine light and a myriad of extraordinary phenomena. His pupils shimmered with a unique radiance, as if containing a boundless world. Upon opening his eyes, the sun and moon shone together. Divine beings descended from the heavens to enlighten the world. Upon closing them, the rivers of stars were thrown into chaos. The great Tao crumbled, and eternity fell into oblivion. In the blink of an eye, it was as if a new cycle had been opened. Qin Hanliang exchanged a glance with him, feeling her mind buzz incessantly, as if an ancient ferocious beast was howling in the heavens beside her. Her heart surged, her Tao heart uneasy, her brow furrowed. It felt as though an ominous premonition was brewing. Saints, eternal and indestructible, with their powerful divine senses, never experience illusions. Surely something extraordinary is about to happen. How do you feel? Her icy tone carried a hint of concern she was not even aware of. However, the already awakened Qin Yu did not respond to her. He was seen forming intricate hand seals, crafting a series of imprint techniques that Qin Hanliang had never seen before. Each time an imprint was formed, it floated out automatically, first transforming into a brilliant golden character, then enveloped in divine light, swirling around Qin Yu in a seemingly chaotic trajectory. The number of imprints Qin Yu formed increased, and the divine light surrounding him grew ever more vibrant. 10, 50, 100. Still increasing, ultimately stabilizing at 365, at which point the frenzied rotation of the divine light gradually calmed down. Qin Hanliang's expression changed slightly, as she vaguely felt that the arrangement of these 365 divine lights seemed somewhat familiar. It's the Zhou Tian star chart. The arrangement and trajectory of the divine light around Qin Yu were strikingly similar to the constellations in the night sky. With each complete cycle of these divine lights, Qin Yu's aura grew stronger. Boom. Martial artist. Peak martial artist. Martial master. Peak martial master. Breaking through. Crisp sounds like popping beans continuously emanated from within Qin Yu. At the same time, the divine light surrounding him surged, and the 365 starlights reached for the sky, resonating with the distant starry expanse. In an instant, the entire space was filled with starlight. The original world of mountains and rivers vanished, replaced by an endless river of stars, as if the most loyal guardians were protecting Qin Yu. His realm skyrocketed, and in less than a quarter of an hour he ascended from an ordinary person who had never cultivated to the great martial master realm. Freak. Qin Hanliang could no longer find the words to describe Qin Yu. She felt that all the words in her mind combined could not adequately express the scene before her. As the most talented female cultivator of the Qin clan, she had been worshipped as a goddess by countless young talents in her day. Many aspired to follow in her footsteps, only to be left far behind. Once surpassed, it became impossible to catch up. She took 3 years to reach the great martial master realm, which had shattered countless people's understanding of genius. She had once been proud of this. But now the young man before her achieved it in just a quarter of an hour. I truly feel sorrow for this generation of young people. She could not help but lament. To exist in the same era as an invincible person, she felt both honored to admire his grandeur and despairing at her inability to shine beside him. Especially for those proud individuals from various sacred lands. Having an inevitably invincible person in their era was their great misfortune. Qin Hanliang was lost in shock, unable to extricate herself for a long time. What she did not know was that the astonishment of the people outside was no less than her own. At that moment, the sun had not yet set. It was dusk. The red clouds rolling in the sky were breathtaking. Yet in the blink of an eye, day and night reversed. No one saw exactly what happened. They only felt a sudden darkness, and the once bright sky turned into a lifeless black night. Then bright stars appeared, dotting the black curtain. 1, 2. In an instant, 365 incredibly bright stars appeared in the night sky. The people of the Tianxian realm had never seen such brilliant starlight. That matchless brilliance, yet not blinding, illuminated the world in an instant. Suddenly, those stars moved in a mysterious trajectory. They formed a gigantic vortex of starry seas in the sky. What no one knew was that the frequency and speed of that vortex's rotation completely matched the divine light surrounding Qin Yu. The strange phenomenon came quickly and left just as fast. The endless night rapidly faded and shrank. Soon the sky returned to normal. Only above the ancestral land of the Qin clan did that dark night sky remain. Rumbling. The dense night was violently torn apart by several dazzling bolts of lightning. Deep purple lightning dragons emerged from the night sky, swirling above the ancestral land of the Qin clan. Counting carefully, there were as many as 99. This is Qin Haoran sensed the anomaly instantly, arriving atop a mountain in a flash as he gazed at the celestial phenomenon in the sky, his face etched with gravity. It's the lightning tribulation of a sacred grade technique emerging into the world. Behind him, several chief elders arrived one after another, along with veteran powerhouses who had not emerged from seclusion for years, all lifting their heads to stare at the sky with solemn expressions. Most tribulation dragons triggered by ordinary sacred grade techniques only number a dozen or so. Yet the divine technique created by our Qin clan's holy ancestors stirred over 70, already the pinnacle among sacred grade arts. But this lightning tribulation before us has fully 99 bolts. What kind of technique could this be? Above sacred grade, below emperor grade. Qin Haoran spoke in a hushed tone, half-step emperor grade. Gasps. A wave of sharp intakes of breath rippled through the crowd. This world had not seen an emperor for countless ages, let alone an emperor. Even anything bearing the word emperor, such as an emperor weapon, had never appeared before mortal eyes. Though the Qin clan ranked among the 9 ancient hidden aristocratic families, they had never possessed such a supreme treasure. Moreover, a lightning tribulation capable of reaching half-step emperor grade. Even though it would suppress one's cultivation to match the tribulation transcender's level, even a sage would be reduced to ashes in an instant, let alone the young clan leader. But our Qin clan possesses no such divine technique. Why has this tribulation descended? Someone questioned in confusion. The elders echoed in agreement. Indeed, the strongest technique in our Qin clan is the one created by successive holy ancestors. There is no half-step emperor grade art. No, there is. Just then a figure stepped forth from the void. It was the elderly man, surnamed Yuan, from the scripture pavilion. Mr. Yuan. Greetings, Mr. Yuan. May Mr. Yuan be well. The elders, upon seeing him, bowed and offered their respects. The prestige and standing of this elder Yuan among the Qin clan's high ranks were evident. Uncle Yuan. Qin Haoran hurried forward, supporting the old man's arm, and said gently, "Why have you been disturbed? Why not rest well in the manor?" No matter. This old man has slept for so many years, how could I miss such a grand occasion?" Elder Yuan said with a genial laugh, like an ordinary grandfather next door. "Mr. Yuan, you said our Qin clan possesses a half-step emperor grade technique?" asked an elder with hair as white as snow. "Yes, indeed. It's within the scripture pavilion." The crowd was stunned. "Impossible. If it existed, how could we not know? Young ones, don't be hasty. You all know of this technique. You might have even stepped on it in passing," Elder Yuan said. At these words, the clamor among the crowd ceased abruptly. "You don't mean that one, do you?" Qin Haoran suddenly thought of something and asked with astonishment. Could it really be it? But that ancient book is tattered and torn, not even a single complete sentence legible. It's like waste paper. Clearly, the ancient scripture Qin you had picked up was not seen by him alone. In fact, elders of a certain age within the Qin clan all knew of its existence. In their youth, they too had harbored grand ambitions, believing they could achieve what others could not. They thought they could cultivate a divine technique that others failed to master. But in the end, they gave up. The technique was simply too fragmented to devote oneself to restoring. It would cost immeasurable time with no guarantee of correctness. If something went wrong, it would mean utter annihilation of body and soul. In this world, there are always those who can effortlessly accomplish what ordinary people dare not imagine. Elder Yuan sighed as if recalling some past event, then said to Qin Haoran, "Haoran, you have raised a fine child." "Uncle Yuan, are you saying?" Qin Haoran's face froze, then burst into ecstatic joy. "What? The young clan leader? This is utterly incredible. How is this possible? The young clan leader has never cultivated. How could he restore such a divine technique?" "All things are possible. With a prodigy like this in the Qin clan, our rise is imminent." The group of highly cultivated elders erupted into chaos. Whether in disbelief, astonishment, or excitement, it all eventually turned into heartfelt satisfaction. Regardless, he was the young clan leader of the Qin family. The more extraordinary he was, the happier they were. Clan leader, the most urgent matter now is how to survive this 989-layered heavenly tribulation. The Grand Elder calmed down and stepped forward to speak to Qin Haoran. Indeed, though the young clan leader's talent is unparalleled through the ages, his cultivation is still shallow. This tribulation is so fearsome, he may not withstand it. But the tribulation cannot be crossed by another. If we forcibly intervene, matters will only worsen. The crowd frowned as they pondered the crux of the issue. "No matter the cost, Qin Haoran will take on this tribulation." As silence fell, Qin Haoran looked around and declared in a clear voice. For a moment, they all seemed to see the prodigy who had once dominated an entire era. Their faces turned solemn as they clasped their hands respectfully. We pledge our utmost loyalty at the clan leader's command with no regrets, even unto death. Just then 2 peerless figures appeared silently. I will face this tribulation myself. Needless to say, the arrivals were Qin Yu and Qin Hanliang. What are you doing here? Get down at once. Leave this to me and the elders. You don't need to worry. Qin Haoran said sternly. Qin Yu heard this and warmth filled his heart. He knew the elders spoke thus to shield him from harm. Father, esteemed elders, you surely know more about the tribulation than I do. The intensity of the tribulation depends on the cultivator's level. The stronger the cultivator, the fiercer the tribulation. Since ancient times, there has never been a precedent of someone successfully crossing another's tribulation. Anyone who rashly interferes in another's tribulation will face tenfold punishment from the heavenly Tao. Given the cultivation of you, Father, and the elders, if you join forces, how terrifying would a tribulation 10 times your combined power be? Do we want to destroy the ancestral land of our Qin clan? Qin Yu said with a sly smile, his eyes sparkling like a river of stars. You rascal, teasing your own father. Qin Haoran scolded with a laugh, but his heart grew heavier. Qin Yu was right. Everyone present was among the top powerhouses of the world. Yet none could overpower the heavenly Tao. If they joined forces to cross the tribulation, the Tao would see it as a challenge to its authority and unleash a tribulation 10 times greater than the sum of all their powers. Not to mention whether they could survive. Even if they did, the Qin clan's ancestral land would likely be lost. But if I face the tribulation alone, it's different. Qin Yu continued. At the same cultivation level, do you think a mere half-step emperor-grade tribulation can reduce me to ashes? I am a genius unparalleled through the ages. How could a simple lightning tribulation defeat me? He smiled with carefree confidence. However, everyone present understood in their hearts that the reality was far from as simple as Qin Yu had described. No matter the intensity of this heavenly tribulation, it was still a tribulation of lightning. The heavenly Tao sent down tribulation with the sole purpose of crushing cultivators, not to play games with them. Since ancient times, every individual who faced tribulation had prepared countless heavenly treasures, magical artifacts, and spirit pills long in advance, only to barely escape with their lives after countless hardships. Too many prodigies favored by heaven had perished under the merciless lightning tribulation. Qin Yu had only just stepped onto the path of cultivation. His combat experience and cultivation reserves were both somewhat lacking. If given some time to prepare with the foundation of the Qin clan, it would not be difficult to help him overcome this tribulation. But there are not so many ifs in this world. The lightning tribulation once upon him would not grant him much time to prepare. If Qin Yu were to face the tribulation hastily, now how could it be anything but fraught with peril? Suddenly Qin Haoran walked solemnly before Qin Yu, placed a hand on his shoulder, and stared directly into his eyes, speaking word by word. Have you thought this through? This journey is fraught with danger. You might not return. Qin Yu's expression remained unchanged, his eyes devoid of fear, as he said, why not? Good. Qin Haoran roared. You are truly my son, Qin Haoran. Whatever stands in your way, be it man or lightning tribulation, just trample over it. The father and son exchanged a knowing smile, while the thunder in the sky grew denser, as if enraged by their contempt for the heavenly tribulation. Go. Qin Haoran patted Qin Yu on the shoulder. Clan leader. A group of elders behind wanted to stop him, but Qin Haoran cut them off. My son Qin Yu possesses unparalleled talent unseen for millennia, and the ambition of a strong one who fears not the heavenly Tao. One day he will transcend all living beings. This is merely a minor heavenly tribulation. I believe in him. Qin Yu broke into a smile, lifted his foot, and walked toward the highest peak. Come back alive. Behind him, Qin Hanliang said softly. Qin Yu paused in slight surprise, turned to look at her, and teased, Elder Hanliang, are you concerned about me? Qin Hanliang, hearing these frivolous words, rolled her eyes, a gesture that stunned the onlookers, and said nothing more. Qin Yu did not mind. He laughed heartily and turned to leave. He reached the mountain summit, gazing at the 99 thunder dragons churning above with immense momentum. Starlight flickered in his eyes. There was no fear, only a blazing fighting spirit. I never expected my first battle since beginning cultivation to have such an extraordinary opponent. Interesting. As if sensing his provocation, the nearest thunder dragon suddenly twisted its body and descended from the sky. Roar. The thunder dragon let out a long cry, its fierce aura fully exposed. Its claws tore through space and slammed down violently. On the mountaintop, a fierce wind howled, and endless lightning rolled down with the dragon's strike. For a moment, the narrow mountain stream was like a small boat on the verge of shattering amidst raging winds and towering waves, precariously teetering. Such a formidable aura. The power of this single thunder dragon is no less than that of an ordinary martial king. The young clan leader has just broken through to the great martial master realm. I fear he cannot withstand this. Indeed, and there are 98 more thunder dragons behind, equivalent to 98 martial kings joining forces to besiege a single great martial master. What is to be done? The distant crowd watched Qin Ye's position without blinking. Seeing the overwhelming power of that thunder dragon, their hearts clenched in anxiety for him. Countless martial kings had fallen by their hands. They themselves were but ants, yet their worry was immense. For the one in the arena was the young clan leader, only at the great martial master level, yet facing nearly 100 martial kings. If anything happened to the young clan leader, the entire Qin clan would likely go mad. Well struck. But Qin Yu showed no fear. A gleam flashed in his eyes. He shouted and lightly tapped the ground with his toe. Instantly a star wheel appeared, abruptly lifting his body. He soared straight toward the thunder dragon. Divine light radiated from his entire being, and the power of 365 stars behind him burst forth, instantly forming a majestic grand star array. As the array took its initial form, rotating slowly, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly became violent, surging madly, like a frenzy pouring into the starry river. The power of stars is the heaviest law in the world. The endless spiritual energy of heaven and earth was devoured by the star array. Qin Yu seemed divinely empowered. Light swirled in his pupils, and his aura skyrocketed wildly. His white robe fluttered wildly as he met the surging thunder dragon, not dodging, and punched out. Faintly, a dragon's roar seemed to emanate from within his body. Boom! The thunder dragon scattered at the sound, turning into a sky full of fireworks that rose and fell. The young clan leader has such formidable combat talent, exclaimed an elder below, greatly astonished. That punch just now seemed to imitate the attack of the thunder dragon. It really does seem so. But how is that possible? I have cultivated for 5,000 years and have never seen anyone mimic the power of a lightning tribulation. I must be seeing things. Another elder rubbed his eyes, shaking his head in disbelief. In an instant, he perfected the law of the thunder dragon. Before the young clan leader, the lightning tribulation is nothing but a stepping stone. Most crucially, the power of that imitated punch far exceeded that of the thunder dragon itself. That is the most astounding part. The jaws of the elders nearly dropped to the ground. They were all dumbfounded. Qin Ye's decisive and clean punch had dealt them a considerable shock. As they had said, in the mere blink of an eye from the thunder dragon's descent to Qin Ye's punch, he had seen through the core of the thunder dragon's attack with his astonishing talent, and successfully mastered it for his own use. This was, after all, a lightning tribulation. Throughout the world, no cultivator dared claim they were unafraid of lightning tribulation. The higher one's cultivation, the stronger the tribulation. No matter how powerful you are, there is always a stronger tribulation. Thus, everyone's attitude toward lightning tribulation was one of extreme caution and prudence. They wished they had 3 heads and 6 arms, eyes that could see in all directions, and ears that could hear from all sides. This is the method of lightning tribulation itself. Is there really someone in this world who can learn from a lightning tribulation? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never believe it, even if you killed me. The elders shook their heads in a daze, but suddenly they had more confidence in how Qin Yu would overcome this heavenly tribulation. This young clan leader had brought them too many surprises. How long had it taken him to break through to great martial master? That aside, his realm had reached perfection enough to challenge martial kings across realms, and now he had even deduced the lightning method and used it himself. Was he really human? The elders were dumbfounded. They felt that their entire lives had been lived in vain. However, if this kind of fighting style were faced by a normal person, they would probably be on the verge of tears. I throw a punch at you, and before it even lands, you've already learned all my techniques and divine abilities, and you use them even better than I do. Where is the justice in that? This was too outrageous. Unfortunately, the lightning tribulation had no intelligence. It had only one purpose: to destroy the one who faced the tribulation. The elders are right. I am but a novice in the path of cultivation, lacking combat experience and skill. The tribulation lightning before me is the embodiment of the heavenly Taoist law of destruction. If I can grasp its essence, it will prove far more practical than any worldly combat technique. Qin Yu made his decision. A gleam of wisdom shone in his eyes as he meticulously deconstructed, perceived, and comprehended the movement's essence and onslaught of the remaining 98 thunder dragons. Finally, it was time to test his understanding. Boom! Another thunder dragon surged forth. He curled his fingers into a claw, channeling the insights of that fleeting moment into a single strike. Tear it apart. The technique is mature, yet it still lacks a certain spirit. He no longer waited passively, but took the initiative. The river of stars behind him swelled, beginning to devour the energy of the tribulation lightning and turn it to his own use. He pointed a finger, and starlight blazed at its tip, coalescing into a lifelike dragon of stars that charged forward to destroy. This act enraged the heavenly Tao, and all the remaining thunder dragons, abandoning their weight, surged at him in unison. Excellent. A grin spread across his face as in his eyes the movements of these thunder dragons suddenly became excruciatingly slow. He suddenly saw through the illusion, ignoring the majestic dragon-like appearance, to reach the very core of this heavenly tribulation, the law of lightning. Deduction. Integration. So that's how it is. He abruptly sat cross-legged, abandoning both offense and defense, and remained peacefully seated in the void. What is the young patriarch doing? Why has he stopped? This sight terrified the many elders below. Could he be exhausted? Someone speculated. No, the young patriarch's blood energy is vigorous and his essence is full. He shows no sign of fatigue. Then why has he suddenly stopped? An elder roared, I will immediately order the disciples to form the life-giving grand formation. No matter what, we must bring the young patriarch back alive. Patriarch, this old man is willing to personally go and rescue the young patriarch. Several elders stepped forward in unison, pleading with Qin Haoran. Then all the elders spoke out. I am willing to go as well. The young patriarch is the future and hope of our Qin bloodline. As long as he lives, the Qin clan will inevitably reach unprecedented heights and surpass our ancestors. We would die without regret. Patriarch, my unworthy grandson once insulted the young patriarch, a crime deserving of death. I wish to atone for my sins, even if it means trading my life for his. I will surely replace the young patriarch within this tribulation lightning. The grand elder even spoke thus. It was no wonder everyone appeared so ready to sacrifice themselves. The shadow of heavenly tribulation lay heavy upon their hearts. How many prodigies destined to become sages had perished within the heavenly tribulation throughout the ages, let alone a monstrous genius of the ages like the young patriarch who defied the heavens. They were prepared to face death to rescue him from the tribulation. He should be having an epiphany. At that moment, Qin Hanliang suddenly recalled how in the scripture depository, Qin, you had also sat down, without a word, to complete the sacred grade technique. She never expected he would take such a risky move, even now beneath the perilous tribulation lightning. What audacity! Back in the scripture depository, she had been by his side. Even if the completion failed, she could save his life from the backlash. But here amidst the tribulation lightning, no one could help him. Was he acting out of ignorance, or did he have a hidden assurance? Qin Haoran, hearing Qin Hanliang's words, fell into thought. Then with piercing eyes he fixed his gaze on the scene in the sky without moving. After a long while, a faint smile finally broke across his stern face. Everyone stand down. The situation is not so dire. The crowd was baffled, but they all looked up in unison. They saw the 97 thunder dragons arriving together, their dense thunderous energy stinging their skin even before it erupted. The dragons intertwined, forming a massive cage of lightning that tightly enclosed Qin Yu. Then it contracted fiercely. At this critical moment, Qin Yu's eyes snapped open. His hands moved like lightning, forming seals that coalesced into an ancient runic mark. The moment this mark appeared, the surrounding thunderstorm seemed to lose its power, growing weak. The lightning cage about to envelop Qin Yu trembled violently, disintegrating as if trying to flee. As if it had encountered something utterly terrifying. Since you are here, why leave? A smile curled at the corner of Qin Yu's mouth as he raised the ancient mark above his head. In an instant, the mark blazed with light. Deep purple chains of lightning shot forth from the mark, binding all the fleeing thunder dragons in an unstoppable surge, rendering them immobile. What is this? The crowd was dumbfounded at the sudden reversal of offense and defense. Their eyes were glued to the ancient mark above Qin Yu's head, and some unconsciously swallowed. It seems to be some kind of ancient character. A character? What character could possess such power? I don't know either. There is no record of such an ancient character in the texts. I can only vaguely infer. It seems to be pure law of lightning. At these words, everyone turned to look at the elder who had just spoken. Second elder, do you recognize that ancient character? The speaker was the current second elder of the Qin clan, whose main cultivation was the law of lightning. Seeing everyone looking at him, he shook his head. Third elder doesn't recognize it, so how could I? It's just that I specialize in lightning arts, so my perception of thunderous power is stronger than yours. In my perception, that ancient character seems to be condensed from pure law of lightning power, extremely extraordinary, comparable to the very origin of lightning. Gasps of awe filled the air. Origin. That was the most precious thing in the vast universe, without equal. The world changes in myriad ways with countless laws, but those capable of condensing an origin are few and far between. Even less so for the law of lightning, a supreme law that only the heavenly Tao has controlled since ancient times to govern cultivators. Could such an origin truly be possessed by a mortal? With such an origin, would one ever need to fear tribulation lightning again? Damn, this old man has an urge to devour that character, an elder cursed. I want to eat it too. For cultivators seeking the ultimate limits of the heavenly Tao, the origin of the Tao held an irresistible allure like moths to a flame, a pure instinct. It was completely beyond conscious control. If it weren't for the fact that this treasure belonged to their young patriarch within their own clan, they would have already fought for it. Patriarch? My, do you want to eat it? Why would I ever want to eat such a thing? Sheen Howard said expressionlessly, appearing utterly indifferent to such a treasure. Then he turned slightly, swallowing quietly, unseen by others. That temptation made his heart itch unbearably. This was the origin of the Tao. Even for someone like him, an invincible being who had already reached the saint realm, it held immense allure. This was the origin of the Tao. Even for someone like him, an invincible being who had already reached the saint realm, it held immense allure. In the void after Qin, you manipulated the ancient seal to bind all those thunder dragons. Chains of lightning rapidly dragged them onto the seal. As the colossal bodies of the thunder dragons approached the ancient seal, they dissolved into nothingness, leaving only tiny specks that the seal devoured one by one. After the ancient seal had consumed the thunder dragons, its radiance no longer dazzled, but became even more enchanting. The sound of swallowing from below the mountain echoed in unison. Qin Yu gazed joyfully at the ancient seal before him, withdrew it into his palm, and then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, swallowed it whole. Gulp! Gulp! The elders below stared wide-eyed as the ancient seal vanished completely into Qin Yu's mouth, after which he wore an expression of utter satisfaction. Just swallowed it. That was the very origin of the Thunder Tao. Clan leader, may I discipline the young master? Your words are too refined. I want to hit him. But we need the clan leader's permission to strike him. At this moment, Qin Yu was unaware he had nearly landed on the blacklist for a beating, fully absorbed in sensing his internal condition. Within his dantian lay a chaotic spiritual pool shrouded in mist, its depths unknown. Above the pool, two profound and obscure ancient seals floated quietly. Yes, two. Besides the one everyone had seen, there was another. This was a Tao script Qin Yu had condensed through deducing the laws of heaven and earth. Tao script, as the name suggests, is the script of the Tao. It is the embodiment of the great Tao between heaven and earth. Though not a primordial source, it is more precious than one. In a word, if this Tao script were lost, the law it represents would vanish from the world forever. Indeed, it is a form of writing, but one imbued with the principles of the great Tao. In ancient times, gods and demons spoke with authority, their words manifesting reality. This was because their language and script were Tao scripts. Once spoken, the great Tao responded directly. Simply put, this is a script that communicates directly with the great Tao. The two characters in Qin Yu's dantian were star, representing the core law of the stellar Tao. This was the result of deducing while repairing that earlier technique. That technique had no name, and Qin Yu's deduction and refinement only completed its content. All that was known was that it was the general outline of all stellar paths under heaven. The so-called general outline means that the paths of all who cultivate the stellar Tao originate from this. This was also one reason Qin Yu could directly deduce it into a Tao script. If it were merely an ordinary stellar path, even if Qin Yu surpassed the Creator and reached an unreachable realm, he could not have achieved this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to select techniques. He could have just practiced any random one. Later, Qin Yu decided to name the technique simply and understandably the stellar art. The other seal was the Thunder Tao script, deduced from glimpsing the origin of the thunder dragons, the sacred object that had caused the elders to swallow repeatedly. Qin Yu, contentedly observing these two Tao scripts, was about to return when suddenly another change occurred. Rumble. The thunderclouds nearly dissipated, began to churn once more. A cold, indifferent, truly merciless voice resounded in his mind. Thief of heaven's authority, you deserve death. The voice abruptly echoed in Qin Yu's ears. It carried a chilling apathy that disregarded all life. Qin Yu frowned slightly, gazing at the rolling tribulation clouds above, a faint sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. Deserve death. Ha, mere lightning tribulation thinks itself worthy. Boom. As Qin Yu's words fell, the blue-purple tribulation clouds halted abruptly, then spun wildly. A blood-red radiance seeped from the endless void, staining the tribulation clouds, exuding an aura of destruction and slaughter. This is... The elders below had assumed Qin Yu had successfully overcome the tribulation, but before they could celebrate, a terrifying, world-destroying aura emanated from the tribulation clouds above. Forbidden tribulation. An elder recognized the horror of this tribulation, his hand stroking his beard, trembling violently, nearly yanking his chin off. What nonsense are you spouting? The forbidden tribulation only descends when a half-emperor touches the limits of heaven's Tao. How could it befall the young master? Upon hearing the words, forbidden tribulation, those nearby could no longer remain calm. As is well known since the near-ancient era with heaven's Tao restricted, the highest realm for cultivators was the Saint Peak Half-Emperor, also known as Quasi-Emperor. Regardless of talent or strength, anyone daring to touch the barrier of the Emperor realm would face heaven's most merciless judgment. The forbidden tribulation is heaven's sharpest blade. Once drawn, there is no survivor. Throughout the ages, countless ruthless tyrants and overlords after conquering the world defied heaven, shouting, "My fate is mine to command, not heaven's, to contend with the heavens." Yet none escape death under the forbidden tribulation. Ordinary lightning tribulations descend with varying power according to the cultivator's realm. But the forbidden tribulation is different. It is not a trial, but an execution. Its appearance is solely for destruction. Is it truly the forbidden tribulation? How can this be? There must be some mistake. No mistake. This aura is the 8th-ranked great sun blazing heaven tribulation among the forbidden tribulations. An elder shook his head, gazing sorrowfully at the tribulation clouds above, and cried out to the heavens, "Unjust heavens, do you truly wish to destroy my Qin clan?" Boom. A bolt of tribulation lightning descended, enveloped in a blood-red aura of destruction, faintly accompanied by a sharp cry, and slammed into the elder, who had just spoken. Before the elder could gather his divine power to resist, the tribulation lightning pierced directly into his body. With a dull thud, the grief in his pupils remained, but his focus faded. He flew backward, utterly powerless. Elder Qin foam. Those familiar with him rushed forward to check his condition. They found that in an instant his body was charred black, his internal organs crushed, his breath gone, and his soul extinguished. The sudden turn of events shocked everyone. A peak martial venerable powerhouse had perished so easily. How terrifying the forbidden tribulation was. Qin Haoran glanced at the fallen elder and said calmly, "Prepare to form the formation." "Yes," the Grand Elder responded, then hurried away. After the Grand Elder left, Qin Haoran moved lightly, vanishing from his spot and stepping into the void. Third Grand Elder. When he appeared in the void beneath the tribulation clouds above, he found Third Grand Elder Qin Hanliang already there. "I am his guardian." She seemed to know what Qin Haoran intended to say, speaking flatly before falling silent. She would act even against the forbidden tribulation without hesitation. Her beautiful eyes remained fixed on the scene before her, the icy blue divine light blazing within them, betraying her emotions, stirred by the surging divine power coursing through her body. Qin Haoran paused at the words, then nodded, standing silently shoulder to shoulder with her. Qin Yu naturally also noticed the upheaval below. His entire body trembled, a chill gradually seeping into his eyes. "Just for cursing you thieving heavens you resort to such cruelty. Is this the Tao of heaven? Blasphemy against the heavenly Tao warrants this punishment." The cold, emotionless voice echoed again in his mind, as if only he could hear it. "Is that so? Then I curse you too. Thieving heaven's damnable heavenly Tao. Strike me if you dare." He seemed half-mad, divine power surging from him like a torrent, transforming into a sea of stars. 2 ancient seals on his brow flickered in dazzling succession. In a trance, he resembled a primordial war god treading the mortal realm, defying heaven with sheer might. Rumbling and roaring. Caw, caw. Blood-red thunder filled the sky like a divine prison that had slumbered for countless eons in the abyss, unleashing a terror that threatened to annihilate the world. It was a 3-legged golden crow that blotted out the sky. Its wings were full, its beak of vivid crimson, its eyes flickering with pupils that seemed to harbor 2 colossal fireballs capable of burning heaven and earth. Like an ancient deity descending upon the world, it first stretched its proud form, and with a flap of its wings unleashed devastating flames that rained down from the heavens. On the earth below, celestial fire crashed down. A primordial mountain range stretching for countless miles was set ablaze, entirely dazzling flames leaping skyward, as if to dance around the 3-legged golden crow. The 3-legged golden crow seemed quite pleased with the havoc it had wrought. It raised its slender neck, let out a long cry to the sky, and announced its arrival to the world. It demanded that the 9 heavens and 10 earths tremble. Caw-caw. In an instant, the Tianxian realm erupted. Almighty figures who had touched the saint realm were struck with terror, their eyes vacant and filled with disbelief as they gazed toward distant Songyun Prefecture. Is this a forbidden tribulation? Is it from the Songyun Prefecture? Is a member of the Qin clan about to undergo tribulation to attain the Tao? Is Qin Haoran challenging the realm of the great emperor? This is momentous news. Quickly inform the 8 elders and prepare early. Who would have thought? Just when a peerless genius emerges, they face a forbidden tribulation. Once Qin Haoran dies, the Qin clan will pose no further threat. In the eastern wasteland, the eternal divine Hall Star Observation Pavilion. Brother Haoran, why such haste? This is hardly the time for reckless gambles. The world is on the verge of chaos. In the central continent's immortal court, within the Weiyang Palace, Your Majesty, a forbidden tribulation, the solar heavenly incineration, has appeared in Songyun Prefecture. It is suspected to be caused by Qin Haoran of the Qin clan. I have already dispatched the Grand Astrologer to investigate. Go to Songyun Prefecture and coordinate with him. Act as the situation demands. The Grand Astrologer. A peak quasi saint. The man knelt behind the immortal emperor, his face filled with surprise. When dealing with the Qin clan, sending even a saint would not be excessive. The immortal emperor said calmly, fragments of the past flickering in his eyes. As you command. In an instant, storms gathered across the realm, once more with undercurrents surging in secret. But at this moment the Qin clan had no mind for others. For the awe-inspiring, world-destroying solar, heavenly incineration tribulation hung directly above them, and the one facing it was their young patriarch. He was their hope, the future of the Qin clan. Is everyone assembled? Begin the formation. Even if it's a forbidden tribulation, we must protect the young patriarch. Grand Elder Qin Xianming roared at the top of his lungs. The earlier grievances were but trivial matters not worth dwelling on. Besides, Qin Yu was the hope of the Qin clan, the hope of restoring their ancient glory. Behind him followed over 100 elite members of the Qin clan. All were in their prime, their cultivation depths like abysses, perfect candidates to set up the clan's protective grand formation. They knew what they were about to face, a forbidden tribulation capable of destroying even a quasi-emperor. Just moments ago, a martial, venerable elder had been slain by a single insignificant bolt of tribulation lightning from the sky. Even though the Qin clan's protective formation was exquisite, capable of overcoming the strong with the weak and defying peak saints, it seemed unlikely to survive this tribulation. This mission was a death sentence. They were afraid, but they would not retreat. Qin Yu's talent was unparalleled through the ages, destined to lead the hidden Qin clan to glory and new heights. Compared to the young patriarch's safety, their own lives seemed utterly insignificant. The three-legged golden crow let out a long cry, surveying the world with contempt, looking down upon all living beings with overbearing majesty, and slowly fixed its gaze on the figure before it. A rather handsome human. He seemed imposing but far too weak. It shook its head in a human-like manner, utterly baffled as to why this person was so feeble. Could the heavenly Tao have made a mistake? A hint of human-like confusion flickered in its flame-filled pupils as it took 2 steps forward. The crowd below reacted as if facing a great enemy springing into action. Rays of light rose from beneath their feet, formation nodes were activated one by one, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within 10,000 miles of the Qin clan's ancestral land was frantically drawn in to form the protective grand formation. The void trembled as if immense energy was building within, ready to burst forth. Just then a familiar voice rang in their ears. "Stop, young patriarch." The crowd blinked in confusion, looking at each other. It was Qin Yu who had spoken. "Stand down." His words struck them like thunder, and then they saw Qin Yu stride confidently toward the three-legged golden crow. This was a forbidden tribulation, a terror that even a quasi-saint could only resign themselves to. Qin Yu was merely a grand martial master. Even if he could defeat a martial king beyond his rank, how could he withstand this fearsome tribulation? They shook their heads, inwardly assuming Qin Yu had ordered them to stop only to prevent them from sacrificing themselves for him. But their minds were made up. Even if the young patriarch had to die, it would be after them. At that moment, a subtle force like an unbreakable wall appeared before them, barring their advance. "Is it the clan leader?" the Grand Elder exclaimed. It was Qin Haoran who had intervened to halt their actions. Qin Haoran shook his head. Letting the clansmen engage the forbidden tribulation would be suicide. Outside interference in a tribulation would instantly amplify its power tenfold, reaching an extreme terror that could reduce a cultivator to ashes in an instant. Even a saint might not withstand it. Moreover, he trusted his son to have other means. A sharp light flickered in his eyes. If all else failed, he still had a trump card. Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Then he fixed his gaze on the three-legged golden crow before him. Man and bird locked eyes. A profound sense of familiarity welled up within the golden crow. Strange. This human was so weak, yet why did he exude such a familiar aura? It was as if he faced the heavenly Tao itself. A complete origin of the Tao, even bearing a hint of transcendence. It could sense immense fortune and was stirred with excitement. 4. In this person it perceived boundless blessings and opportunity. A flicker of human-like confusion emerged in its flame-filled pupils as it let out a tentative soft chirp. Though not human speech, the sound was remarkably clear to Qin Yu, sending a tremor through his entire being. He asked hesitantly, "What did you just call me?" The three-legged golden crow, as if greatly encouraged, chirped much more crisply. The chirping reached Qin Yu's ears but conveyed a different meaning. "Daddy." His heart jolted violently. He stared in disbelief at the proud, majestic, divine bird before him, his expression turning peculiar. "Have you mistaken me for someone else?" "Ridiculous. He had no Tao companion, so how could he have a child? Even if he did, it couldn't possibly be a bird. Not even a divine bird. Daddy, Daddy. The three-legged golden crow seemed quite intelligent, but communication was exceedingly complex. No matter what Qin Yu said, it always gave the same response. Fine, fine, call me whatever you like. Helpless Qin Yu could not prevail against it, and finally nodded in defeat. As Qin Yu nodded, the flames in the three-legged golden crow's eyes suddenly burst forth, transforming into a raging inferno that took a long while to subside. This great sun-incinerating heavenly tribulation is nothing like the ancient records describe. The crowd watched, their minds filled with confusion. Indeed, legend says the three-legged golden crow is born with sky-burning flames. Even a single spark falling from its body could annihilate countless mountains and rivers. The divine fire in its eyes is the most potent meant to incinerate sages. But this seems off. I noticed the divine flames in the crow's eyes only burst forth 3 feet before receding. Could it be that this crow is underdeveloped, impairing its abilities? Nonsense. Great Elder Qin Xinming scolded. This is not a real golden crow. It's merely an external manifestation of the heavenly Tao's lightning tribulation. What nonsense about underdevelopment. With so many juniors present, don't lead them astray. The crowd chided, blushed, and nodded repeatedly. Yet as to why the lightning tribulation lingered without striking, even Qin Xinming had no answer. The young patriarch possesses unparalleled talent unmatched through the ages, and thus enjoys great fortune. Perhaps the heavenly Tao is reluctant to see such a figure fall so soon, and is showing mercy. In the void, a group of supreme elders were also pondering this question. But after a long time without a conclusion, they had to leave it at that. Only Qin Haoran looked skeptical. With his supreme cultivation and deepest understanding of the heavenly Tao, when had the Tao ever shown mercy to mortal geniuses? Yet he could not explain the bizarre situation before him, and had to let it be. Qin Yu, sensing the crow's movements, felt a profound joy resonating from it deep within his heart. Could it truly be a bond of blood, he wondered doubtfully. But soon he found an exact answer. The Tao character thunder manifested on his brow, radiating a rich aura of the Tao. This was an opportunity for transcendence. The three-legged golden crow stared blankly at Qin Yu's brow, then an indescribable excitement surged within it. Trapped in the endless abyss for countless epochs, it had finally encountered a supreme opportunity to break free from its destined fate. Qin Yu noticed the three-legged golden crow suddenly becoming frenzied. It rapidly shrank to the size of a palm, leaped onto his shoulder, and nuzzled his cheek affectionately. Its 3 claws gripped Qin Yu's shoulder tightly, as if afraid he might shake it off. So it's because of this Tao character. Qin Yu understood, somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected this Tao character to be so miraculous that even the sharpest blade of the heavenly Tao, the forbidden lightning tribulation, could not harm him. Rumbling. Thunder rolled within the tribulation clouds, as if the heavenly Tao was urging the three-legged golden crow to swiftly slay Qin Yu. But the little golden crow glanced reluctantly at the sky, then at Qin Yu. Pouting, it transformed into a stream of light and plunged into Qin Yu's body. Out of sight, out of mind. This was the emotion Qin Yu sensed from the three-legged golden crow, leaving him speechless. The crow had blatantly defected. Silence. An unprecedented silence fell over heaven and earth. Even the heavenly Tao seemed stunned by the little crow's actions. Not to mention the Qin clan members below. Am I seeing things? That three-legged golden crow just went into the young patriarch's body. You're definitely not mistaken, or else we're both wrong. Is this really the forbidden lightning tribulation? An elder's face was bitter, long silent. As the heavenly Tao's ultimate sanction against cultivators, any of the 10 great forbidden lightning tribulations signified the end of a cultivator's life. Not now, but even in ancient times when the gods still existed, no forbidden tribulation had ever ended so inexplicably. A forbidden tribulation defecting before the heavenly Tao and embracing a cultivator. It sounded utterly preposterous. No one would believe it, even as a tale. But the truth told them it was real. The young patriarch's divine might is unparalleled, subduing the forbidden tribulation, an event unprecedented through the ages. This moment must be recorded in history. Finally, someone came to their senses and began to roar at the top of their lungs. The young patriarch's divine might is unparalleled. The young patriarch is unmatched in the world. Instantly, the entire Qin ancestral ground was drowned in overwhelming cheers. Amidst the roaring ocean of voices, Qin Yu sat cross-legged in the air, his aura surging violently. He broke through directly to the marquee realm. The cheers abruptly ceased, as everyone stared blankly at the tall, elegant figure, like an immortal descended to the mortal realm, long silent. He broke through again. If I remember correctly, the young patriarch only began his cultivation today. Inhuman. He selected his cultivation technique at noon in the scripture pavilion, spent 3 hours perfecting a half-imperial technique, stepped into the great martial master realm, and now, right after the tribulation, he's reached the Marquis realm. In a single day, the young patriarch has accomplished what takes a lifetime for others. Forget ordinary people. Even we spend at least 5 years to reach the Marquis realm. Truly, comparison is odious. The elders sighed repeatedly, feeling their lives had been lived in vain. Qin Yu slowly retracted his aura. The starlight in his pupils grew brighter, then vanished in a flash. He stood up, stretched lazily, and smiled freely at the tribulation clouds still swirling overhead. A forbidden tribulation defecting. Truly unprecedented. It seems your heavenly Tao is too unkind, ending up deserted by all. Qin Yu curled his lips slightly. According to the little golden crow's information, the heavenly Tao had been damaged since ancient times, sleeping for endless ages, now governed by an unconscious avatar of the Tao. Rumbling. At his words, the tribulation clouds roared with thunder, countless lightning serpents surging as an aura of destruction spread. What is the young patriarch doing? In the void, the supreme elders had initially thought the matter had concluded and were about to withdraw. Yet before they could leave, Qin Yu's shocking words reached their ears. Provoking the heavenly Tao. This was outrageous. One must know that the dignity of the heavenly Tao was inviolable. This principle had long been deeply etched into the hearts of all cultivators under heaven, leaving an indelible mark. No matter what realm they attained in their pursuit of the Tao, they were merely struggling for survival under the heavenly Tao, seeking a sliver of opportunity. Throughout history, how many prodigies and great powers had spent their entire lives merely trying to break the limitations of heaven and earth to restore the ancient emperor realm, only to be directly suppressed by the heavenly Tao's forbidden tribulation lightning, without exception. Now Qin Yu's blatant provocation of the heavenly Tao's authority would lead to consequences too dire to imagine. Although the young patriarch is an unparalleled genius unmatched through the ages, he is still youthful in spirit. To contend with the heavenly Tao is truly unwise. Some supreme elders stamped their feet in anxiety, not knowing what to do. Qin Haoran and Qin Hanliang said nothing, but the surging divine power emanating from their bodies clearly told everyone that their hearts were far from calm. After all, it was the heavenly Tao. Even though they were among the foremost supreme powerhouses among sages, had history not shown how many quasi-emperors the heavenly Tao had annihilated? Qin Yu was well aware of the heavenly Tao's might. The reason he dared to provoke its authority so boldly was that he had his own plans and confidence. As the three-legged golden crow dissipated within his body, a fragment of information suddenly appeared in his mind. The current heavenly Tao was incomplete. The true heavenly Tao had shattered into pieces during the ancient era and fallen into slumber. The heavenly Tao that now governed everything was merely a wisp of its incarnation, and he gained a deeper understanding of the Thunder Tao character he had comprehended. The Tao character was the embodiment of the heavenly Tao's fundamental laws, evidence of the existence of the law's origin. It was also the only way for the heavenly Tao's laws to manifest in the world. Without the Tao character, even if all the great laws existed, they would never be able to appear in the mortal realm. What difference would that make from non-existence? This was also one of the reasons the three-legged golden crow felt favorably toward Qin Yu, because it sensed the power that had released it from the endless abyss. This power had previously been held solely by the heavenly Tao, but now things were different. Having mastered the Tao character, Qin Yu now possessed the leverage to converse with this incarnation of the heavenly Tao. Or from a certain perspective, at this moment, Qin Yu was also a part of the heavenly Tao. The forbidden tribulation lightning, as the heavenly Tao's final and only sanction against cultivators, possessed the power to annihilate all and had never failed. Today was the first time Qin Yu had mastered the Thunder Tao character, meaning that from now on the authority of this final measure had passed into his hands. Thunder rumbled continuously within the tribulation clouds. Yet strangely, no further lightning descended. Instead, after persisting for a while, it gradually subsided. The world fell into a deathly silence. It seemed that the heavenly Tao had not erupted in fury over Qin Yu's arrogant words, but had instead chosen to restrain itself. This scene left the onlookers dumbfounded, unable to utter a single word for a long time. Was this still the supreme, inviolable heavenly Tao? It actually chose to endure in the face of a human's provocation. He flicked his sleeve, turned around, cast a sidelong glance at the rolling clouds in the sky, and said calmly once more, "From today onward, I shall be the master of my own fate. Do you have any objections?" Boom. A chaotic storm raged wildly in the minds of the hidden powerhouses in the void. They stared blankly at the young man in white robes before them, struck speechless. The young man wore a purple gold crown. His eyes held galaxies. The ancient seal on his brow shimmered with light. His feet trod upon the divine wheel of the constellations, and nine-colored lightning shone and followed behind him. With a sidelong glance, he questioned the heavenly Tao, "Do you have any objections?" The commotion in the clouds ceased abruptly. The thunder faded, and in the unseen realm, an ancient being seemed to fall silent in the river of time. The heavenly Tao remained silent once more. Today I will deduce this cultivation art to the imperial grade. Do you have any objections? Whoosh. The moment the young man finished speaking, a fierce wind descended from the horizon, swept past his body, and howled as it carried away all the tribulation clouds, leaving not a trace. The will of the heavenly Tao directly vanished. The will of the heavenly Tao just left like that. Everyone was stunned, speaking in disbelief. In this world, there is actually someone who can rebuke the heavenly Tao with a single shout. And he's only a martial marquis. What is this world coming to? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never believe it. Completing a half-step imperial grade art, subduing the forbidden tribulation, lightning breaking through to martial marquis in a single day. All the astonishment in my entire life combined cannot compare to today. Some grew numb, others went wild. The sights and sounds of today, that peerless solitary figure, would become the eternal faith in their hearts. Patriarch, today's events are too shocking. For the young patriarch's safety, this old man believes we should first suppress the news, just in case. The tree that stands out in the forest is the first to be felled by the wind. With everything Qin Yu had displayed today, it was enough to prove that he would ultimately stand at the pinnacle of this world. Not to mention the current younger generation, even if one searched several tens of thousands of years into the past, none could be found to rival Qin Yu. But for now, Qin Yu had not yet fully grown. If the other sacred lands learned of today's events, the ancient monsters among them would stop at nothing to prevent Qin Yu's growth. Within the void, an old man with white hair and beard stood beside Qin Haoran, speaking with a grave expression. Qin Haoran shook his head upon hearing this and said, "With such a commotion today, the whole world must already know. There are no walls that the wind cannot penetrate. Secrecy is impossible, and those old fogies from the sacred lands are not fools. With the forbidden tribulation lightning manifesting, and our Qin family having neither produced an emperor nor lost a peak sage, Songyun Prefecture must already be in quite a stir. Yuer will ultimately achieve invincibility. No matter how many so-called holy sons and holy daughters come, they will only be stepping stones on his path to growth. In the conflicts among the younger generation, no one can stop Yuer. But I fear those old immortals might disregard their dignity and forcefully make a move against the young patriarch." The old man said, his face full of worry. "Whoever dares to reach out, I will cut off their hand." Qin Hanliang, who had been silent all along, uttered a single sentence coldly before vanishing on the spot. "Third Supreme Elder, what is? Now Yuer's protector. Excellent. With the Third Supreme Elder here, we can rest assured." After the tribulation clouds dispersed, a boundless, clear, starry sky was revealed. Qin Yu sat cross-legged upon the star wheel. The star Tao character hovered above his head, radiating a hazy, grayish light. His hands formed a series of seals. Golden ancient characters flashed rapidly in his eyes, and waves of intangible pressure spread from his body, as if transforming into a galaxy, with immense gravitational force, even subtly distorting the surrounding void. Deduction begins. Boom. A burst of brilliant flames erupted from Qin Yu's body, transforming into a tangible wave of fire that madly devoured the night sky around him. Strands of stellar essence flowed from the star character Tao Mark atop his head, forming a massive transparent vortex, like a colossal bridge of the other shore, with one end in the endless distant starry sky and the other on Qin Yu's body. Within the Qin ancestral grounds, lights blazed brightly as countless people watched with bated breath, their gazes fixed on Qin Yu. Every slight movement he made stirred their hearts. Such dense spiritual energy, someone exclaimed, sensing the change in the world. The Qin ancestral grounds were already a top-tier blessed land among spiritual mountains, surrounded by mountains with naturally formed arrays, and for eons spiritual energy had been abundant and unceasing. But at this moment they could personally feel the spiritual energy around them multiplying. Faintly wisps of mist gathered in the air, a sign that the spiritual energy was so dense it was liquefying. I've heard that in ancient times, when an imperial-grade technique emerged, all beings would pay homage and heaven would bestow blessings. Could it be? The young patriarch has succeeded. Hum. A soul-shaking hum suddenly emanated from Qin Yu. The vortex above his head grew larger and more dazzling as countless starry sands turned into shimmering flames that merged into the vortex. All the stars in the night sky of Tianxian realm were drawn in at this moment, embedded in a spiral pattern. Suddenly the vortex halted, then began to spin wildly in reverse. Boom. A pillar of starlight shot up into the sky, connecting heaven and earth, piercing straight into the firmament, and then expanding abruptly. Look, there's a gate in the sky. Is it the heavenly gate blocking this pillar from transcending? Everyone looked up. The gate seemed like a quiet, cold, and ancient expanse of stars, as if from an endless distant shore, casting its starlight onto this world for the first time. Qin Yu suddenly stood up, and endless starlight lifted his body straight up to the front of the heavenly gate. Golden ancient characters leaped and danced in his pupils, streaming out like fish entering the sea, imprinting themselves on the gate. The characters grew denser and more numerous. The aura of the heavenly gate became increasingly vast and heavy. Thump! Suddenly the sound of drums resounded, and the world fell silent. Then the drums beat repeatedly, as if striking the very souls of everyone present. A soul-shaking sound. Thump! Thump! After 9 drum beats, the sky suddenly darkened. The endless void and chaos changed color, and all the light in the world converged upon this gate. Everyone stared unblinkingly at the heavenly gate, holding their breath, afraid to miss this historic moment. Creak! The gate sealed for eons finally opened a crack. Instantly, dazzling divine light seeped out, visible to the naked eye. At first it was just a single beam, then more and more. The heavenly gate seemed unable to withstand the pressure from both sides, and the opening grew wider. The resplendent divine light entered the world, lingered not, and plunged into Qin Yu's body in a torrent. Qin Yu trembled slightly, feeling an ancient, yet faintly immature aura awakening within him. He clenched his fists, the ancient mark on his brow blazing to its peak, resembling a vertical eye. Its radiance echoed the heavenly gate not far away. Behind him, countless stars swirled, forming a cloak woven from starlight that greedily absorbed the divine light from the gate. Qin Yu closed his eyes, sensing the divine energy within his body, then abruptly opened them. Raising his hand, he pointed at the heavenly gate like an ancient emperor commanding his divine minions, and whispered, "Open." Rumble. The moment his words fell, the heavenly gate burst apart, as if struck by an irresistible force. Whoosh! More starlight and divine light streamed out, and Qin Yu absorbed every bit without missing a single drop. At the same time, an ethereal chanting sound quietly spread. All cultivators above the Saint realm looked up simultaneously at the distant night sky, their eyes filled with disbelief. The whispers of the gods, the imperial grade technique appears. It's the Qin family again. Qin Yu stood silently high in the sky, surrounded by stars like an ancient star river emperor. Behind him, the cloak woven from starlight fluttered without wind, absorbing the omnipresent light from the heavens. He slowly opened his eyes, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, he let out a long roar to the sky, took a step forward, and cried out, "The bright moon rises from the heavenly mountain, vast and boundless amid the sea of clouds." With this step, the starlight beneath his feet dissipated into a misty river of stars like an ancient heaven. In an instant, the sky transformed into a true sea of stars, with a bright moon and a great river with towering pillars of mountains veiled in clouds like a celestial paradise. Suddenly, the sea of clouds churned, and a figure stood proudly atop the clouds, shaking heaven and earth. Boom! Surging energy burst forth from his body. Marshal Marquis, Second Heaven. The Big Dipper hangs over the vast wilderness, the Milky Way floats in the pure void. As his words fell, he took another step. Beneath his feet, mountains and rivers shattered, and his form ascended further into the clouds, as if stepping into a new realm. In the vast starry sea, a boundless continent suddenly appeared. Mountains and seas rose and fell, sun and moon shifted from beginning to end, from life to extinction, all in the blink of an eye, like a lifetime apart. Boom! Marshal Marquis, Third Heaven. What a line! The bright moon rises from the heavenly mountain, vast and boundless amid the sea of clouds. The young patriarch's talent is unmatched through the ages, and his literary brilliance is unparalleled. An elder who resembled a scholarly old man heard the chanting from the sky, jolted awake, and became ecstatic, unable to speak. The young patriarch is truly extraordinary. The rest of us cultivate painstakingly realm by realm. Breaking through a minor realm in a year or two is a joy. But for the young patriarch, breaking through is like drinking water. Everyone was numb. In a single day, from a mortal who had never cultivated to the Marshal Marquis realm, and still unsatisfied. It seemed Qin Yu still had the strength to climb higher. Could it be? The young patriarch intends to break through directly to Marshal King today, someone suddenly thought, and exclaimed, then shook his head, denying himself. Impossible, impossible. The Marshal Marquis and Marshal King are entirely different realms. Entering the threshold of the laws of cultivation and forming a domain is a qualitative change. Even with the young patriarch's talent, he needs to study it, doesn't he? True, the young patriarch's talent is astonishing, but even the best talent must learn first. Even if a day of learning equals a year for us, he still has to learn. There's no way he can just do it without being taught. They discussed and sighed, all believing that Qin Yu would at most reach the mid-Marshal Marquis realm, or at best the Third Heaven. As for breaking through to Marshal King, how could that be? A Marshal King in the borderlands was the pinnacle of power. Breaking through 9 major realms to reach Marshal King was too absurd. Even a young emperor couldn't achieve it. As for breaking through to Marshal King, how could that be? A martial king in the borderlands was the pinnacle of power. Breaking through 9 major realms to reach martial king was too absurd. Even a young emperor couldn't achieve it. In the sky, Qin Yu did not hear their discussions, and even if he did, he would not have cared. How could they possibly understand that a talent gap of 100,000 times was enough for Qin Yu to accomplish things utterly beyond their imagination? Truly, there is no comparison between individuals. The sparse stars cast shadows across the river. The frost-laden moon stands solitary in its cold glow. 1,000 trees bloom with lanterns at night, scattering stars like rain from the sky. The stars are not those of last night. The wind and dew linger through the midnight hours. Amidst the crowd's murmurs, Qin Yu took 5 consecutive steps, his aura surging in an instant, divine light radiating outward like a celestial, descending, his presence awe-inspiring. Marquee Realm, 8th layer. The starlight phantom around his body grew intensely dense, on the verge of solidifying. A thick, ancient aura enveloped him, and beneath his feet lay a hazy, shifting river of stars that spanned heaven and earth. He did not pause, standing with hands clasped behind his back, treading lightly on the void to ascend further. Marquee Realm, 9th layer. Our young patriarch is truly a celestial exile to the mortal world. If outsiders were to witness this sight of advancing one realm with each step, they would surely find that no young maiden could ever seek another companion. Naturally, with such unparalleled grace, if I were an ordinary girl, after seeing this one man, my heart could hold no other. And these verses, I have never heard such fitting and melodious poetry. If spread abroad, they would surely be immortalized through the ages. Not just ordinary maidens, but even the saintesses of the Holy Lands would find it hard to emerge from the shadow of our young patriarch's peerless elegance. I truly long to see how those proud holy sons and saintesses will react when our young patriarch walks the world. Indeed. Ha. The group chatted merrily, making their way to the high mountain peak to welcome Qin Yu. Just then they were startled to find that Qin Yu had not descended from his cloud, but remained high above. Why hasn't the young patriarch come down yet? Could he truly intend to break through to the king realm in a single step? Our extraordinary people always possess extraordinary pride. The young patriarch surely cannot bear to stop here. If he didn't try, it wouldn't be like him. But if he forces a breakthrough and fails, harming his foundation, that would be dire. The crowd spoke with worry, their brows beginning to furrow. It's fine. With the clan leader and the supreme elders present, they won't let any harm come to the young patriarch. But he'll still have to endure some hardship. Grandfather, is the king realm really so hard to reach, even for the young patriarch? Beside the old man, shaking his head, stood a delicate, jade-like little girl. She tugged at his sleeve and tilted her head to ask, "Silly girl, your grandfather never said the young patriarch couldn't break through to the king realm. I only said his accumulation is insufficient for now." The old man scooped up the little girl with affection and said with conviction, "The young patriarch's talent is the greatest I have ever seen. With a little time to build up, breaking through to the king realm will come naturally." He suddenly became animated, teaching earnestly, "Child, you must understand that in life, one must always learn. Only through learning can one progress. Even with the young patriarch's unmatched talent, it is inseparable from. In the 9th heaven's celestial palace, I alone am the true immortal." A resounding, lofty voice spread across the sky, startling the crowd as they looked up. A curtain of starlight unfurled across the heavens, covering the entire sky above, stretching for tens of thousands of meters at a glance. It was a pure, brand-new void where hundreds of stars of various sizes were arranged in orderly motion, shrouded in an indescribable law of force. Rumbling. In the deepest reaches of the starry sky, a pool of lightning spanning the river of stars was faintly visible. Dense bolts of thunderous power cascaded like liquid, encircling and enveloping countless stars. Lightning and starlight complemented each other in perfect unity, exuding an unimaginable pressure even from afar. It seemed like a forbidden zone for all life. Even the numerous elders below felt a hint of oppression and heaviness in their hearts. Their minds shook and their jaws nearly dropped in astonishment. He actually succeeded. Is this a dual law domain? An elder spoke in a daze, as if witnessing something terrifying. At the king realm, one's comprehension of laws is shallow. It's common knowledge that fusing 2 different laws into one domain is impossible. Grandfather, has the young patriarch become a king? The little girl's innocent voice rang out, but the surrounding elders fell silent. They had just claimed the young patriarch couldn't become a king, and in an instant the rebuttal came swiftly. The old man holding the little girl stiffened, stammering for a long while before finally forcing out, "The young patriarch's talent is unmatched. He cannot be judged by ordinary standards." Not only had Qin Yu become a king, but he was also the only king in the world to have condensed a dual law domain. No one could have foreseen this. Meanwhile, in the southern continent of the Tianxian realm, within a vast immortal city stretching for thousands of miles, lights blazed brightly. At the city center stood a 3-story ancient tavern, packed to capacity and brimming with energy. Inside the space was considerable, with 100 tables arranged, all fully occupied. Many who had failed to secure seats willingly stood at the edges, craning their necks in anticipation, chatting cheerfully with companions. Strange, the high hour has long passed. Why hasn't the Celestial Secrets Pavilion released the rankings today? Someone asked, loudly glancing at the sky. This remark sparked immediate commotion. Exactly. Usually the rankings come out at this hour. What's wrong today? Indeed. Just then a deep bell toll resounded through the not-so-spacious tavern. The sound was clear and melodious, yet it left those nearest feeling dizzy. Who's so inconsiderate? They nearly deafened me. One man grumbled, rubbing his head and eyes in annoyance. Brother, watch your words. This is the exclusive communication technique of the Celestial Secrets Holy Land, always used to announce the rankings. Nonsense. I've been here for every ranking release, and I've never heard that. Then you must have arrived late. If you wait here early, you'll definitely hear it. That brother is right. Something must have happened today for the message to arrive so late. So does that mean the rankings are about to be released? The man asked in delight. Pretty much. Sure enough, not long after the bell faded, a graceful figure in purple gauze swayed to the railing on the third floor. Looking down at the crowd, she spoke. An unexpected change occurred today, leading to some last-minute adjustments to the rankings, thus delaying the release. We ask for your understanding. The woman's voice was ethereal and sweet, like celestial music from the 9 heavens, filling the heart with a refreshing tranquility. Fairy Qingyao is too kind. Please just unveil the rankings. The crowd below waved their hands in unison, urging her on. The woman called Fairy Qingyao wasted no time. Raising her jade-like hand, she retrieved a silk scroll and hung it upon the beam, then unfastened the cord securing it. With a rustle, the scroll unfurled and cascaded downward. The crowd fixed their gazes upon it, where 36 names were neatly arranged. At the very top of the list, inscribed in golden-edge characters, were 3 words: the Sacred Spirit Ranking. Beneath the ranking, the first line bore delicate script: Champion Qin Haoran, current patriarch of the ancient Qin clan. His cultivation level was unknown. In his youth, he swept across Tianshuan, single-handedly slaying 3 saints, suppressing an era with no rival in sight. After retiring to the Qin clan, his cultivation advanced further, tentatively placed at the peak of the saint realm. Among the saints of this age, none dared to challenge his edge. Runner-up, Zhuang Hanfei. It seems the Sacred Spirit ranking hasn't changed much. That's certain. The Sacred Spirit ranking lists only the top-tier peak saints. Unless there's a major breakthrough, it's essentially fixed. Exactly. Look at Qin Haoran. How many years has he held the champion spot without ever budging? He's a ruthless one at the peak of the saint realm, with the heavenly Tao blocked and no quasi-emperor emerging who could surpass him. With a sudden rustle, another scroll descended. The Divine General Ranking. This ranking records the peak combat power below the saint realm, mostly the backbone of various holy lands. Though it includes 108 names, none below the martial venerate realm can enter. It hasn't been long since the last unveiling, so changes should be minimal. Divine General Champion Taixuzi, Sect Master of the Tai Holy Lands Martial Sect. Cultivation Peak Martial Venerate, Half-Step Saint. Master of the Sword, famed for his ultimate technique, the Void Sword Sutra, said to cleave time with a single strike and sever the horizon with 3 feet of blade. He once stormed a first-rank sect guarded by 6 martial venerates and 1 half-saint, annihilating them all and retreating unscathed, a truly fearsome feat. Divine General Second Place, Li Sun, younger brother of the immortal Emperor of the Central Continent, Immortal Dynasty. Cultivation Peak Martial Venerate, Half-Step Saint. His archery had reached the pinnacle of mastery, renowned for his offensive prowess. He once gravely wounded a saint with a single arrow, earning his fame. Divine General Third Place. With a rustle, here it comes, the Dragon Transformation Ranking. As the third scroll descended, it drew a massive crowd, even pulling away those gathered around the other rankings. The Dragon Transformation Ranking is as popular as ever. On the third floor beside Fairy Qingyao stood a man with an eerie appearance, half his face hidden behind a mask. He gazed at the surging crowd below and chuckled lightly. Whether it's the Sacred Spirit Ranking or the Divine General Ranking, those listed are all long-established powerhouses of this age. The gap between them and ordinary people is immeasurable. People look at them for amusement, nothing more. Only the Dragon Transformation Ranking features young talents of similar age with shallow cultivation. That gives them room for comparison, so naturally they find it more interesting. Fairy Qingyou's expression remained unchanged as she spoke calmly. Self-deception, nothing more. The young talents nurtured in the Holy Lands. Are they ordinary? The man sneered with a mocking curl of his lips. But this time's Dragon Transformation Ranking does have some intrigue. Fairy Qingyao seemed to recall something. A trace of bewilderment flickered in her enchanting eyes, then transformed into a sly, mischievous smile. I wonder how those people will react when they see this ranking. At that moment, an uproar erupted from the crowd below. The Dragon Transformation Rankings champion has changed. Let me see. Qingyu. Who is he? Never heard of him before. Where did this nobody come from pushing down Mu Li, the innate prodigy of the Tai Xian Holy Land? Brother, look closely. This man is no nobody. Dragon Transformation Champion Qin Yu, son of Sacred Spirit Champion Qin Haoran, serving as the young patriarch of the ancient Qin clan. He broke through 5 realms in a single day and stepped into the martial king realm in 9 steps. A monstrous talent unparalleled across the ages. The Tai Xian mountain range stretched for 100,000 miles, lush and verdant, a picturesque landscape. Legend had it that this range was not originally so vast. A great power had personally moved spiritual mountains and treasures from afar, creating the magnificent natural formation that stood today. Deep within the mountains lay a valley. The entrance appeared narrow, just wide enough for one person to pass through. In truth, countless exquisite illusionary and killing arrays were laid here. Without understanding the mysteries of formations, even a martial venerate would face certain death. Entering the valley and traversing a long, narrow path, the view opened up. A spiritual spring gurgled forth, flowing down from the depths of the clouds, gathering into a bottomless pool. It then passed over a high cliff, transforming into a majestic silver-white cascade that plunged from the heavens. Beside the waterfall, a winding greenstone staircase led to seclusion. Next to the staircase stood a massive ancient stele inscribed with 4 characters, Tai Xian Holy Land. Ascending the greenstone staircase, lush spiritual plants lined both sides with neat cottages dotting the landscape. A paradise unlike the imagined Holy Land scenery. At that moment, outside a bamboo hut, 2 tall young men sat facing each other. Brother Mu Li, I truly envy you. Living day after day in this paradise, your mind clear and free from worldly troubles. Such carefree living. The speaker had sharp brows and bright eyes, an imposing bearing, a lofty crown, and a luxurious brocade robe. Clearly a man of wealth and status. In contrast, the man called Mu Li, seated across from him, wore simple cloth robes, possessed nothing of value, and had an ordinary face with no distinctive features. Yet he exuded an unfathomable aura, like an abyss that could not be plumbed. Mu Li listened to the other's words without replying. Instead, he meticulously brewed the tea, then handed a cup to his companion and raised another to his own nose, inhaling deeply with a satisfied expression. He took a gentle sip, letting the tea linger in his mouth and on his tongue for a long while before slowly swallowing. Only after the tea had fully settled did he respond calmly. Brother Xian Yi, as the crown prince of the Central Continent, Immortal Dynasty, you stand above all but one, supremely noble. I am but a rustic man. What is there to envy? This brocade-clad man was none other than the crown prince of the Central Continent, Immortal Dynasty, the rightful heir of the immortal emperor. Li Xianyi. Brother Mu Li, such words are fine when spoken by outsiders, but why do you mock me with them? Li Xianyi shook his head with a bitter smile. My father is in his prime, his cultivation profound. Who knows how many millennia it will be before he truly passes on the throne. With time comes change. My siblings are no easy foes. Heh. Mu Li smiled faintly, his demeanor as light as a breeze, and did not take up the thread. Li Xuanya observed, and secretly shook his head. He had known this innate supreme being from the Tai Xian Holy Land for many years, and the steadfastness of this person was the most resolute he had ever seen in his life. No matter what benefits he offered the other party, always wore an expression as calm as still water, as if nothing in this world could shake his heart. Perhaps only such a person could sit in the position of the foremost youth in the Tianxian realm for so long without being shaken. He cast aside his thoughts and ceased his futile efforts. Growing up in a royal family, it was impossible for him not to possess some cunning and strategy. He would never turn against Mu Li just because he wasn't on his side. On the contrary, he would continue to cultivate a good relationship with him. If it truly came to a critical moment, being able to sway Mu Li to choose neutrality, even just once, would be extremely advantageous. He planned to discuss the way of tea with Mu Li, catering to his tastes to ensure that this meeting would not end awkwardly. Just then a figure hurriedly approached from a distance and silently stopped beside Li Xuanya, holding 3 scrolls. The latest rankings from the Tianji Holy Land have been released. Li Xuanya explained to Mu Li with a smile, then gently opened one of the scrolls. The last place on the Divine General's list has actually been taken by a loose cultivator. How interesting. I remember the original last place was one of your Tai Xian Holy Land's previous direct disciples, a capable expert at the peak of martial sovereign with considerable strength. The world is vast, and it's not surprising for a rare talent to emerge. Mu Li's expression remained unchanged, showing no sign of being swayed. Seeing this, Li Xuanya remained unfazed and opened another scroll, which was the Sacred Spirit list. He looked at the small characters on the first line of the list, his expression slightly pausing, then sighed. Qin family patriarch Qin Haoran, truly a hero of his generation, suppressing a generation of unparalleled powerhouses. Upon hearing the name Qin Haoran, Mu Li's expression finally showed some fluctuation. He nodded and said, I have heard from my elders that during their time all cultivators were on one level, while Qin Haoran was on a level of his own. Oh, such a high evaluation. Hi. The phrase suppressing an era is not just talk. I wonder, Brother Mu Li, who do you think will be the one to suppress this era? Li Xianyes's eyes sparkled as he looked at Mu Li and suddenly asked. Mu Li raised his head, met Li Xianyes's gaze, and chuckled lightly, saying, What do you think, Brother Xuanya? I believe it must be Brother Mu Li. Why? Because the transformation into dragon list is proof. Li Xuanya opened the remaining scroll, a smile on his lips, and directly displayed it to the other party. Since Brother Mu Li's emergence, heavenly phenomena have occurred, marking him as the innate supreme being. Since then, the annual champion of the transformation into dragon list has always been Brother Mu Li for over 20 years without change. Li Xuanya spoke solemnly, his expression serious. If there is truly someone in our era who can suppress all heroes, it must undoubtedly be Brother Mu Li. He spoke with conviction, his eyes filled with sincerity, and I, Li Xuanya, am honored to have such a close friend as Brother Mu Li in this life. What he did not notice was that Mu Li's expression and actions became stiff the moment he saw the transformation into dragon list. The first on the list, Qinyu, the eternal divine palace. The palace master Yang Xian sat high in the main seat with 24 guardians flanking him on either side. Below, one person knelt loudly reading the Tianji rankings. At this moment, they had just reached the transformation into dragon list. If there are no surprises, the champion should still be Mu Li from the Taishan Holy Land. Yang Xian sighed lightly as he spoke. It seems the Taishan Holy Land is prospering. I have seen that young one once, and indeed he possesses the demeanor and character of a supreme being of his generation. I wonder when our eternal divine palace will produce such a disciple. Master, do not worry. The divine maiden's talent is extraordinary, but her childlike nature and playful spirit are her weaknesses. As she matures, she will surely rise to prominence, not falling behind others. Yang Xian bitterly shook his head at this. His daughter indeed had outstanding talent, but she was disinterested in cultivation, which caused him great distress. He suddenly remembered something and asked, I recall that yesterday a genius from the Qin family caused a phenomenon in the heavens. Is there a Qin disciple on this transformation into dragon list? Hearing this, the kneeling person glanced at the list and suddenly trembled, stammering, There is. Oh. Yang Xian's expression changed and he asked, Tell me, who is it, and what is their ranking? The champion of the transformation into dragon list is Qin Yu, son of the sacred spirit list champion Qin Haoran, newly appointed as the young clan leader of the ancient Qin family, breaking through 5 realms in a single day, stepping into the martial king stage, a monstrous talent unparalleled in history. Boom. The audience went silent. In the southern part of the Tianxian realm, there lies a large state. This place has a temperate climate all year round, devoid of harsh winters or scorching summers, and free from autumn leaves or blooming flowers. A great river runs across from east to west, flowing from south to north, with countless tributaries spreading throughout the state, nourishing all living things. This river is called Luoshui, and this state is named Luotian. Luotian state is renowned in the Tianxian realm as a land of exceptional beauty. Not only are the mountains and waters exquisite, but those who emerge from here carry themselves with extraordinary grace. Especially the women, each one possessing striking beauty and gentle temperaments, evoking affection akin to the gently flowing Luoshui. Legend has it that the people of Luotian state are so unique because of the continuously flowing Luoshui river. It is said that the water from this river comes from the heavenly palace with miraculous effects of delaying aging and beautifying appearance. The heavenly palace is ethereal and elusive, but those with great fortune may encounter celestial maidens descending to play among mortals. Such legends have spread widely, and throughout history countless people have flocked to seek the heavenly palace. Even if they fail, finding the source of Luoshui would still be a tremendous blessing. Unfortunately, no matter how hard they try, no matter what means they employ, as long as they follow Luoshui upstream into the towering mountains, it won't be long before they become lost within. However, there is no real danger. Perhaps the celestial maidens are kind-hearted and do not wish to harm lives. Those who become lost will inexplicably return to their original path every few days without any injuries, as if they had merely dozed off in a daze. As such encounters spread, the legends about the source of Luoshui have become more and more widespread. It seems that as more and more people come to seek it, disturbing the celestial beings in the heavenly palace, it is unknown from when on people can no longer follow Luoshui to find that deep mountain. Whenever they reach the upstream of Luoshui, people feel an overwhelming drowsiness and fall to the ground, awakening to find themselves drifting downstream with the river. Only cultivators know that there is no heavenly palace at the source of Luo Shui. There is only a renowned holy land, Yaoguang. The banks of the Luo River indeed live up to their reputation. Such a picturesque scene. Among the crowd, a young man in resplendent brocade robes, exuding a slightly ostentatious air, stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the vista before him and sighing in admiration. You jest, holy son. How could the mortal realm's beauty ever compare to that of our Taishan holy land? Beside the young noble, a man with a sycophantic demeanor wore a fawning smile, his expression tinged with a hint of arrogance. Ah, you fail to understand. The young noble shook his head and said, scenery is inherently lifeless. It only gains an ethereal charm through the company of beauties over the ages. Though our Taishan holy land is blessed with the essence of heaven and earth, it lacks the delicate Yin-like grace of the Luo River. The holy son's wisdom is profound. The man nodded repeatedly, then added, Holy son, since we are here, why not enter the Yaoguang holy land directly? Why wait outside this barrier? With your status, the Yaoguang holy land would surely roll out the red carpet to welcome you. The young man known as the holy son chuckled at this and replied, I have come to propose marriage to the Yaoguang holy maiden. Proper etiquette is essential. If I were to displease the Yaoguang holy lord, troubles would inevitably arise later. The holy son's foresight is remarkable. This time you will surely win the bowtie's hand. The attendants behind him cheered in unison, causing the young holy son's lips to curl slightly, his gaze firm with resolve. As the holy son of this generation of the Taishan holy land, he was exalted in status, the center of attention, and unmatched in talent. In merely 5 years of cultivation, he had already reached the peak of the War King realm. Few among his peers could rival him. Originally, he could have rightfully become the leading figure of the younger generation in the Taishan holy land. Yet unfortunately, there was Mu Li. That Mu Li, initially just an unremarkable descendant of an elder, had stirred celestial anomalies on the day of his birth and was proclaimed an innate supreme by the Tianji holy land. Ever since then, Mu Li had topped the dragon transformation rankings year after year. His prestige and influence within the clan completely overshadowed the holy sons. Those who flattered him often paired him with Mu Li, dubbing them the twin prodigies of Taishan. Yet throughout the Tianxian realm, the world knew only of the Taishan holy land's innate supreme Mu Li, and none knew of the Taishan holy son Lin Wan. Within the Taishan holy land, only the lineage of the clan leader could inherit the orthodox position. Thus he did not worry about Mu Li affecting his future status. But how could he resign himself to being overshadowed by Mu Li's brilliance for his entire life? He was the Taishan holy son, the future Taishan holy lord. He would be the foremost figure of the Taishan holy land. Yet he had to admit that Mu Li's talent and comprehension far surpassed his own. If he continued cultivating by the book, he would never have the chance to surpass Mu Li. Thus he needed to find an alternative path. Just then he received a top-secret intelligence. The Yaoguang holy maiden was born with the supreme Yin sacred physique. If he could engage in dual cultivation with her and claim her primordial essence, he could reverse the balance of Yin and Yang, reopen his bloodline, and achieve an acquired supreme status. And so he came. Although the Taishan holy land and the Yaoguang holy land had little interaction over the years, Lin Wan believed that given the Taishan holy land's current standing in the Tianxian realm and his identity as its holy son, the Yaoguang holy land would have no reason to refuse. A marriage alliance between two holy lands. The benefits were enough to make anyone envious. Lin Wan's thoughts churned as he composed himself and waited in silence. Suddenly his eyes flickered and a smile crept onto his lips as he murmured inwardly, "Here it comes." At that moment, the void before them began to distort like rippling water. Figures shimmered ahead, ethereal and dreamlike, then burst like a bubble, coalescing into a slender silhouette. "Taishan holy son, the holy lord invites you. Please lead the way." The group followed the woman into the twisting void, feeling a dizzying whirl as the surrounding scenery transformed drastically. They looked up to behold a magnificent and ethereal palace. The palace was entirely white, constructed from an unknown material that exuded a reassuring aura, profoundly mystical. "Is this the Kunlun Hall?" The Taishan holy son glanced at the plaque above, and before his eyes appeared a towering pillar reaching into the clouds. At its peak, shrouded in mist, he vaguely discerned a mystical immortal pool brimming with spiritual energy. Many graceful celestial maidens frolicked and played in the water. The scene before him stirred his mind into agitation, as if a fire burned within his loins. "Holy son!" Just then a voice like a morning bell or evening drum resounded in his mind, jolting him awake. He snapped out of his reverie, looked around, and found himself already inside the grand hall. On either side stood 18 female cultivators of exquisite beauty and slender figures appearing at first glance like young maidens just blossoming in the mortal world. Yet when one sensed their aura, it was as profound and unfathomable as an abyss. These must be the legendary cave masters of the 36 heavens of the Yaoguang Holy Land. The Taishan Holy Sun's expression stiffened and his heart jolted. These were a full 36 great cultivators at the warlord realm. Even in the Taishan Holy Land, they would be top-tier guest elders he must treat with utmost respect. The Yaoguang Holy Land, as the only holy land in the Tianxian realm composed entirely of women, indeed possessed unfathomable depth. This marriage alliance was imperative. At the head of the hall, a dignified, middle-aged beauty with a stern countenance gazed at him with indifferent eyes. She was draped in a flowing palace robe embroidered with flowing colors and dark phoenix patterns, her hair, coiled high atop her head, adorned with a deep crimson phoenix deer hairpin. 3 blood-red lines were etched on her brow, resembling a blooming, furious lotus. Her slender jade-like hands rested quietly on the armrests of her throne, fingers gently tapping. Like a celestial goddess incarnate, supreme in majesty, supreme in beauty, supreme in dignity. Lin Wen, Holy Son of the Taishan Holy Land, pays respects to the Yaoguang Holy Lord. The Taishan Holy Son Lin Wen instantly recognized the identity of the middle-aged beauty and bowed respectfully. There is no need for such formality, Holy Son. The Yaoguang Holy Lord moved her fingers slightly, and an invisible force lifted Lin Wen upright. Thank you, Holy Lord. Lin Wen composed himself, putting on what he deemed a charming smile, striving to appear at ease. Had he not lacked the habit of carrying a folding fan, he would have pulled one out to fan himself. I trust the Taishan Holy Lord has been well lately, the Yaoguang Holy Lord began asking with a flat tone. Lin Wen nodded with a smile upon hearing this, and responded with neither obsequiousness nor arrogance. Thank you for your concern, Holy Lord. My father is in excellent health. That is good to hear, the Yaoguang Holy Lord nodded. May I ask what brings the Holy Son here? Lin Wen's expression turned solemn. He straightened his robes, bowed deeply, and said, I have long admired the Yaoguang Holy Maiden's reputation and have been deeply enamored. I have come by my father's command to propose marriage. I beseech the Yaoguang Holy Lord for your gracious approval. As these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the vast hall grew peculiar. The cave masters of the 36 heavens exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with undisguised amusement as they lightly covered their lips. A name surfaced in their minds: Qin Yu. Their holy maiden was already betrothed to the young clan leader of the Qin family. Ha ha ha. The radiant Saint Lord thoughtfully sized up Lin Wen and slowly spoke. Oh, is that so? Indeed, I have always regretted not being able to behold the saintess grace my heart, yearning for so long that longing has become an ailment. Over these years I have suffered deeply from lovesickness. I implore the Saint Lord, in light of my sincere devotion, to betroth the saintess to me. Lin Wen spoke fluently, as if these words had been rehearsed countless times in his mind, flowing with utmost smoothness. Saint Lord, rest assured, the supreme mystery Holy Land comes with absolute sincerity. He invoked the name of the supreme mystery Holy Land, hinting at the benefits of an alliance through marriage between the two sacred lands. Yet the radiant Saint Lord remained unmoved, saying, Do you not know that the saintess and the young chieftain of the ancient Qin clan grew up together and have long been betrothed? Naturally, I am aware, but Lin Wen raised his head, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. I have heard that Qin Yu is a son unworthy of his father, and within his clan, he dared not even participate in the talent assessment twice. How could such a second-generation rich kid relying on his family's influence be worthy of the saintess' peerless grace? Then, shifting his tone, he said confidently, I, though unaccomplished, have trained for less than 5 years and have gained some modest achievements. Boom. As his words fell, a ferocious aura erupted. It was unmistakably the peak of a war king. He prepared himself for the astonished gazes of the crowd, yet found that neither the surrounding cave masters nor the radiant Saint Lord on the throne showed any change in expression. He furrowed his brow. The Saint Son's talent is extraordinary, truly bearing the aura of a great cultivator. Finally, perhaps to save his face, the radiant Saint Lord offered a faint perfunctory compliment. Then she added, Speaking of which, it has been 1,000 years since I last met the Supreme Mystery Saint Lord. I wonder how his cultivation has progressed in all these years. Well, my father's cultivation has reached the saintly realm. I, with my lowly cultivation, can hardly perceive it. Lin Wen paused, then shook his head. Lowly cultivation. A barely perceptible glint of cunning flashed in the radiant Saint Lord's eyes. She asked with a serious expression, Didn't you just claim to have trained for years and gained some achievements? Why are you now saying your cultivation is low? Are you deceiving me? Well, I dare not. A million thoughts raced through Lin Wen's mind. He was just being modest. Were all the people of the radiant Holy Land so naive? Since your cultivation is low, how did you become the saint son of the supreme mystery, Holy Land? Could it be that old Lin Haoyan played favorites for his own son? Tell me about it. Ooh, I want tell a soul. The lofty, radiant Saint Lord suddenly adopted a gossipy demeanor, leaving Lin when dumbfounded and at a loss for words. Saint Lord, I came here to. What? Can't say it. A young man with such thin skin won't do. Fine. Since you're unwilling to speak, I'll ask your father myself. The radiant Saint Lord shook her head and waved her hand. Guards, prepare a fine palace for the supreme mystery saint son and treat him well. As you command. Linwen was left speechless, but saw two graceful female cultivators already standing before him, gesturing for him to leave. He narrowed his eyes thoughtfully, then bowed and said calmly, "In that case, I shall trouble you again later." After Linwen departed, the vast hall fell into utter silence. Suddenly a giggle sounded from a corner. Then another and another. Peals of laughter burst forth, rising and falling in harmony. The Kunlun Hall bloomed like a garden of 100 flowers, surpassing all earthly beauty. Even the dignified and solemn face of the radiant Saint Lord was touched by a smile that could captivate all beings. The crowd in Kunlun Hall laughed for a long while before gradually calming down. Saint Lord, by teasing the supreme mystery saint son, so could it cause trouble? A cave master stepped forward, hesitating. The radiant Saint Lord understood her meaning and waved dismissively. It's fine. At worst, it will make old Lin Haoyan uncomfortable for a while. Would he dare to declare war on my radiant holy land? Her tone was light, yet brimming with authority. She waved her hand, causing the space before her to ripple, and a scroll materialized, falling into her grasp. In the past, I might have considered his request for the supreme mystery holy land as a born supreme being securing their fortune for eons. The radiant Saint Lord said as she slowly unrolled the scroll, her eyes revealing unconcealed delight. But now to hell with that born supreme being. On the scroll, the first line of characters shone dazzlingly like ice crystals under the blazing sun. Dragon transformation list champion Xinyu, prodigy of monstrous talent unparalleled through the ages. Luanxiao Hall, a side hall in the radiant holy land reserved for distinguished guests. The supreme mystery saint Sun Lin, when sat cross-legged in the cultivation chamber, eyes shut, with divine energy flowing steadily around him. Behind him, three faint figures appeared, one standing, one sitting, one crouching, shifting through endless transformations each moment. Their faces vaguely resembled Lin Wen's, murmuring incessantly, calming the mind and leading to a state of selflessness. This was the supreme mystery holy land's ultimate sacred art, the supreme mystery scripture. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a turbid breath. Opening the door to the cultivation chamber, he found a figure kneeling respectfully in the hall, having waited for an unknown time. "Speak." Lin Wen poured himself a cup of spirit tea and said condescendingly, "Reporting to the Saint Sun the latest news from the Holy Land. The champion of the dragon transformation list has changed." With a crash, the teacup in Lin Wen's hand shattered. His expression turned grim. "What are you saying?" Though he resented Mu Li's fame and prestige far exceeding his own, he had to admit that Mu Li's talent and strength were unmatched among their peers. That was precisely why he sought an alternative path, to borrow the radiant saintess supreme in physique, to reshape his own body and find a chance to surpass Mu Li. In his eyes, among the younger generation, only Mu Li could be his rival. But now what was he hearing? The dragon transformation list champion had changed. Could there be someone even more monstrous than Mu Li? How was that possible? He refused to believe it and snapped coldly, "How dare you toy with me?" The kneeling figure, terrified by Lin Wen's fury, quickly retrieved a scroll of the dragon transformation list from his spatial ring and offered it up. "Saint Sun, please see for yourself." Lin Wen shot him a cold glare, but still took the scroll and slowly unrolled it. If such a prodigy truly existed, perhaps it could be beneficial. Maybe he could be recruited. His mind racing, he focused on the list. Xinyu. Why does that name sound so familiar? He frowned and read on. Young chieftain of the Qin clan. Boom. Lin Wen's pupils contracted sharply, and his expression shifted drastically. Impossible. Our clan thoroughly investigated Qin Haoran's son. He was clearly useless. How could he suddenly become a genius unmatched through the ages? No wonder the radiant Saint Lord acted that way. A bunch of scheming wretches. His eyes bloodshot, his composed demeanor shattered. The heavenly secrets holy land must have made a mistake. Yes, that's it. He shook his head, gritting his teeth. Saint Sun. The heavenly secrets list from the heavenly secrets holy land never airs. The subordinate stammered, watching Lin Wen's near-mad state. Who asked for your opinion? Lin Wen erupted in fury, his divine power churning as he viciously kicked the subordinate in the chest. Uffed. The man spat blood and flew backward. Xinyu. Very well. Let's see if you truly deserve the title of Dragon Transformation List champion. A flicker of malevolence flashed in his eyes as he murmured to himself. The ancestral land of the Qin clan. In the council hall, the clan leader Qin Haoran and several elders were discussing how to arrange Qin Ye's future cultivation plan. Report. A disciple hurried in excitement written all over his face, calling out loudly. What is all this commotion? The elder Qin Xianming frowned and scolded softly. Good news, great news, the disciple exclaimed. The young clan leader has made it onto the dragon transformation list. Upon hearing this, the elders present opened their mouths in surprise, looked at each other, and then turned expressionless gazes towards the exuberant disciple. The disciple seemed to not receive the enthusiastic response he had expected, causing his originally high spirits to gradually cool down. Is there anything else? Qin Xianming asked impatiently. Well, the young clan leader not only made it onto the dragon transformation list, but he is also the top of it. He had intended to save this piece of news for last to create some suspense and tease the interest of the elders. Unexpectedly, the elders and the clan leader showed no reaction at all. He could only hurry to finish his statement. He thought to himself that the elders should be surprised now, as he was the top of the dragon transformation list, a benchmark for the young generation of the major sacred lands in the Tianxian realm. What significance did this represent? However, when the elders heard this, they first glanced at the expressionless clan leader and then exchanged looks with one another. It seemed to say, the top of the dragon transformation list, good news. Yes, we should be happy. Of course, but I can't be happy. Neither can I. Forget it, let's not put ourselves in a difficult position. They nodded lightly and simultaneously sighed. Oh, the disciple. At this moment, Qin Haoran shook his head and said, all right, you can leave now. He could understand the feelings of the elders. In the past, if a Qin clan member had achieved the top of the dragon transformation list, he would have certainly praised them greatly and celebrated with the entire clan. A few days and nights of festivities would have been perfectly fine, because that represented what height the Qin clan could reach in the future. However, just yesterday, the number and degree of surprises brought to them by Qin Yu were far beyond that of being the top of the dragon transformation list. How does the top of the dragon transformation list compare to the forbidden thunder tribulation? How does it compare to the heavenly Tao? There is simply no comparison. It is utterly dull. Like an old gourmet who has tasted all delicacies, how could he possibly find appetite for a beast that hasn't even been plucked? Even if Qin Yu did not make it onto the dragon transformation list, the future of the world would still belong to him, with no other possibility. Thus, the behavior of the elders was not difficult to understand. After the disciple left, the elders continued to deeply discuss how to explore Qin Ye's cultivation potential. Elder Qin Xianming was seen writing rapidly, recording each decision made. Unknowingly, as the discussions began to dwindle, he had accumulated a thick stack of papers in his hand. Let's leave it at that for today, Qin Haoran announced as the discussions concluded. Then clan leader. Shall I take these to the young clan leader for his review? The elder raised the heavy stack of papers in his hand, inquiring. Seeing that the clan leader agreed, Qin Xianming quickly departed. After exiting the hall, he lightly tapped the ground, vanishing in an instant. Since yesterday, a particularly grand palace had been specially arranged for Qin Ye's use within the clan. The palace had just been refurbished inside, and out it was all new, and it had no name. Later, it was Qin Yu who named it Lingxian Palace, taking the meaning of surpassing all beings and divine palace. The palace was equipped with over a dozen beautiful and clever maids specifically serving Qin Ye's daily life. The pavilions and towers were needless to say, and the clan had also specially opened a hot spring as per Qin Ye's instructions, where spiritual water flowed at a suitable temperature. Next to it was a music pavilion, and when Qin Yu came here to soak, someone would play beautiful melodies in the music pavilion, making it extremely pleasant. At this moment, when Qin Xianming came to find Qin Yu, he was soaking in the hot spring. He was seen with his eyes closed, bare-chested, leaning against the edge of the pool, with his left side piled high with fresh and delicious spiritual fruits, while on his right was a jug of just warmed fine wine. If only there were two young maidens to massage his shoulders. Forget it, it's better to just think about such things, especially with Qin Hanliang hiding nearby in the void. It wouldn't be appropriate. Hey, the elder is here, come join me for a soak, it's quite comfortable. Qin Yu called out, stuffing a spiritual fruit into his mouth. No. Qin Xianming waved his hand and said, young clan leader, I came this time to present you with the cultivation plan we discussed in detail. Please take a look. Boom. The warm spring water shot up to the sky, mist rolling like dragons and phoenixes. The second level of the martial king. Sorry, elder, I ate too much. What did you just say? Nothing. Nothing at all. The elder was nearly in tears. Is this really a person? A cultivation plan? What a load of nonsense. It was too heart-wrenching. The elder hurriedly left, leaving Qin Yu with a bewildered expression. Elder Hanliang, do you know why he came here? Qin Yu scanned the surrounding air, inquiring. I know you're nearby, come out and talk to me. Don't you feel bored staying in that desolate void all day? If you really don't like talking, you could come down and soak with me, that would be good too. As soon as this was said, an extreme chill suddenly emerged, and the originally steaming hot spring began to freeze. Hey, stop. I apologize. A sneeze. That night inside Qin Ye's sleeping quarters, you, such a grown person, actually went to provoke the third supreme. You should know her spiritual energy is enough to freeze 1,000 miles. Quickly take this cold-resisting pill, see if it helps you feel better. The soft light of the luminous pearl flickered as a beautiful woman in palace attire sat in front of Qin Ye's bed, chattering on. Achoo! Qin Yu curled up in his blanket, rubbing his nose vigorously, his eyes filled with grievance. This third supreme really cannot take a joke. He then looked at the beautiful woman before him with helplessness, took the pill from her hand, and swallowed it whole. This palace-dressed woman was none other than Qin Ye's mother, Zhuang Mengdai. Do not be fooled by her current appearance as a model wife and mother. Years ago, she was a peerless talent who could change the color of heaven and earth with a shake of her foot. Had it not been for encountering his even more monstrous father, it is likely that no one would have been able to conquer her even now. Zhuang Mengdai is a direct descendant of the ancient Zhuang clan, gifted and famous at a young age. All right, mother. I've taken the pill, so you can rest assured now. Please go back. Zhuang Mengdai was displeased at these words. She planted her hands on her hips and slanted her phoenix eyes. What's the matter? Trying to chase your mother away. Now that you're impressive, the top of the dragon transformation list, you've forgotten your own mother. All for naught the 10 months I carried you in my womb. Hearing these familiar words, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. Since childhood, whenever Qin Yu was disobedient, Zhuang Mengdai would neither hit nor scold him. She would simply launch into a tale of her own hardships and grievances, and every time Qin Yu would be the first to surrender, lowering his head in admission of fault. Nothing had changed to this day. Qin Yu felt helpless and lowered his head. All right, I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken to you in that tone. Only then did Zhuang Mengdai calm down. Suddenly, she slapped her forehead as if struck by a sudden realization. You've muddled my mind with anger. Your mother has something important to tell you. Qin Yu was stunned. Was it me who muddled your mind? Didn't you simply forget to mention it yourself? What is it? Your wife is about to be taken away. Qin Yu was utterly bewildered. Mother, you must be truly confused. Where did I get a wife? How could there not be one? Zhuang Mengdai shot him a glare. You ungrateful little wretch. When you were young, you talked about marrying her every day. You hugged and held her, ruining her innocence, and now you say such a thing. When did I ever? Qin Yu was greatly alarmed. He seemed to vaguely sense an invisible chill surging towards him from the void. He was about to deny it when a face suddenly surfaced in his mind, a face that used to stick to him like glue every day, like a little shadow. You mean Xiaoya? He realized with a start. So you still remember her name, and you were just about to deny it. You are just like your father, both heartless wretches. Zhuang Mengdai pointed at Qin Ye's nose and scolded. That was so many years ago, how could I remember it so clearly? He muttered, but dared not linger on this topic. He quickly asked, you just said Xiaoya is about to be taken away. What does that mean? Is she getting married? Not yet, but soon. If you don't do something, she'll truly marry someone else. You mean? Someone has gone to the Yaoguang Holy Land to propose marriage. Qin Ye's lifelong skill of extracting real useful information from his mother's words came in handy at this moment. Yes. Who? Qin Yu asked curiously. Is that little crybaby actually liked by someone? What nonsense are you talking? How can you be so dismissive of your own wife? Zhuang Mengdai shot him another glare. Besides, Xiaoya has blossomed into a beautiful young lady. I saw her a few years ago. Someone like you would be utterly captivated by her, no problem at all. Is that so exaggerated? Those were just childhood jokes. They can't be taken seriously. Since she has someone she likes now, why should I force my way in? But speaking of which, when her wedding happens, be sure to tell me. They'll have to go and give a gift. Having said this, Qin Yu rolled over into his blanket, preparing to sleep. Sleep, my head. A strong, large hand accurately grabbed his ear, causing him to yelp in pain. Who told you she has someone she likes? They haven't even met. How can you propose marriage without even meeting? Some time ago, a rumor spread from who knows where saying Xiaoya is a supreme insane physique seen only once in a millennium. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu immediately understood. Legend has it that the supreme insane physique is a unique anomaly among the many saint physiques of the Tianqian realm. It thrives in women and is fatal to men. If a man were to acquire this physique, he would be tortured to death by the endless yin energy within days beyond even the god's salvation. But if a woman awakens this constitution regardless of her appearance, she instantly becomes a highly sought-after treasure. Once united with her in yin-yang union, one can reverse their bloodline and likely achieve a postnatal supreme saint physique, stepping onto the path to supremacy, a dream within reach. Those who went to propose were undoubtedly after the supreme saint physique. They're just coveting her body. Qin Yu summarized. Though he said this, that so-called supreme mystic holy son still had to die. Trying to steal my wife. How is that any different from courting death? Not only that, part of the reason lies with you. Zhuang Mengdai paused, then continued. Your father and I arranged a childhood engagement for you too when you were little. We agreed that you would marry after your comingafage ceremony. So Xiaoya is my fiancée. Qin Yu was somewhat surprised. Why was I never told? Think about it. You were so dismissive of her when you were young. If I had told you earlier, wouldn't you have kicked up a fuss? Qin Yu was stunned at that time. Maybe. Perhaps. I wasn't that dismissive of her. Then. Mother, what are you trying to tell me? Someone doesn't want our Qin family to form an alliance with the Yaoguang Holy Land. Exactly. Who are the ones who went to propose? The Holy Son of the Supreme Mystic Holy Land has arrived and is temporarily staying at the Yaoguang Holy Land. The little prince of the Zhongzhou Immortal Court is already on his way, the Holy Son of the Arctic Holy Land. The prodigy of the Divine Feather Clan. Wait. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. The Divine Feather Clan. Is that the same Divine Feather Clan that has a blood feud spanning generations with our Qin family? Yes. Well, women truly are the root of all trouble. That saying is absolutely right. Qin Yu muttered under his breath. What are you mumbling about? Are you going or not? He'll go. How could I not? She's my fiancée after all. It's not their place to be jumping around. That's more like it. Zhuang Mengdai said, satisfied. She stood up to leave, but paused at the door and turned back. One more thing. Can't you just say it all at once? Your main task this time in the Yaoguang Holy Land is of course to bring my daughter-in-law back. But if you have the time, you might as well participate in the Dragon Transformation Trial. Dragon Transformation Trial? What's that? Qin Yu was taken aback. It's a trial held by the Holy Lands every 30 years specifically for those on the Dragon Transformation list. They call it tempering the younger generation, but in truth each Holy Land is just itching to see what talents the other Holy Lands have. Is that so? Then I'd better not go. If I end up crushing their confidence in cultivation, wouldn't that be a sin? Qin Yu thought for a moment and said, You don't have to go if you don't want to. This concerns the face of all the Holy Lands and hidden families. Most importantly, it said that within the secret realm one can obtain a fragment of the secret to attaining the Tao. But this Dragon Transformation Trial happens to be hosted by the Yaoguang Holy Land. If you lose face in front of my daughter-in-law and she refuses to come back with you, just wait and see how I deal with you. Qin Yu, you call that if you have the time? It sounds more like I have no choice but to go, he grumbled, inwardly watching his mother turn and leave after dropping that remark. He let out a light sigh and was about to lie down and sleep when he found a slender figure had suddenly appeared beside him. Han, Elder Hanling, what business do you have? His expression changed slightly, and he instinctively clutched his blanket. You just said, women are the root of all trouble. Qin Hanling said coldly, and Qin Yu sensed great danger in her words. He hastily explained, Elder Hanling, you misunderstand. I wasn't referring to you. So I am not a woman. Her voice grew increasingly cold. What I meant is that Elder Hanling is a celestial being. How could she be compared to mortals? I, Qin Yu, am willing to proclaim you the most beautiful heavenly fairy. Qin Hanling was silent. Like a gentle breeze passing by, her figure vanished. Women, no matter their cultivation realm, they are all the same. Qin Yu grumbled, inwardly feeling weary, and lay down to sleep. In the void, Qin Hanling watched his gradually sleeping profile. Her eternally frozen heart stirred with a faint tremor she herself did not notice. That night her heart was not at peace. The next morning Qin Yu opened his door to find a mountain of dazzling treasures piled up at the entrance. What's this? He called out to a disciple who was busily working and asked. The madam arranged it. She said the young patriarch is to set out today for the Yaoguang Holy Land to propose marriage. This is the betrothal gift. Qin Yu slapped his forehead, having nearly forgotten this after sleeping. He walked over to the mountain of treasures and examined them closely. 10,000-year blood spirit pearl, top-grade Tao artifact, and even a saint-tier cultivation method. He smirked. Our Qin clan's saint-tier methods aren't even accessible to all clan members. Sending them out would be useless. This is not the Qin clan's ancestral saint-tier method. Qin Hanling appeared beside him, abruptly picked up the method and glanced at it, saying, the Qin clan's ancestral saint-tier methods number only 14 each, with the potential to break through to the Quasi-Emperor realm, the pinnacle of saint-tier methods. But beyond these, the Qin clan has accumulated many saint-tier collections with less stringent cultivation requirements. Most were seized from enemies during ancient wars or acquired through exchanges with other holy lands during our early development. Many of the clan's supreme elders who lack the sacred ancestors' physique cultivate methods of this kind. Though not as formidable as the ancestral methods, they do not trap one beneath the saint realm. Qin Yu nodded repeatedly, then suddenly asked, Elder Hanling, do you cultivate an ancestral method? At this, Qin Hanling cast him a faint glance and shook her head. I do not possess the sacred ancestors' physique. Though her face was expressionless, her heart churned violently as she spoke. Before her, this youth possessed all the sacred physiques of the Qin clan's ancestors. I won't dwell on it. The more I think, the more I want to hit someone. Even if it's not an ancestral method of our Qin clan, since it qualifies as saintier, it indicates the method is still quite precious. Qin Yu commented, "It seems my mother has really gone all out this time. The other party is a holy maiden of a major holy land, highly esteemed, and she is your betrothed. She deserves such treatment." Qin Hanliang paused mid-sentence, casting a look at Qin Yu tinged with some inexplicable emotion, whether it was annoyance or something else. Qin Yu, upon hearing this, gave a non-committal smile. He harbored no deep feelings for the betrothed he had not seen for years. When they first met, they were both young, and their playful antics were merely childish. As Zhuang Mingdai had said, he had even disliked her a bit as a child. Now, after years apart, he wondered what she looked like. They could be considered childhood sweethearts, but to claim profound affection would be deceitful. Of course, he was not saintly enough to spurn a beauty who threw herself at him. If they were both willing, he would follow his elders' wishes without objection. If not out of respect for the two families' long-standing friendship, helping to clear away the riffraff pestering her was still a duty to be done. As they spoke, a magnificent cloud vessel sailed through the sky, shaped like a divine phoenix. Its wings were inscribed with tens of thousands of spatial arrays, which when fully activated could traverse millions of miles in an instant. A group of disciples efficiently carried the piled celestial treasures onto the cloud vessel, arranging them neatly. Qin Haoran and Zhuang Mingdai arrived at the Lingxian Palace at some point, bringing with them a group of profoundly cultivated elders, ordering them to accompany Qin Yu to the Yaoguang Holy Land. In essence, Qin Yu was now the lifeblood of the Qin clan, and no negligence could be tolerated. This journey was considered Qin Yu's first true trial, and everyone took it very seriously. Many prodigies from various holy lands will gather this time. Do not be too ostentatious. Qin Haoran advised before departure. Don't listen to your father. Last night he told me you could let loose and cause trouble. Head handle the consequences. Zhuang Mingdai ruthlessly exposed him, saying one thing to your face and another behind your back. You haven't changed in all these years. Qin Haoran was speechless. Son, don't be soft-hearted. If anyone dares to snatch your wife Tobe, you beat them soundly. If they dare fight back, you'll bring your uncle and your father to settle the score. Qin Yu was speechless. I feel like I'm a spoiled brat. The most dissolute kind. With the first and second on the Saint Spirit ranking backing me up, who in this world would dare touch me? Ah, the wickedness of being a holy scion. It feels damn good. None of them were indecisive types. After the instructions were given, Qin Yu gave the order, and the cloud vessel hummed to life, soaring into the sky, piercing straight toward the highest clouds. The group stood for a long time watching the direction the cloud vessel had vanished, their hearts surging with emotion. Are you ready for the trampling of the young emperor? Aboard the cloud vessel. No wonder those people enjoy standing high to view the scenery. It truly is different. Qin Yu leaned on the railing, watching the clouds swiftly recede on both sides, his heart brimming with pride. Below, the vast mountains and rivers, the boundless sea of living beings, and the bustling myriad facets of human life unfolded before his eyes. Standing high isn't necessarily good. It's lonely at the top. Qin Hanliang stood beside him, eyes lowered, gazing down at the earth, and speaking softly. Cold? Qin Yu questioned. I don't feel cold. The cloud vessel was adorned with countless arrays. Not only spatial arrays for traversing distances, but also defensive formations to ward off the high-altitude cold currents. Thus, even at such breathtaking speed through the sky, there was not a hint of chill. Only a gentle breeze caressed the face, extremely pleasant. Elder Hanliang, you've grown accustomed to solitude. No friends, no family. Alone, you naturally feel cold everywhere. You should make more friends. Hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Qin Hanliang's beautiful eyes. When did this boy learn to console people? Forget it, making friends might be hard for you. You're so old, you probably have nothing in common with today's youth. Qin Hanliang's eye twitched, and a chill slowly emanated from her being. Qin Yu seemed oblivious, continuing his chatter. How about this trip to the Yaoguang Holy Land? I find you a match. You've been alone for so long. It's time to find a man. Oh, it's getting a bit cold. He'll go in for a nap. Third Grand Elder, remember to call me when we're almost there. With that, he turned casually and slowly walked into the vessel, then broke into a sprint after rounding a corner. Qin Yu. Inside the cloud vessel's bedchamber, Qin Yu hastily shut the door, the corners of his mouth lifting in an irrepressible smile. I told you, women are after all women. Mention age or marriage, and even a saint can't stay calm. Let you mess with me for no reason. Finally got that off my chest. What he didn't know was that Qin Hanliang, whose eyes had been brimming with barely contained anger, gradually calmed down after he left. What's wrong with me? My heart hasn't wavered in years. When did I become so easily influenced? She leaned on the railing, watching the clouds gather and disperse on either side, coalescing into the smiling face of a youth. The Tianxian realm stretched endlessly, and even the Qin clan's flying vessel, renowned for its unparalleled speed across the realm, took a full 3 days before the Luo River came into view. Compared to its usual tranquility, the present-day Luotian prefecture brimmed with extraordinary bustle. A ceaseless tide of people from every corner of the world surged in, first wandering through the grand cities of Luotian prefecture, then banding together to journey to the source of the Luo River. Flying vessels of all sizes crisscrossed the sky, their decks often graced by richly attired young masters who stood at the prows with hands clasped behind their backs, surveying their surroundings, gazing down at the rivers below, and wearing faint, composed smiles. Occasionally spotting a familiar figure on a passing vessel, they would nod discreetly in greeting before resuming their imperturbable demeanor. Only when faint praises, like "what a handsome and dashing young master," drifted on the wind, did they feign ignorance, flick their sleeves, and turn to stride calmly into the cabin. Among the countless flying vessels, one colossal craft shaped like an eagle and covered in feather-like patterns forged from black profound stone stood out conspicuously. Whose vessel is this, so majestic? Remarkable. Those eagle wings, refined entirely from black profound stone, are incredibly sturdy, their edges as sharp as divine weapons, utterly indestructible. What a lavish display. Black profound stone is exceedingly rare, found only in a few blessed holy lands. It's said to be the perfect material for forging saintly artifacts. Ordinary folk can never obtain it. Could this be? No need to guess. It's the Divine Feather Clan. Just then someone recognized the vessel's origin. As everyone knows, since the Great War of the 100 Clans, today's Tianxian realm is ruled by the human race. Though other clans exist, they are confined to small worlds beyond the domain. Over the years, with scarce resources and failing traditions, they've dwindled into insignificance. Only the Divine Feather Clan, by a stroke of luck, found a small world that was easy to defend and hard to attack. After signing a vassal treaty with the humans, they managed to cling to life at the edge of our Tianxian realm. I've heard that within that small world lies a vast black profound stone mine. So that's it. The crowd suddenly understood, and their gazes toward the vessel grew subtly strange. The Divine Feather Clan, forced to sign the vassal treaty, had retreated into a sunless small world, left to wither away, with their legacy barely flickering. Yet tens of thousands of years ago, several extraordinary saints emerged from their ranks, elevating the clan's prestige to rival that of the great holy lands. They even advanced boldly, violating the vassal treaty by not only leaving their sealed domain, but also annexing numerous human territories to strengthen themselves. At that time, the Divine Feather Clan was ambitious, seeking to restore their ancestral glory and dominate Tianxian. I've heard from my elders that when the Divine Feather Clan wreaked havoc, their ambition was clear. Though the humans had many strong warriors, they were divided and couldn't unite. The clan used diplomacy and warfare to break them one by one, nearly wiping out some holy lands. Indeed, if not for the sudden rise of the Howren Saint of the Qin clan, who slew 3 Divine Feather Saints in fury, today's Tianxian would likely be under their rule. It's said that the Howren Saint acted because the Divine Feather Clan harmed an elder of the Qin clan, though who knows if it's true. You youngsters see things too shallowly. An old man scoffed at the chatter. The Divine Feather Clan is nothing but a bunch of beasts draped in feathers. Even if they have a few passable saints, how can they compare to us humans? The Holy Lands simply didn't take them seriously and let them play. If it came down to it, any one of the 4 ancient clans or 6 great holy lands could annihilate the Divine Feather Clan entirely. And as for your talk of holy lands nearly being wiped out, utter nonsense. The Tai Holy Land's decline was due to internal strife. The Divine Feather Clan merely played the role of a troublemaker, never daring to show their faces. The old man spoke with such conviction that the crowd was stunned. One tentatively asked, "May I ask your name, senior?" "A mountain dweller." "My name would mean nothing to you youngsters." "Let it be." Inside the Divine Feather vessel, a group of young people sat with grim faces. Among them were both men and women, their postures upright, exuding an iron-blooded aura. Slap. A dull sound rang out as a man, his face twisted with indignation, slammed the table and rose, turning toward the door. "Stop!" At the head seat, a youth in a white linen shirt with an aquiline nose and slightly pointed ears spoke calmly with closed eyes, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. "Young master, let me go." Tear their mouths apart. The man who had slammed the table halted at the youth's words, turned and bowed respectfully. "Why, oi?" The white-clad youth slowly opened his eyes, scanning him coolly. "They're spouting nonsense, defaming our Divine Feather Clan." "Oh." The youth rose slowly, his tall frame towering over the man as he looked down at him. "Tell me, what did they say that was wrong?" Seemingly taken aback by the youth's response, the man's face flushed crimson, and he stood speechless for a long moment. The white-clad youth glanced at him, then turned to the others who sat rigidly upright. I know you're all frustrated. Your fists are clenched tight, and you all want to go out and beat those gossiping fools. But would that do any good, oi? His gaze swept across their faces, and he paused before continuing. Our divine feather clan has been in decline for tens of thousands of years. That's an undeniable fact. Signing the vassal treaty with humans is a fact. Taking advantage of the Tai Holy Land's internal strife is a fact. And Qin Howren of the Qin clan single-handedly slaying 3 of our saints. That is also a fact. Whether it was the sudden severity of his tone or the weight of his words, everyone present lowered their heads. Only by facing the humiliations of our history can we emerge from the shadow of decline. What use is self-deception? Today you might bully human cultivators weaker than you, but tomorrow their saintly ancestors could storm our clan's mountain gates. If you want others to shut up, you must become strong. The white-clad youth's eyes blazed as he declared, our opponents are the prodigies on the human dragon transformation list. Defeat them, and the world will know that while our divine feather clan once declined, that is the past. Now we are not much weaker than any human holy land. As for the future, the divine feather soars to the 9 heavens. No one can stop us. As his words fell, everyone raised their heads, their eyes blazing with fighting spirit and resolve. The young master's grand strategy soars like a divine feather across the 9 heavens. The young master's grand strategy soars like a divine feather across the 9 heavens. A youth in white stood on the flying vessel, hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance with a sharp glint flickering in his eyes. This alliance with the Tai sacred land would bring manifold benefits to his clan and serve as a tentative step back into Tianqian. Watching the crowd's fervor, a trace of veiled weariness crept across the youth's face. He raised his hands, signaling them to cease. Not far ahead lies the Yaoguang sacred land. This gathering of human prodigies from various sacred lands is fraught with intricate power dynamics. Upon arrival, do not wander recklessly lest we court unnecessary trouble. Stay within your quarters, conserve your strength. Should any of you falter during the trials, you shall bear the consequences. The crowd acknowledged in unison and respectfully dispersed. The youth in white lowered his gaze, strode slowly to his chamber, locked the door, leaned against the bed, and let out a heavy sigh. The young master has labored hard. The space twisted and a gray-robed elder emerged. The youth's expression remained unchanged as he waved a hand dismissively. Hardly a burden. Since I assumed this position, I foresaw such a day. The young master's grand vision and unparalleled talent will surely lead the divine feather clan back to its zenith. The elder's eyes gleamed with hope, his words resolute. Hearing this, the youth cast a glance at him and smiled ambiguously. That is certain. Since I have taken the reins of the divine feather clan, I will surely satisfy your expectations. One day I shall have all the human prodigies kneel before me. The elder without hesitation cupped his hands and said, the young master not only possesses the ancestral sacred physique, but also surpasses his peers in temperament and strategy. Not to mention the words you imparted to the clan today. None other could have uttered them. Heh. Yumiya chuckled, saying no more, and turned to ask, any news from the Tai sacred land? None as yet. And the other sacred lands? The crown prince and young prince of the central continent immortal dynasty have just arrived. Yaoguang is hosting them. The holy son of the Arctic sacred land is slower than us and will likely take another 2 days. The Taishan holy son arrived earliest, having been here for days, and is staying at the Wanxia Hall of Yaoguang. Taishan holy son. Yumiya raised an eyebrow. Muli did not come. That innate supreme being has always been exceedingly low-key. Our disciples have detected no trace of his movements. Yumiya nodded thoughtfully. What rank does that so-called Taishan holy son hold on the dragon transformation list? 7th, the elder said slowly. Though this Taishan holy son is not widely renowned, his talent and character indeed befit his title. It's only that Mu Li is too monstrous. Interesting. I heard Mu Li was merely the offspring of an insignificant elder in the Taishan sacred land, yet he suppressed the direct bloodline of the Taishan sacred lord. It seems the internal affairs of Taishan are far from tranquil. Yumiya smiled, his earlier fatigue vanishing as he regained his calm, commanding demeanor. Does the young master intend? Instruct our people to move swiftly. Upon reaching Yaoguang, I shall pay a visit to this discontented Taishan holy son. Understood. The dragon transformation trial was a grand event held once every 30 years in the Tianqian realm. The vastness of the world meant that the dragon transformation list was not monopolized solely by the younger generation of the sacred lands. Many elite disciples nurtured by first-rate sects also earned their places on the list. Hence, each dragon transformation trial drew a multitude of participants. Not only the trial participants, but also their sect elders, juniors seeking to broaden their horizons, and countless others who flocked from far and wide purely for the spectacle. All manner of people. Consequently, the Yaoguang sacred land had lost its former tranquility. Though these endless streams of people dared not raise their voices within the sacred land, their sheer numbers meant even whispered murmurs coalesced into a constant hum. It was overwhelming. At the drunken flower palace of Yaoguang's sacred land, Holy Maiden our Yaoguang has suddenly become so crowded and lively. A young girl in a pleated moon-patterned skirt leaned on the table, propping her cheek, with one hand, her eyes fixed with wonder on the indistinct flow of people outside the window, her voice tinged with longing. Nearby, before a glass mirror, a tall, ethereal woman meticulously studied her reflection, her expression intent. Her crystalline jade-like skin shimmered with an ivory glow, her soft, fair complexion akin to a lotus emerging from water or a snow lotus of solidified cream. Her exquisitely beautiful face blushed like fire, her pure, enchanting eyes half-closed in shyness, long black lashes trembling over her limpid pupils, her slender, fair neck leading to delicate, rounded shoulders. She possessed a tall, graceful figure, soft jade-like arms, perfectly curved, slender legs, and smooth calves, all complemented by her delicate, tender, and flawless icy skin. What a breathtaking beauty! The girl, hearing no response for a long while, turned to look. Instantly she was stunned. Holy Maiden, why have you taken such pains to adorn yourself today? Her voice was filled with astonishment, as if witnessing something utterly unbelievable. The Holy Maiden was already so beautiful, she seemed otherworldly. Even on ordinary days, clad in a simple white dress, she captivated countless prodigies. Today she had meticulously chosen a silver-embroidered, butterfly-strewn gown of sheer gauze, her divine form, like a goddess incarnate, utterly mesmerizing. What am I not allowed to dress up? The breathtaking woman turned back and smiled radiantly. The girl felt as if all the beauty in the world had paled in that moment. Stars, moon, flowing flowers, mountains, and rivers. None could compare to the woman's smile as she glanced back. Unconsciously, she was lost in a daze. Holy Maiden, you are so beautiful, she exclaimed sincerely, her voice tinged with an involuntary sob, whether from envy or awe. Beautiful, Mum. The girl nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. The woman could not help but laugh, covering her mouth with a hand. If those holy sons and prodigies outside saw you, they'd surely go weak at the knees. You're exaggerating again. It's not that dramatic. The Holy Maiden cast her a gentle glare, then suddenly blushed with shyness, asking with hopeful longing, Xiao Dai, do you think you will like me like this? Seeing the Holy Maiden in such a state, Xiao Dai's heart churned like a tempest, unable to calm for a long time. On ordinary days, countless holy sons and prodigies madly professed their love to the Holy Maiden, vowing to do anything for her, yet she did not spare them a second glance. Now she was revealing such a girlish demeanor for a man. In all the world, perhaps only he could achieve such a feat. Xiao Dai had spent over a decade by the saintess' side, knowing her heart well. Hearing the saintess question, now she hurriedly replied, Of course. If he didn't like you, he wouldn't be a man. You little minx, where did you learn such words? The saintess scolded with her lips, yet her heart brimmed with anticipation. She walked to the window and gazed through the exquisite bamboo-woven curtain at the surging crowd in the distance. A figure that had been cherished in her heart for over a decade surfaced in her mind. Saintess, good news. Just then another lithe and graceful maiden rushed in from outside, her face alight with excitement. I just heard from the senior sister in charge of reception that the cloud vessel of the ancient Qin clan has arrived. Really? A surge of intense joy sparkled in the saintess' eyes. In a single stride, she was before the maiden, gripping her shoulders and asking, Where are they? At the summit of Misty Peak. With a swift whoosh like a fragrant breeze passing by, the saintess vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving behind two stunned maidens who exchanged bewildered glances before sharing a knowing smile. They had never seen the saintess in such a state. The saintess had been waiting for this day for over a decade. Misty Peak was the second highest peak in Yaoguang's sacred ground, subordinate only to the main peak. At its summit lay a vast plaza paved with bluestones specially reserved for receiving incoming flying vessels. The summit of Misty Peak was bustling with activity. Except for the empty landing area at the center, the surrounding edges teemed with a large crowd. All eyes were fixed on the cloud vessel slowly descending in the plaza, their gazes a complex tapestry of emotions. A mix of reverence, curiosity, doubt, and gossip. The Qin clan had reached an unprecedented peak of prosperity in this generation. The clan leader Qin Haoran was universally acknowledged as the foremost expert of the Tianxian realm, his fame resounding far and wide. His wife, Zhuang Mangjia, was a direct descendant of the ancient Zhuang clan, a peerless beauty of her time who had countless suitors. Yet what drew the most attention was the young clan leader Qin Yu, who had always been shrouded in mystery. Rumor had it that he was nothing special aside from his striking appearance and extraordinary bearing. The Qin clan held 3 talent assessments, but the young leader had skipped the first 2. Just when everyone thought he was nothing but a worthless heir, he finally stepped forward for the 3rd test. On that day, the very heavens of the Tianxian realm changed. His talent was so immense that it exceeded the measurement limit of the talent, steely shattering it on the spot. It even alarmed the heavenly Tao as Fortinine's supreme sacred physiques converged upon him, a truly heaven-defying endowment. Then, having just entered the path of cultivation, he soared like a meteor, ascending unhindered. With each step he transcended a realm. In 9 steps, he became a martial king. With an absolutely invincible presence, he seized the top spot on the dragon transformation roll, displacing the innate prodigy of the Tai Xian sacred ground. All of this happened within a single day. Before that, no one had even heard of Qin Ye's name. Boom. As the crowd's imaginations ran wild, the cloud vessel engraved with the Qin clan's unique insignia finally landed steadily on the plaza. Oh, quite a crowd. A youthful, unrestrained voice rang out across the nearly silent plaza. The crowd focused their gazes as the dust settled, revealing a tall and upright figure. He wore a moon-white robe with long jet-black hair cascading down to his waist. His slanted sword-like brows were sharp and heroic, and his dark eyes sparkled with brilliance like an unfathomable pool of ink. But upon closer inspection, they seemed to harbor a starry sky, voraciously devouring all gazes. His chiseled features and tall, lean frame, without being rugged, were adorned with faint lotus patterns on his snow-white robe. He exuded an aloof and solitary aura, yet without being overbearing, instead carrying a hint of carefree and unrestrained boldness. Standing alone, he radiated a dominance that looked down upon the world. There was a saying in the cultivation world, "Meet a person, know the matents." It meant that upon first sight one could roughly discern what kind of person they were. The same thought surfaced in everyone's mind at that moment. Gazing at the young man, without any communication, they believed most of the rumors. "Young clan leader Qin, you please follow me." A graceful woman in palace attire approached him with a gentle smile and a respectful bow. Then she led him straight toward the other end of the plaza. "Greetings, young clan leader." The crowd snapped out of their daze and surged forward. "We've long heard of your heroic bearing, and seeing you today confirms you are truly a young hero." "You flatter me, though I dare not claim such a title." "Young clan leader, your talent is unmatched. You are a role model for us young cultivators." Forgive my frankness, but talent isn't something you can learn. You'd better focus on your own cultivation. Don't dwell on such idle thoughts." For whatever reason, this crowd surged toward Qin Yu, as if meeting their long-lost father, spouting nothing but sycophantic drivel, like "I've admired you for so long." Although Qin Yu was certain that none of these people had even heard his name a month ago, he still responded to each with a smile and pleasantries. He figured that since he was representing the Qin clan, he couldn't very well slap those smiling faces. That wouldn't be proper, it would tarnish the clan's dignity. He thought to himself, but his hands pushed harder against the surging crowd as he quickened his pace, eager to escape this troublesome place. Fortunately, the Yaoguang's sacred ground attendants were not idle. Seeing the situation, they immediately dispatched personnel to disperse the crowd. As expected on their turf, in no time a clear path opened before Qin Yu. The besieging cultivators, all mouthing long-admired platitudes, were firmly held back on both sides. Qin Yu walked through the middle with a group of elders, and at every step the clamor on both sides reached its peak. Eventually, unable to bear the noise, Qin Yu sealed his ears, and the world finally fell silent. These people are nothing but weather vanes. When Mu Li was at the top, they bent over backward to please him. Now that Mu Li has been inexplicably pushed down by this Qin Yu, they come groveling to Qin Yu. At the far edge of the crowd, 2 figures stood silently under a tree, watching the lively scene with sneers. You can't blame them. Whether it's the Qin clan or the Tai Xian sacred ground, both are unattainably lofty existences to them. If they ever get a chance to cling on, it's like defying fate. The other man remarked indifferently, without much sentiment. "I think this Qin Yu is just a second-rate character, chatting and laughing with a bunch of worthless fools. Those rumors must be full of hot air." At this remark, his companion cast him an amused glance and teased, "Why does that sound so sour to me? You want to give it a try too?" The one who had spoken first, seemingly caught off guard, flushed red and stammered defensively, "How could that be? I would never stoop to the level of those wastes." "Don't be so quick to judge. Since Qin Yu is the next patriarch of the Qin clan, he must be far from ordinary. What we see before us hardly tells the full story." Setting aside the other rumors, do you also doubt the dragon transformation ranking compiled by the Heavenly Secrets sacred ground? Enough. What kind of person Qin Yu truly is not for us to fret over. Let's hurry back and report to the Holy Sun, and let him decide. Qin Yu strode briskly forward and soon traversed the entire square. Just as he was about to descend the steps and take his leave, he suddenly sensed a gust of fierce wind hurtling toward him from the side. What the ambush is even here? Doesn't Yaoguang's sacred ground care? Before he could voice the thought, he felt a wave of softness press against his back, accompanied by a fragrant breeze wafting into his nostrils. It was a woman. Were the girls out here really this forward? Was she offering herself to him just to befriend the young patriarch of the Qin clan? Miss, could you please let go first? Let's talk this out properly. Qin Yu stiffened helplessly, not daring to struggle. Any movement would only make the softness behind him more pronounced, which could easily be mistaken for taking advantage. Who are you calling, miss? A clear, melodious female voice rang out behind him, so pleasant to the ear. Coupled with the continuous delicate fragrance that filled his senses, Qin Yu surmised that the woman behind him must be quite attractive. Qin Yu shot several pointed glances at the Yaowang's sacred ground female disciple, leading the way, signaling her to come to his aid. To his surprise, she walked up to him, glanced behind him, and suddenly her expression shifted. A strange smile curled at the corners of her lips before she shook her head and briskly walked away on her own. Then can I call you little sister? With no other option, Qin Yu tried to placate the woman behind him. She responded softly, her delicate head pressing firmly against his back as she shook it twice. Like a little girl throwing a tantrum. Tisk tsk. This young patriarch of the Qin clan is truly blessed with good fortune. A beauty of such unparalleled grace is throwing herself into his arms. Not far away, several onlookers gazed with envy and amazement. Who would have thought? And look at his attitude. He seems almost indifferent. It's maddening. If it were me. Dream on. Just then Qin Yu's entire body stiffened. He suddenly recalled from over a decade ago in the gardens of the Qin clan's ancestral grounds someone who used to press her head against his back, just like this. Back then he had teased her for being a little crybaby, always rubbing her snot on him. He had often made the little girl pout in grievance. Xiaoya, is it you? Qin Yu asked softly, a smile tugging at his lips. The slender jade hands tightly clasped around his waist suddenly froze, but the head resting on his back gently nodded twice. Seizing the moment, Qin Yu turned around and finally beheld a face of heart-wrenching, breathtaking beauty. Is it really you? Xiaoya. Qin Yu was somewhat taken aback. It's me, brother Qin Yu. The girl's eyes reddened as she nodded, then threw herself into his embrace. My little crybaby has grown up, but she's still such a crier. Qin Yu felt the front of his robe dampen with warmth and spoke with gentle tenderness. At his words, the girl in his arms protested by lightly thumping his chest with her delicate fists, displeased by his teasing. Hey brother, come take a look. That woman in the Qin clan patriarch's arms. She looks familiar. From a distance, more and more people began to notice the commotion. Really? Let me see. You're right. Where have we seen her before? I remember now. Isn't she the one from the portrait of the Yaowang's sacred maiden we saw earlier? Exactly. Could it be that this woman is? The man couldn't finish his sentence. Disbelief filled his eyes, and the gazes of those around him had completely shifted. How is this possible? Isn't the Yaowang's sacred maiden said to be as cold as ice, unapproachable? Why would she throw herself into a man's arms? It's over. My youth, my love. Shattered. I heard that the Yaowang's sacred maiden and the young patriarch of the Qin clan have long been betrothed. Could it be true? Hurry back and report this. This matter is far from ordinary. In an instant, the vast square on Misty Peak rapidly emptied as the crowd dispersed. The commotion around him did not escape Qin Yu's notice, but he paid it no mind. Instead, he smiled and looked down, saying, See, you come and trouble follows. Brother Qin Yu is being mean to me again. Shangguan Xiaoya lifted her head, putting on a pitiful expression. Her reddened eyes and slightly pouted lips were truly heart-wrenching. Haven't I been mean to you for ages? And yet I still haven't managed to shake you off, Qin Yu said with a feigned sigh of resignation. Shangguan Xiaoya's tears turned into laughter. She wrapped her arms tightly around Qin Yu's shoulders and nestled her head against his chest like a little bird seeking shelter. The two walked on, leaning into each other. The disciple of the sacred ground who had been guiding Qin Yu earlier suddenly appeared before them once more and said, Sacred maiden, young patriarch, Qin the sacred lord has been waiting for some time now. Please lead the way. Inside the Kunlun Hall, the Yaowang's sacred lord and the masters of the 36 grotto heavens were already well aware of what had transpired on Misty Peak. Setting everything else aside, that young patriarch Qin is truly a man of striking appearance and elegant demeanor. If he weren't already betrothed to the sacred maiden, I would have introduced him to my own daughter. A grotto heaven master covered her face with a light laugh, appearing to be a mere 16 years old, yet her words would have shocked any outsider. You should be ashamed. Your daughter is already over 100 years old. That's hardly a proper way to graze on tender grass. Another master scoffed. For us cultivators, time is without measure. A mere century is but a fleeting moment. Forget my daughter. Even I, when I walk among the outside world, have countless dashing young men captivated by my charms. Oh, by the sound of it, are you looking to bloom again in spring? You misunderstand. What she means is that she has her own designs on that young patriarch of the Qin clan. Listening to the chatter of her sisters around her, even the composed master couldn't help but blush. You bunch of wanton women. Your minds are all in the gutter, and yet you point fingers at me. For a moment, the Kunlun Hall was filled with an atmosphere of spring's vibrant bloom, as if a night breeze had swept through a garden in full blossom. The Yawang's sacred lord sat high in the seat of honor, watching her sisters bantering below. A trace of helpless amusement flickered in her eyes. Enough. You're all tens of thousands of years old combined, and still making jokes like this. If the younger disciples outside heard this, what would become of our dignity? The cavern lords fell silent at the holy lord's words, hastily composing themselves, though smiles still lingered upon their faces. Suddenly one of them, struck by a whimsical thought, asked, I wonder how the young clan chief Qin will react when confronted with the Qianglu illusion before our Kunlun Hall. After all, he is a youth, his vigor abundant. I suppose he will be much like the Taishan Holy Sun last time. I think this young clan chief Qin may do even better than the Taishan Holy Sun. By his bearing, he does not seem one whose heart is weak. You are just taken with his looks, aren't you? Ha. Go to hell. With a sharp retort, peals of amused laughter rose again through Kunlun Hall. No one outside could possibly imagine that the 36 cavern lords of the Wuzuan realm, perched high within the Yawang's sacred land, were in private little different from mortal women. They liked to chat, trade gossip of places far and near, tease one another about lovers, and amuse themselves. Of course, only a scant few across the Tianxian world could witness such scenes. Qin Yu and his companion arrived before Kunlun Hall and saw an unusual plaque. A hum like a cool breeze passed the scene before them, suddenly transformed. He stood atop a peak towering into the clouds, endless mountains and rivers unfolding before him. With a sweep of his hand, he parted the mists and the firmament glittered with stars. What an ingenious illusion! A smile curved Qin Yu's lips, and he began to stroll about with keen interest. Soon the burble of a stream reached his ears, faintly threaded with sounds of playful mirth. Not far off, a young maiden seemed to be frolicking in the water. Is this some kind of test? Qin Yu murmured, shrugged indifferently, and stepped forward. Suddenly the path turned, and a clear spring 5 meters across appeared. The water was crystalline to the bottom. The pebbles beneath gleamed in variegated hues like a fabled immortal spring. He crouched, rolled up his sleeve, and dipped his palm into the spring, feeling a cool, supple caress along his fingertips that cleared his mind. So vivid. How intriguing. He had found a plaything. Curling his hand into a claw, divine power welled through him, and he plucked a palm-sized pebble from the spring to examine and toy with it. His divine power flowed without obstruction, exactly like the great myriad world. With a snap, the pebble in his hand crumbled to dust, sifted through his fingers into the spring, and dissolved. Mother, what are you doing? Inside Kunlun Hall, the saintess Shangguanxiaya stood before the dais and naturally sat beside the Yawang Holy Lord, tilting her head as she asked earnestly, why did you not let Brother Qin Yu enter, and instead send him into the Qianglu illusion? All outsiders who come to our Kunlun Hall must pass through the Qianglu illusion to see their true hearts. It is an ancestral regulation, and no one is exempt. The Yawang Holy Lord affectionately stroked Shangguanxiaya's head and explained gently, Brother Qin Yu is not an outsider. Shangguanxiaya pouted, displeased. He is not yet married, you. How can he not be an outsider? You still unwed are already showing favoritism. The Yawang Holy Lord chided, tapping her brow. I absolutely am not. Shangguanxiaya's face flushed crimson, her voice a whisper. Do not worry, there is no danger in this illusion. It merely tests the Tao heart. So long as your brother Qin Yu's character is steadfast, nothing will happen. When the Yawang Holy Lord finished, his solemn gaze once more pierced the vision in the void. What is the young clan chief Qin doing? Suddenly, the Dantian cavern lord, who had long been favorably disposed toward Qin Yu, cried out. Within the illusion, Qin Yu had scooped up a pebble, scrutinized it for a moment, and hesitated. Crunch. He bit down in one bite. Indeed, my sense was true. Such concentrated life, spiritual energy. Qin Yu showed no outward reaction, but his heart leapt with joy. Earlier, when he crushed that pebble, he had felt in the depths a force that made his very root tremble, the most primal pleading of all living things. Life, spiritual energy. In Kunlun Hall, the Yawang Holy Lord witnessed the scene, and a flash of alarm crossed his eyes. Qin Yu's penetrating gaze. He has so quickly uncovered the foundation of the Qianglu illusion. This Qianglu illusion has stood for countless years and has never been fathomed. How can the young clan chief Qin see through it at a single glance? Could this be the power of a Hualong list champion? Champions of the past have come before. Though gifted within this Qianglu illusion, they could at best guard their own minds. Unbelievable. The cavern lords beneath the dais could no longer remain composed, each face drained of color, astonishment plain for all to see. Qin Yu finished the pebble in 2 or 3 bites, then glanced at the kaleidoscopic spring bed, a flash of excitement in his eyes. He had found a treasure. He had not expected that this exquisitely subtle formation was woven entirely from pure life, spiritual energy. No wonder mountain grasses and flowing stones here were indistinguishable from the outside world. This will yield great gain. Without a word, Qin Yu moved his mind, the stars behind him flared, and formed a deep whirlpool that began to spin fiercely. The instant the vortex appeared, the entire illusion trembled, as if bearing an enormous weight. A low hum filled the air. Terrifying suction erupted, the pebbles at the spring bed surged like a rushing stream, shattering before Qin Yu and transforming into pure strands of life's spiritual energy, which he drew into his mouth and nose. Damn, this brat will destroy my Qianglu illusion. The Yaoguang Holy Lord's lovely eyes flashed. He rose at once. Close the illusion and expel him immediately. Yes. The Cavern Lords no longer hesitated. With grave faces, their hand seals shifted rapidly, striving to shut the illusion before Qin Yu absorbed every last strand of life's spiritual energy. Alas, it was too late. The stellar vortex behind Qin Yu swelled ever larger, like a ravenous maw enveloping the entire spring. Crack! A continuous chorus like eggshells breaking reached his ears. He exhaled, licked his lips in relish, then looked about with satisfaction. The once cohesive, illusory world ripped asunder like a torn painting, fragments flaking away. In an instant, he felt a tremor in the space. Before him rose a magnificent palace, and on each flank 18 women of singular beauty and bearing stared at him without blinking. At the head seat sat a majestic and strikingly beautiful middle-aged woman. Beside her stood Shangwan Xiaoye, who had vanished moments before. Qin Yu instantly understood his situation. A warm, spring-like smile spread across his face as he composedly performed the junior's etiquette and declared, "Nephew Qin Yu pays respects to Aunt Lianxin. It has been years, Aunt Lianxin, yet you grow ever more radiant and enchanting, like a celestial maiden descended to the mortal realm, inspiring boundless admiration. I am ashamed to say I should have brought a gift upon my visit. I never expected such overwhelming hospitality from you, Aunt, bestowing such a tremendous, welcoming gift upon your nephew. I am truly unworthy of it." These words left the entire hall stunned. A loud crash echoed from outside the hall as something heavy fell. Qin Yu turned to see the shattered fragments of what appeared to be a plaque lying quietly on the ground. Qin Yu looked up at the crowd, slightly puzzled, only to find the women gazing at him with strange expressions. A calm tinged with anger, mixed with grief, veiled with resentment. In short, it was as if someone had stolen their money. He glanced at the broken plaque on the floor, then at the clearly unsettled Yaoguang Saintess, and cautiously said, "Aunt Lianxin, for a sacred land as grand as yours, there are some expenses you simply cannot cut corners on. The Kunlun Hall is the very heart of the Yaoguang sacred land, and that plaque is its face. It must be crafted from the finest divine wood with meticulous care. Fortunately, it was I who saw it, not an outsider. If word got out, it wouldn't sound good at all. Oh, and speaking of which, as it happens, I brought a piece of fine divine wood with me on my cloud vessel. Shall I deliver it to you myself later?" Upon hearing this, the crowd grew visibly agitated. What did he mean by cut corners on expenses for such a grand sacred land? That plaque was a branch of the million-year-old Jinmu divine tree, meticulously refined and forged over many years by a saint-level artificer. It was not only a natural formation diagram, but also served as a top-grade defensive sacred artifact. Ordinary peak-grade Dao weapons could barely leave a mark on it. Did he take it for some cheap scrap? This plaque had hung in the Kunlun Hall for at least 100,000 years. The Jade Tower illusion array inscribed upon it was carved by a supreme saint ancestor of the Yaoguang sacred land. Though not designed for slaughter, it had pushed the art of illusion to its very peak. If you hadn't devoured all the life essence of the Jade Tower illusion in one gulp, causing the array to collapse and the divine power within the plaque to clash violently, it would not have decayed even after another 100,000 years. What kind of monstrous prodigy is this? The Yaoguang Saintess took a deep breath to calm her inner turmoil and forced a smile. "You are most thoughtful, dear nephew. The Jade Tower illusion array within this plaque has existed for a considerable time, yet no one before you has ever seen through its essence at a single glance. Qin Haoran truly has a worthy successor. You flatter me, Aunt Lianxin. It was merely a stroke of luck." Qin Yu smiled humbly as the atmosphere finally eased. "Is my mother well?" "My mother is doing very well. Thank you for your concern, Aunt Lianxin. When I left, she asked me to convey her regards to you." Qin Yu replied with poise and a warm smile. "You must be joking. Your mother and I have known each other for too long. Would she really ask you to send me her regards?" Yaoguang's Saintess Lianxin shook her head confidently. "At most, she would have urged you to snatch Xiaoye away and bring her home as your bride, isn't that right?" Qin Yu was taken aback and glanced awkwardly at Shangwan Xiaoye, who blushed deeply and lowered her head, avoiding his gaze. He could only chuckle and say, "Aunt Lianxin sees through everything. I cannot hide anything from you. Enough. You have traveled a great distance and must be weary. Go and rest first. Tonight, I will host a banquet in the Linlang Palace for those participating in the dragon transformation trial. We can talk more then. As you wish, Aunt. Xiaoya, take your brother Qin Yu to the hidden dragon residence to settle in. Yes, mother. Shangguan Xiaoya responded sweetly, lifted her skirt, and walked gracefully to Qin Yu. Brother Qin Yu, let's go. After they left, the Kunlun Hall fell into a brief silence followed by waves of sighs. This Qin Yu is monstrous indeed, but he is somewhat inscrutable. Throughout history, which great achiever was ever easily understood? I say it's best that he is unfathomable. It at least suggests his future accomplishments will far surpass ours. At the very least, he will become a saint. Indeed, perhaps he can follow in Qin Haoran's footsteps and suppress an entire era once more. It's just a pity. About our Jinmu plaque. At these words, the hall fell silent again. All eyes turned in unison to the shattered plaque lying quietly on the floor, then quickly looked away. The more they looked, the more it pained them. Are you saying that plaque was a sacred relic? On their way out, Shangguan Xiaoya told Qin Yu about the plaque, leaving him astonished. That's right. Both its material and the intricate formations inscribed within are all at the saint level. Shangguan Xiaoya nodded and explained, especially the Jade Tower illusion array. It was created by a great saint of our Yaoguang sacred land 100,000 years ago, a master of formations. He had already reached the stage where a single formation could evolve into a small world. It is said that when the array was fully activated, it could not be broken by anything less than 4 saints. It was one of the foremost trapping formations in the world. So powerful. Qin Yu was slightly alarmed. Then by destroying the array have I caused you a great loss? Shangguan Xiaoya shook her head and laughed. Not really. The great saint who created it spent his life studying formations and took no disciples, so his legacy was lost. My mother and the masters of the 36 grotto heavens could only activate a tiny fraction of the array's power. In recent years, it was only used to temper the minds of the younger generation. In actual combat, it couldn't even hold back a few martial venerables. So it's not much of a loss. I see. Qin Yu nodded thoughtfully. As they walked and talked, they soon arrived at a secluded valley. The valley was filled with blooming flowers, a babbling brook, and a vast field of precious spiritual herbs. At the source of the stream, a massive waterfall cascaded down its silver torrent, like an inverted Milky Way, imposing and majestic. Shangguan Xiaoya lightly tapped her toes, moving like a fleeting shadow or a dragonfly skimming the water. In a flash, she darted toward the silver cascade. Brother Qin Yu, follow me. Without hesitation, Qin Yu plunged into the waterfall after her. Inside, instead of the expected rocky cliff, he found a hidden paradise. Within the 100-foot-wide cavern, there were all the necessities: a bedchamber, a receiving hall, and a cultivation chamber. The ceiling was perfectly flat and smooth. It seemed as if it had been sliced cleanly by a sharp blade. On the vast dome, deep-sea pearls, each the size of a human head, were firmly embedded every 2 paces, emitting a soft glow that illuminated the cavern brilliantly. Qin Yu walked along, carefully examining the decor. He discovered that besides the basic furnishings, there were specialized tea sets for brewing, a chessboard for playing, and an unlocked chamber piled high with countless rare treasures. This is... He frowned, clearly realizing that someone had once lived here, a man. None of the traces had been cleaned, and it didn't resemble a guest quarters prepared by the Yaoguang sacred grounds. This is where my father once lived, Shangguan Xiaoya said softly, her head bowed with a hint of sorrow. Qin Yu suddenly understood. No wonder this place is called the Hidden Dragon Residence. It was the seclusion of the dragon's soaring great sage. Regarding Shangguan Xiaoya's father Qin, Yu had heard much. He was a prodigy of the same era as his own father Qin Haoran, and the two were close friends. It was said that in those days Qin Haoran, Zhuang Mengge Yaoguang's sacred lord Lianxin, and the dragon's soaring great sage traveled the world together, forging a deep bond of friendship. Qin Haoran and Zhuang Mengdai achieved their union and returned to their families for marriage. Shangguan Longting, bold and unrestrained, chivalrous and loyal, also won Lianxin's admiration. But unlike Qin Haoran and Zhuang Mengde, Lianxin, the sacred maiden of Yaoguang, and Shangguan Longting faced unprecedented obstacles. The ancestral teachings of the Yaoguang sacred grounds forbade the sacred maiden from marrying. If she fell in love, someone would be appointed to sever her emotions. This so-called severance of emotions meant executing the one she loved by drastic means. Longting was a direct descendant of the ancient True Dragon clan, gifted with extraordinary talents and formidable strength. At that time, he had already reached the sage realm. With his racial advantages, he could hold his own against many foes. However, the reason the human race dominated the Tianxian realm was not without cause. The ancient mighty races each possessed stronger racial talents than humans, yet they still lost, and lost badly. The secret tomes of the sacred grounds recorded all the fatal weaknesses of these races, and they contained optimal strategies to exploit those weaknesses. Thus, it wasn't long before the dragon's soaring great sage was captured alive. Despite Liangxin's desperate pleas, she was ignored, so she traveled thousands of miles to the Qin clan to seek Qin Haoran's help. At that time, Qin Haoran was at the peak of his power, suppressing all his peers. Upon hearing that his close friend was in danger, he set off, without a second thought, to assist. But by the time they arrived, Longting had already been gravely wounded, his origin damaged, and his dragon essence lost. His cultivation was steadily fading, and there was no hope of recovery. Lianqin was heartbroken, and Qin Haoran flew into a furious rage. In his anger, he stormed the Yaoguang sacred grounds. After slaying 3 sages in succession, the living fossil of the Yaoguang sacred grounds came forward to apologize, using his own life as a sacrifice to restore Shangguan Longtang's origin and save him. Only then was Qin Haoran appeased, and he refrained from further slaughter. It was promised that from then on, unless the sacred grounds faced utter destruction, no sage would interfere in worldly affairs without Liangxin's command. Though the dragon-soaring great sage's life was spared, the loss of his dragon essence was irreversible. Without a timely reversal of fate, death was still inevitable. After Lianqin succeeded as sacred lord, she used all the resources of the sacred grounds to search for rare treasures in an attempt to save her beloved's life. But the results were meager. In the end, with Qin Haoran's help, Longting returned to the dragon clan's habitat, hoping to use their secret arts to bring him back from the brink of death. That departure marked 1,000 years of absence. The reason sages were sages was that their life level was vastly different from ordinary people. For mortals, pregnancy lasts less than 10 months. But for sages, especially peak sages, conception was difficult, and pregnancy even more so. Let alone someone like Shangguan Xiaoya, whose parents were both peak sages. When Lianqin was pregnant, it lasted nearly 1,000 years. Similarly, Qin Ye's case was the same. Learning from her own experience, Liangxin's first act after taking office was to abolish the ancestral teachings. She set an example by betrothing her unborn daughter to Qin Haoran's son early on. Perhaps this was also Liangxin's way of thanking Qin Haoran. As Qin Yu pondered the stories of the previous generation and gazed at the chamber piled with treasures, scenes of that bloody and stormy era seemed to unfold before his eyes. He suddenly recalled a saying, "You never know the price paid for the happiness you have now." Seeing Shangguan Xiaoya with her head bowed and spirits low, Qin Yu felt a pang of sympathy. Though she was a sacred maiden showered with endless favor, she had never even experienced the basic fatherly love common in ordinary families. Her mother doted on her, but as the sacred lord of Yaoguang, she could not accompany her daughter's growth like normal parents. He sighed softly, gently pulling the girl's head into his embrace, and said warmly, "Don't be sad. From now on, brother Qin, you will always be with you." "Okay." The girl in his arms nodded her head, making a faint nasal sound. "No." At the Yaoguang sacred grounds in the Wanxia Hall, Lin, one of the Taishian sacred grounds, sat upright, his face as dark as water. Across from him was a tall, slender young man in white robes. "Gongzi Yu." "Indeed. I've long admired your name. I haven't heard much of the Taishian sacred son's renown," Yu Mie said lightly, a faint smile playing on his lips. Seeing Lin Wen's lack of reaction, he continued, "But seeing you today, I feel that with brother Lin's demeanor, you shouldn't have been suppressed by that Mu Li for so many years. You must be deliberately concealing your abilities." Lin Wen was not angered by the words. "Brother, you need not flatter me. I know my limits. In both talent and temperament, I fall short of Mu Li." Yu Mai's pupils contracted slightly, then he laughed heartily. "I was being insincere. Brother Lin is naturally unrestrained, so such worldly fame and gain naturally don't concern you. If I don't care about such things, how can you, brother Yu, alone in the Yaoguang sacred grounds, contend with that Qin clan's Qin Yu?" The atmosphere suddenly froze. Yu Mie looked at Lin Wen with renewed interest. Brother Lin is a wise man. Not exactly wise, but not foolish either. Lin Wen raised his hand slightly, and a servant quietly stepped forward to fill their cups with spiritual tea. "Brother Yu has come from afar, surely not just to spar with me in words. Speak plainly." "Very well, I'll be direct." Lin Wen made a pleased gesture and began sipping his tea. "I heard that brother Lin came here to propose marriage to the Yaoguang sacred maiden. And if so, I might be able to help you." As Yu Mie uttered these words, Lin Wen's movements abruptly froze. Then with a faint sardonic smile, Lin Wen asked, "If my memory serves me right, brother, you came here for the Radiant Saintess as well?" "Originally, yes. Why not anymore?" Lin Wen inquired, puzzled. "Could it be that after seeing me, brother, you felt deeply inferior and willingly conceded?" "Oi, that is naturally impossible. Among the current human race, aside from the innate supreme Mu Li and the yet unseen Qin, no one has the qualification to make me Yu Mie feel the slightest bit of dread." Yu Mie spoke softly, his words brimming with arrogance and unbridled pride. Lin Wen narrowed his eyes at this. Yu Mai's attitude was indeed exceedingly insolent, openly declaring in his presence that he did not hold Lin Wen, the sacred son of Tai Xian, in any regard. Although he knew that many prodigies in the Tianxian realm secretly held such opinions, none had dared to speak them in his presence before. Yet as a sacred son, he possessed deep cunning and profound scheming. He did not let his emotions show on his face. In that case, what is your purpose then? Although the Radiant Saintess is a peerlessly beautiful woman, she is after all human. As you know, the aesthetics of our divine feather clan differ from those of you humans. Yumiya said with a chuckle. Is that all? That is one reason. The second is that the rumors of the Radiant Saintess possessing the supreme, sacred body hold no great allure for me. Yumiya declared confidently, I am different from you. I possess the supreme sacred body of the divine feather clan, the golden-winged rock. I have no need for such base methods. Lin Wen cast a sidelong glance at him, his expression growing increasingly cold. Then why did you travel thousands of miles to this place? Was it merely to watch the spectacle? Brother Lin, are you aware of the history between my divine feather clan and the Qin clan? Yumiya shifted the topic. I have heard something of it. It is said that when the divine feather clan attempted to cross the Forbidden Mountain range, they were discovered by an elder of the Qin clan at the Martial Lord realm. Although that Qin clan elder was only at the Martial Lord realm, he was a master of killing arts with astonishing combat power. He single-handedly guarded your Sect's gate for 10 full days. Strangely enough, despite your divine feather clan's decline in recent years, you still had several martial lords to call upon. Yet you were all trapped inside by a single person and could not leave. In the end, it took your Saint Realm experts breaking the rules and intervening by force. But because of that, even though you killed that gate-blocking Qin clan, Elder Qin Howren stormed your mountain and slew 3 saints in succession. Tisk, what a loss when you think about it. As if retaliating for Yumai's earlier unbridled words, Lin Wen's tone was now brutally blunt, dripping with sarcasm. Brother Lin, do not heed those rumors outside. The Qin clan elder who blocked my divine feather clan's gate back then was named Qin He. Although his cultivation was only at the half-saint realm, he had mastered the ultimate killing sword intent. In terms of sheer offensive power, he was not much weaker than a novice saint. Yumiya shook his head. Brother, you means to say that because Qin He was so powerful, all the martial lords of your divine feather clan combined could not defeat him, and only a saint intervening, bullying the weak, could secure victory, correct? The two clashed, heat in the atmosphere growing tense and on the verge of conflict. Heh. Yumiya paused, then let out a soft laugh. Brother Lin means to imply that the old Qin clan man who blocked my divine feather clan's gate was nothing special, and that my clan's martial lords are even more pitifully weak, is that it? Is that not the case? I think Brother Lin needs to know one thing. In his time Qin, he was hailed as the most talented member of the Qin clan aside from Qin Howren. The reason he never became a saint was that he was suppressing his realm, attempting to achieve enlightenment and break through via the ultimate path of slaughter. If he succeeded, he would have few rivals within the saint realm. Still just a martial lord, isn't he? Lin Wen sneered dismissively. Unfazed, Yumiya continued his eloquent discourse. At that time, on the divine general list issued by your human celestial secrets, sacred ground, the top spot belonged to this very man. At these words, Lin Wen's pupils suddenly constricted. Brother Lin should have figured it out by now. The second place on that divine general list was none other than the current sacred lord of the Taishan sacred ground, your father Lin Haoyan. Boom. It was like a thunderclap erupting in Lin Wen's mind, leaving him shaken for a long time. So the Qin clan had produced more than one figure who had thoroughly suppressed his Taishan sacred ground. Seeing Lin Wen's expression shift dramatically, Yumiya curled his lips slightly and said unhurriedly, it is truly lamentable to speak of it. The disparity between people is truly unfathomable. When Qin Howren stood at the pinnacle of saints, slaying saints, as if slaughtering dogs, your father, the Taishan sacred lord, was still struggling in the runner-up position on the divine general list. Now, after all these years, the Taishan sacred lord has become a saint. I wonder what level of cultivation Qin Howren has reached. To suppress an era. Nothing more than this. After a long silence, the two sat down calmly once more and quietly sipped fine tea. So you came to stop the marriage alliance between the Qin clan and the Radiant Sacred Ground. Indeed. Then why did you give up? The Qin clan and the Radiant Sacred Ground have long been on good terms, and the Radiant Sacred Lord shares a close personal friendship with Qin Howren and his wife. My coming here was merely an attempt without full confidence. More than anything, I was seeking an opportunity. The opportunity you speak of is me. To be precise, it is the Taishan Sacred Ground behind you. Yumiya said flatly, still showing no regard for Lin Wen in his tone. But by now Lin Wen had grown accustomed to it and paid no heed. I know you wish to reshape your constitution using the Radiant Saintess Supreme Sacred Body to reverse your fate, awaken as a post-celestial supreme and contend with Mu Li. Thus you are determined to succeed in this endeavor. Correct. Have you considered all possibilities? What if the Radiant Sacred Ground refuses? Can you really cause trouble here? Their current attitude is merely a matter of choosing between the Qin clan and my Tai Xian sacred ground. Once the other option is erased, everything will fall into place naturally. Lin Wen's voice grew low, leaking killing intent. You intend to kill Qin Yu? He must have protectors by his side. I have my own as well. I have seen the Qin clan's cloud vessel. At least 8 martial lords are accompanying him. The young prince of the Central Province Immortal Dynasty has long made an agreement with me, and the sacred son of the Arctic sacred ground is en route. With a coalition of multiple forces striking when he is unprepared, how can he possibly survive? At these words, a flicker of surprise passed through Yumai's eyes. A sacred son was indeed no simple character. Coming to visit him this time had been the right choice. If Qin Yu dies, the Qin clan will surely not let the matter rest easily. Have you thought this through? As long as we act cleanly and leave no solid evidence, even if they harbor suspicions, would they really start an all-out war with my Tai Xian sacred ground over a dead man? It seems you have thought this through very thoroughly. But by revealing your plan to me, are you not afraid I might betray you? At this, Yumie shifted his tone, a deepening smile curling at the corners of his mouth. No, you won't. Lin Wen's words grew increasingly resolute, and he chuckled lightly. You will help me. The moment his words faded, the space behind Yumie trembled, and 2 figures as insubstantial as shadows materialized silently within the room. Invisible auras surged like raging waves crashing against Yumai's heart. He knew the situation without turning around. 2 Saint Realm Guardians. It seemed the Taishian Saint Lord doted immensely on his only son Lin Wen. Yumai's smile did not wane, but grew even more hearty as he declared, by the oath of the heavenly Tao. By the oath of the heavenly Tao. The night at Yawang Holy Land was even more enchanting than the ancestral land of the Qin clan. Whether it was because the place was home to ethereally beautiful maidens that made one linger, or the radiant glow of spiritual plants and flower fields everywhere, or perhaps the company of a lovely lady. In any case, Qin Yu inexplicably cherished these moments, holding Shangwan Xiaoye's soft warm hand as they strolled along winding paths amidst clusters of flowers with the chirping of insects in their ears and the vast starry river above. They arrived at a mountaintop and sat in silence for a long time. They reminisced about many childhood memories and amusing stories after their separation, and their affection continued to deepen. Dong! At that moment, a melodious bell tolled from a brightly lit massive pavilion across the way. The banquet has begun, Brother Qin Yu. Let's go. In the endless night sky, 2 figures drawing the world's gaze slowly approached along a bridge of starlight that connected heaven and earth. Yawang Holy Land Linlang Palace. This palace inherited the ethereal and transcendent style of Yawang Holy Land, devoid of any lavish decorations or dazzling radiance from the outside in. It was nestled amidst the fragrance of myriad flowers shrouded in a hazy mist. Deep within the lush vegetation on the mountaintop, several winding paths crisscrossed, converging at a single point. From a distance, it looked less like a palace and more like a pavilion. Many elegantly dressed young men holding paper fans and exuding grace approached with smiles, nodding to everyone they passed, briefly introducing themselves before taking their seats together. It was a dreamlike scene, as if a gathering of immortals. The pavilion seemed small from the outside, but upon crossing the threshold, one discovered a hidden world within. In the vast space, hundreds of meters across, numerous seats were arranged in an orderly fashion from the outermost to the host's seats, with decorations becoming more exquisite the further in one went. Especially the innermost seats, each table bore a wooden plaque inscribed with a name. It seemed Yawang Holy Land had prepared fixed seats for the distinguished prodigies of the various holy lands. By now, the Linlang Pavilion was already bustling. In the spacious aisles, young men and women mingled, toasting and chatting amiably, appearing to be in lively conversation. This was an unwritten rule of banquets in the Tianqian realm. Before the banquet officially began, it was time for guests to network and converse. Especially at a banquet of this level, attendees were either the favored children of the Holy Lands or renowned first-rate sects of the Tianqian realm. Only such major powers could nurture the young prodigies who had made a name on the dragon transformation list. Establishing connections with formidable sects was one of the most important tasks for these young prodigies, representing their sects as they traversed the world. From a certain perspective, each dragon transformation trial represented the future pattern of the Tianqian realm for millennia to come. All the young participants, unless they died, would eventually become the highest echelon of the cultivation world. As for the rogue cultivators, without sect affiliation, they would be courted by many major powers. A rogue cultivator who could earn a place on the dragon transformation list through their own efforts must possess exceptional luck, talent, and enlightenment. They were worthy of the sect's vigorous cultivation. From behind a curtain of light gauze within Linlang Palace, a series of delightful zither melodies suddenly drifted out. The zither notes like silk threads rose and fell gracefully, spreading gradually like the tide, imbued with a unique charm that stirred the soul. The entire palace's lively atmosphere suddenly ceased. Everyone involuntarily closed their eyes, listening intently to this divine melody, a faint smile curling at the corners of their mouths as if lost in a beautiful dream. Such beautiful zither music. Who is playing? The notes linger around the ear, flowing endlessly. Such masterful skill. I've heard that within Yawang Holy Land there is a fairy who attained the Tao through zither music. She has studied the instrument since childhood, birthed a zither spirit at 7, and can weave dreams with her music, aiding others in comprehending the great Tao of heaven and earth. Could this be her? It must be. It must be. I was once fortunate enough to hear this Qinshin fairy play. Her style was indeed this breathtakingly charming. The crowd opened their eyes, feeling a clarity in their spirit. The world before them seemed sharper, and some who were stuck in their cultivation vaguely sensed an opportunity for breakthrough. Their eyes sparkled with brilliance as they showered praise. This melody should only exist in heaven, and how often can one hear it in the mortal world? Just then a young man in blue robes stepped forward with a smile, walking slowly to the curtain, and said softly, "I am Li Hanqiu from the Tianyin Valley. I have some knowledge of the zither way. Hearing your performance today, I am truly awestruck." "You flatter me, young Master Li." A pleasant female voice came from behind the curtain, like a gentle stream refreshing the heart, or a melodious warbler stirring the hearts of all the men present. "Fairy, you need not be modest. My Tianyin Valley is renowned in Tianxian for the way of melody. As the foremost disciple of the valley, I have also studied the zither since childhood. To be frank, in all the world few can surpass me in the art of music. I thought I would never find a kindred spirit in this life, but today I have met you. Heaven has not forsaken me." Li Hanqiu's gaze burned with intensity, as if trying to pierce the thin veil of the curtain. "Young Master Li, you are too kind." The woman behind the curtain remained unmoved, neither humble nor arrogant. As if a fire had ignited in his heart, Li Hanqiu took a deep breath and said directly, "I am eager to test my skills. May I ask the fairy to remove the curtain and have a friendly competition with me? My skills are shallow. How dare I compete with a distinguished disciple of Tianyin Valley?" "Young Master Li, you must be joking. You truly don't know what's good for you. Our senior brother is a prodigy on the dragon transformation list and a guest of your Yawang Holy Land. It's an honor for him to lower himself to compete with you. Who are you trying to fool by hiding your face?" A woman with a flamboyant expression suddenly stepped out from the crowd and spoke sharply toward the curtain. Li Hanqiu glanced at the woman beside him, quite satisfied with his junior sister's perceptiveness. As if to confirm her words, his expression turned cold. He clasped his hands behind his back and said coldly, "You keep making excuses, fairy. Do you look down on me, Li?" In his view, he had already set aside his pride and shown ample respect to the woman behind the curtain. As the chief disciple of the first-rank Tianyin Valley in the Tianxian realm, who wouldn't give him face when he traveled abroad? His purpose in coming to the Yawang Holy Land, besides participating in the dragon transformation trial, was to catch a glimpse of the Holy Maiden's beauty, yet he had never had the chance. He couldn't even approach within 100 miles of her palace. Now even an ordinary disciple of the Holy Land playing the zither to entertain disregarded him. How could this not infuriate him? He stepped forward, intending to tear aside the thin gauze with his own hands. Truly ungrateful. Just then a mocking, jeering voice suddenly rang out. Li Hanqiu paused mid-motion, then frowned as he scanned his surroundings, searching for the source of the voice. "Who's skulking around? If you have the nerve, come out and speak." The woman beside him, hearing someone insult Li Hanqiu, seemed more agitated than if she herself had been cursed, immediately jumping up and shouting. Everyone present was taken aback, not expecting someone to openly confront this Tianyin Valley prodigy. Is this the start of a commotion? Tianyin Valley is among the top of the first-rank sects backed by the Taishan Holy Land. It's been growing rapidly in recent years, and Li Hanqiu has long been accustomed to arrogance and tyranny. Even on occasions like this, he doesn't hold back. Will the Yawang Holy Land step in to stop this? Probably not. The dragon transformation trial has always been a stage for confrontations among the young prodigies of humanity. In a situation like this, Yawang Holy Land will likely wait for them to settle matters themselves before making a few perfunctory remarks. "Where are you looking? Your grandfather is right here." Just then the young voice rang out again. This time, everyone clearly discerned its origin and turned their gazes toward the window. Under the endless night sky, a hazy rainbow bridge paved by starlight stretched across from the opposite mountain peak. The moonlight tonight was enchanting, less cold and more sacred. On the star bridge, two figures bathed in the pure moonlight adorned with stars walked side by side with slow, steady steps like deities of the night. The man's eyes were like a river of stars, his sword-like brows raised high, his gaze carrying a wild and unrestrained carefreeness. The mysterious pattern on his forehead gleamed radiantly under the moonlight, adding a layer of solemn majesty to his presence. The woman's expression was cold and aloof, like a peerless snow lotus atop a Tinta-Sanzhang snowy peak. Wherever her flawless gaze swept, everyone involuntarily lowered their heads, not daring to meet her eyes. What a divine pair of immortal lovers! The crowd was deeply shaken. Though they knew not the identities of the two, they vaguely understood that these were no ordinary figures. Was that you who just spoke? Li Hanxiu narrowed his eyes, sizing up the pair, but focusing mainly on the man. Seeing their extraordinary bearing and profound cultivation, they were clearly no simple characters. Yet what did he have to fear? He was on excellent terms with the holy son of Taishian and had come to the banquet together. Ordinary young prodigies were beneath his notice. Even if they had some status, could it surpass the Taishian Holy Land behind him? That was one of the most supreme pinnacle powers in the entire Tianxian realm. His Sect Tianyin Valley had recently hitched its wagon to the Taishian Holy Land, developing at a pace 1,000-fold faster than before, now seemingly on a different level from ordinary first-rank sects. After all, during this dragon transformation trial, many prodigies from first-rank sects had curried favor with him, trying to use him as a bridge to the Taishian Holy Land. This made Li Hanxiu feel quite elated. Thus, although his questioning was slightly more restrained than his earlier confrontation with the woman behind the curtain, his arrogant and domineering attitude remained. The two were naturally Qin Yu and Shangguan Xiaoya, who had just arrived from the opposite mountaintop. Qin Yu glanced at the haughty chief disciple of Tianyin Valley, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. So what if it was? May I ask your esteemed name? Li Hanxiu frowned, seeing the other's composed demeanor. To be safe, he decided to probe the man's background first. Qin Yu, fully aware of his intention, said with a soft chuckle, "You're not worthy of knowing." Boom. The moment these words were spoken, the crowd erupted into uproar. They say Li Hanxiu is arrogant and overbearing, but this youth is even more insolent. Li Hanxiu is, after all, a prodigy on the dragon transformation list, backed by the Taishian Holy Land. He's used to flattery. How can he stomach such humiliation? I wonder which family this youth belongs to. If his backing isn't strong enough, he might end up suffering. Many in the crowd had long been displeased with Li Hanxiu's behavior, but had swallowed their resentment out of fear of his influence and connections. Now, seeing someone clash with him, they felt a secret thrill, even as they sighed for Qin Yu. Sure enough, no sooner had Qin Yu spoken than Li Hanxiu's face turned ugly in an instant. "Kid, it's been a long time since anyone dared speak to me like that. I advise you to quickly name your father. Perhaps if our elders have some connection, I might let you off the hook." Qin Yu's expression turned peculiar. He exchanged a glance with Shangguan Xiaoya, put on a thoughtful look for a moment, then said seriously, "No need. I'm sure my elders have no ties with yours." The mockery and disdain in his words were completely undisguised. Li Hanxiu's expression grew icy. "You're asking for death." He snorted, divine power surging within him as he prepared to charge forward. "Brotherly, hold on." Just then a young man with a scholarly air stepped out from the crowd, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. He recognized Qin Yu, but the person behind him had issued an order. He immediately grabbed Li Hanxiu. "Ma bai." Li Hanxiu looked puzzled, clearly acquainted with the man. "Do you know him?" No. The scholar shook his head, leaning in to whisper something in Li Hanxiu's ear. Everyone present was highly cultivated. Such murmurs could hardly escape their sharp hearing. Instantly, all expressions turned strange. This scholar looks refined, yet he's setting his sights on the woman beside that youth. The youth is impulsive and has stirred up trouble. Being targeted by someone like this means suffering ahead. Only the Yaoguang Holy Land elders in the shadows smiled. This young man was finished. As for the safety of their holy maiden, how within the Yaoguang Holy Land, even a sage couldn't stir up much trouble. Why not enjoy the spectacle? And incidentally, see how this young clan leader of the Qin family treats their holy maiden. Since the new Holy Lord took power, the rule forbidding the Holy Maiden from marrying had also been changed. Though Shangguan Xiaoya was the Holy Maiden of Yaoguang, she lived in seclusion on ordinary days. Countless people longed to see her face, but few truly knew her appearance, so she remained unrecognized. Qin Yu's initially mocking expression gradually turned cold. He glanced at Shangguan Xiaoya and noticed her face growing even more icy, like an eternal glacier. Gently, he squeezed her soft hand. Shangguan Xiaoya, perceptive and understanding, grasped Qin Yu's intent. She turned to him and offered a sweet smile. Gasps erupted. Countless eyes stared fixedly, oblivious, even as their female companions pinched, tugged, or punched them. Could this really be a woman of the mortal world? What a pity such a woman is about to fall into Li Hanxiu's clutches. I think Li Hanxiu may not be able to bear her. There's a master behind him. If this woman were presented to the Taishian Holy Sun, the rewards would be far greater. Across from him, Li Hanxiu stared blankly at the scene before him, his mind churning as he found the suggestion from the scholar Mo by increasingly prudent. He was determined to offer that woman to the Taishan Holy Sun, securing another rise for the Tiansound Valley. Perhaps even, it wasn't impossible for him to enter the Taishan Holy Land for cultivation. At this thought his gaze grew fervent. "Boy'll give you a chance, and don't say I'm bullying the weak," he declared loudly, as if deliberately addressing everyone present. "Since you stand up for the songstress behind that curtain refusing to let her spar with me, fine. You take her place." At these words the crowd understood. Li Hanxiu had cleverly devised this plan, avoiding any damage to the Yaoguang Holy Land's perception of him, while effortlessly obtaining what he desired. As the chief disciple of the Tiansound Valley, Li Hanxiu cultivated the Tao of the Zither and was a prodigy on the dragon transformation list. His previous claim that no one among the younger generation could surpass his Zither skills was no empty boast. How could this youth before him possibly outshine him in Zither artistry? However, since it's a spar, there must be stakes. If I win, I want her. Li Hanqius' lips curled upward as he pointed directly at Shangwan Xiaoya, as if already envisioning his victory. The white-robed scholar beside him, a smile in his eyes, quietly stepped back. A transmission talisman flickered briefly, revealing a few small words. "The bait has been cast." Unbeknownst to Li Hanxiu, as his words fell, a chilling, murderous intent spread through the invisible void around them. "Daring to insult the holy maiden, this man must die." "Patience. He won't leave the Yaoguang Holy Land. Let's see how that young clan leader of the Qin family handles it." Qin Yu glanced coldly at Li Hanxiu, as if looking at a dead man. "Xiaoya, do you trust me?" he whispered to the woman beside him. Qin Yu smiled with relief, patted her head, and turned to Li Hanxiu. "And if I win? If you win, this junior sister of mine will accompany you for a night," Li Hanxiu said nonchalantly, pushing the woman beside him forward. "Senior brother, you." The woman's face paled in shock, never expecting Li Hanxiu to say such a thing. "Relax, junior sister, don't you trust me?" Li Hanxiu patted her head and said softly, "He can't win." The woman lowered her head and fell silent, her thoughts unknown. "What would I do with such a thing?" Qin Yu cursed outright. "Change the terms. If I win, you'll kneel before us, kowtow 3 times, and shout the Tiansound Valley is full of dogs. And make it loud." At this, Li Hanqius' expression shifted slightly, then a cruel smirk crept onto his lips as he nodded slowly. "As you wish." In his eyes, Qin Yu was already half dead. Once the banquet ended, even the gods couldn't save him. "Then let's begin." With these words, Li Hanxiu flipped his hand and produced a zither of translucent glaze, its ends like millennium profound ice. He placed it on his lap and sat cross-legged in stillness. Such rich Tao resonance. This zither seems no ordinary object. It's the Blue Devil, the Tiansound Valley Master's heirloom, a third-grade Tao artifact. I never thought Li Hanxiu, so young, could obtain this zither. Leaving aside his character, his talent alone makes him a top-tier prodigy. Passing the Valley Master position to him is reasonable. In the Tianxian realm, treasures, techniques, and rare materials were mainly classified into 4 tiers: Spirit, Tao, Saint, and Emperor, corresponding to the cultivation realms of practitioners. Spirit-tier treasures or techniques were suitable for cultivators below the Martial King realm, with simple internal Tao resonance that only required infusing spiritual energy and refining them. Tao-tier involved the laws of power comprehended by Martial Kings. Tao-tier artifacts contained condensed Tao resonance capable of connecting with the laws of heaven and earth. If aligned with the user's laws, their might could multiply. The richer the Tao resonance, the smoother the connection with the laws, with 1st grade being the highest and 9th grade the lowest. In theory, a top-tier 1st grade Tao artifact could serve a cultivator up to the martial venerable realm. Saint-tier artifacts and emperor weapons were matters only considered after the saint realm. The Blue Devil Zither Li Hanxiu now used, a 3rd grade Tao artifact, was originally an heirloom of successive Tiansound Valley Masters, exceedingly precious. However, in recent years, after aligning with the Taishan Holy Land, they had gained vast resources and opportunities, including 1 or 2 1st grade Tao artifacts. This allowed the young disciple Li Hanxiu to take charge of the Blue Devil Zither. Before this, the zither he carried was merely a 7th grade Tao artifact bestowed by the Sect elders after his breakthrough to the Martial King realm. Li Hanxiu had only recently obtained the Blue Devil Zither and hadn't fully refined it. He wouldn't use it in battle. But in this situation, he wished to show off before the crowd, and for merely playing a tune, full refinement wasn't necessary. He believed his zither skills alone were enough to crush this reckless brat. "Hey, can you hurry up? Is that zither your wife transformed that you keep stroking it?" Just then a discordant voice rang out. It was Qin Yu, seeing Li Hanxiu sit there, without playing, only gently caressing the zither's surface with a tenderness akin to fondling his lover. He couldn't help but urge him. At this, 2 soft laughs emerged from the crowd. Li Hanxiu shot Qin Yu a glare and finally began to play. Admittedly, though Li Hanqius' character left much to be desired, his skill was formidable. As his 10 fingers danced light melodious notes, like leaping spirits continuously entered the ears of all present, calming their minds and soothing their hearts. I've heard Ode to Green Mountains many times, but this rendition is the most unforgettable. The chief disciple of the Tian Sound Valley truly lives up to his reputation. Indeed, that lingering charm like an empty valley orchid and the ethereal sound of flowing streams make one feel as if they were there. Li Hanxiu can be considered a master of zither artistry. I've heard that in the myriad arts of the mortal world, there are 5 realms: artisan, master, grandmaster, sage, and saint. Li Hanxiu's zither music has reached the pinnacle of the melodic Tao, even brushing against the threshold of spirituality, a hallmark of a great grandmaster. In time, he will surely become a zither grandmaster. As the piece ended, Li Hanxiu didn't rise, but closed his eyes, still immersed in the melodic atmosphere he had created, unable to extricate himself for a long time. Your turn. After a long pause, he opened his eyes, brimming with confidence. Finally done, are you? I thought your tune might have lulled yourself to sleep. Qin Yu muttered as he sat cross-legged, sweeping his hands through the void. The void trembled violently, the chirping of insects and birds outside the window abruptly ceased, and gentle breezes carrying the fragrance of flowers swept in. Ripples spread like water, and as they passed, everyone's nerves tightened like a plucked string. This is... Li Hanxiu, who had been indifferent, suddenly changed expression, staring intently at the faint outline of a zither taking shape in Qin Yu's palm. Heavenly mind resonance. This is a sacred zither. His voice turned hoarse, his expression wild with disbelief, and he swallowed uncontrollably. For a cultivator like him, who specialized in the path of the zither, this divine instrument was no less than a monumental opportunity for enlightenment. This young man truly keeps his secrets, carrying a sacred zither with him. Could he also be a master of the zither path? No wonder he dared to challenge Li Hanxiu. He's a hidden expert. Tsk. This is going to be interesting. Look at Li Hanxiu's face. Priceless. Li Hanxiu, oblivious to the murmurs around him, stared fixedly at the zither, glowing with divine light, before Qin Yu, an uncontrollable urge surging within him. The boy, under everyone's gaze, placed the zither steadily on his knees and caressed it just as Li Hanxiu had done. Then he slowly stood up, shook his head, walked to the curtain, and said, "Miss, could you teach me some basic zither techniques?" Boom. Like a colossal wave rising from a calm sea, everyone's hearts nearly leaped out of their chests. "Young master, what did you say?" The woman behind the curtain was taken aback, thinking she had misheard. "I said I can't play the zither. Can you teach me?" Qin Yu replied calmly. "Now, yes, I'm about to compete with that guy. Learning a bit on the spot should be enough." The entire hall fell silent. Li Hanxiu felt as if a herd of alpacas trampled through his mind, then turned around and trampled again. "You can't even play the zither, yet you put on an act of being undefeated. Who are you trying to fool? Carrying a sacred zither without knowing how to play? What a waste. And you think learning a bit now can beat me, eh? Have I wasted all my years of cultivation?" His mind was in turmoil, countless thoughts racing through it. If looks could kill Qin, you would have been hacked to pieces. Young master, if you truly wish to learn, it is possible. But the path of the zither is vast and profound. This young master Li has immersed himself for years and grasped its essence. It won't be easy to defeat him. The woman hesitated, seemingly worried for Qin Yu. "Thank you for your guidance, miss. Very well, I will transmit my teachings to you." Just then Li Hanxiu, annoyed that the woman who had ignored him now treated Qin Yu so differently, stood up and interrupted. "Learn on the spot. I don't have time to wait for you. What's the rush? Half a cup of tea's time is enough." "Nonsense. I've practiced the zither since childhood, over 30 years. You think basic melodies can beat me? What do you take me for?" "For a fart," Qin Yu retorted without turning around. Li Hanxiu was left speechless. In the Linlang Palace, the guests exchanged bewildered glances. The chief disciple of the Heavenly Sound Valley, always arrogant and domineering, had been called a fart to his face. Who was this young man? Was he naive, or did he have something to rely on? Li Hanxiu, rendered mute by Qin Yu's retort, felt that the humiliation he had endured over the years paled in comparison to this night. His eyes darkened, and he took a deep breath, sitting quietly in his place. "They'll see how you beat me." So-called telepathy was the method by which a cultivator condensed their words into a thought and transmitted it to another's mind. Thus, the woman's transmission to Qin Yu took only an instant. She intended to share her years of zither experience with him, but found that after grasping basic principles, he cut off the transmission. Does he really plan to compete with just basic theory? She wondered, her beautiful eyes behind the curtain filled with confusion. Qin Yu, after ending the transmission, returned to his seat, sat cross-legged, and placed the zither steadily. His eyes closed, as if absorbing the information in his mind. Even with his high comprehension, how can he surpass Li Hanxiu's decades of mastery in such a short time? "I'm not sure. This young man seems unruly but not reckless. He must have something up his sleeve. I think it's just youthful pride. He doesn't want to lose face in front of a beauty. This opinion gained widespread agreement. Li Hanxiu, glancing at Qin Yu and then at Shangwan Xiaoya, found this reasoning plausible. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth as if glimpsing the dawn of victory. At that moment Qin Yu moved. His eyes slightly opened, countless lights flashing like meteors dissolving into streams of information within his mind. With a calm expression, he slowly raised his hands and gently placed them on the strings, producing a resonant hum that shook the heart. Everyone turned to look, sensing a strange, elusive quality about the boy's tall, upright frame. Strange. He's sitting right there, but when I close my eyes, it's as if he's vanished. I can't sense his presence either. What's happening? A soft breeze drifted through the window, swirling around the youth. In the void invisible to mortal eyes, countless mysterious gray Tao marks emanated from his body, imprinting themselves on heaven and earth as if to reshape the world. This is the state of selflessness and objectlessness. A powerful being in the void, exclaimed the night sky, rippling as it lost its calm. Their gazes fixed on the youth, feeling his ethereal aura rapidly transform. Still as a mountain, fluid as water, he embodied the profound mysteries of yin and yang, the essence of transformation. His expression was placid, and where his gaze passed, dust scattered. No joy, no sorrow, no object, no self. Unity of man and zither. This is the unity of man and zither, the hallmark of a zither sage. Impossible, he's just putting on an act. Li Hanxiu felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss, his eyes vacant as he roared and howled, yet his efforts seemed utterly futile. He struggled to his feet and lunged madly at Qin Yu. Zheng. At that moment Qin Yu's fingers gently brushed the strings of his zither. Instantly, a visible ripple spread like water, enveloping everyone. They felt as though their bodies had entered the depths of a lake. Cool, gentle, yet somewhat oppressive, their consciousness growing hazy. Suddenly the world cleared, and they beheld a vast, desolate land. The earth stretched endlessly barren and empty. There were no flowers, birds, fish, insects, mountains, rivers, trees, or beasts, only a boundless wasteland. The horizon glowed crimson like blood soaking the world. A profound sorrow surged within them, dredging up countless painful memories that played vividly before their eyes. They began to sob softly, then wailed uncontrollably, embracing one another in tears. It was as though they had encountered the greatest tragedy in the world. Suddenly, a unique note resonated within their hearts. They looked around in confusion, gently wiping the tears from the corners of their eyes at a loss. A glimpse of an extraordinary glow caught their attention, and they all looked up to see a blazing sun, round as a platter, slowly rising in the boundless sky. Gazing at that sun, an indescribable joy welled up in their hearts. They did not even know why they were happy, yet they could not suppress the foolish smiles on their lips. The note began to shift continuously like a babbling brook. Before their eyes, clouds appeared in the sky, the earth gradually turned green, towering mountains rose from the ground and forests, and rivers materialized at their feet. Their eyes wide with astonishment, they turned to look around, only to find that every turn brought about a transformation as vast as the passage of ages. Some tried to touch the earth and rivers, and the cool or solid sensations filled them with delight. Countless creatures appeared within their sight. Birds in the sky, beasts on the ground, coming from nowhere and heading nowhere. They attempted to step further to see more, but with a single stride mountains and rivers shifted, the world changed with each passing day, the stars reversed in the sky, and millennia flashed by in an instant. It seemed they were in a mortal kingdom, watching people toil, live ordinary lives, marry, have children, continue their bloodlines, and then die. As they experienced the simple joys and sorrows, they gradually fell silent. When they closed their eyes, the mountains and rivers shattered, the moon and stars lost their light, the earth split apart, and boiling lava gushed forth, filling the world with an aura of destruction. Panic set in, but they were helpless. Some tried to use their cultivation to change this, only to find it futile. After many attempts, they sat on the fragmented earth, disheveled and defeated, abandoning hope and the will to live. The sky suddenly tore open with a pitch-black rift. With tears in their eyes, they smiled through the tears, embracing their doom. After what seemed like an eternity, it felt as though they had merely woken from a dream. Someone slowly regained consciousness, finding themselves in a dark pavilion. In their line of sight, a young man in white sat quietly playing the zither. What happened to me? Everyone harbored this question. As they reflected, it seemed that the zither music of the youth before them had led them into a strange world. Who am I? Someone slapped their head in distress, realizing their memories were in chaos. The young man in white stopped his movements and let out a soft breath. Instantly, a ripple gathered from the night sky around them, converging into the youth's eyes, which seemed to hold double pupils. Everyone recalled who they were, where they were, and what had happened. Then their faces filled with terror, as if they were looking at ancient gods and demons, a power they could not resist. A single piece of zither music had plunged them into an endless illusion for an unknown duration. If the youth had not deliberately stopped, they would have remained lost in that world. If he played such a piece during battle. Hiss. More than one person thought of this, and a chorus of sharp intakes of breath rose and fell. Is he really someone who just learned the zither? Someone spoke tremblingly, and everyone present shuddered. They all remembered Qin Yu seeking musical guidance from the woman behind the curtain. In less than a quarter of an hour, he had gone from someone ignorant of music to such a level. This was utterly unbelievable. Look at the spiritual flower garden near this pavilion. When did it become like this? People turned to look and saw in the garden outside the window countless spiritual plants as tall as a story shining brightly. They swayed gently, exuding a rich aura of life. They weren't this tall when we arrived. How long have we slept? Not long, less than half an hour, someone exclaimed after checking the time. But this garden, could it be? It's the zither music. It has nurtured the spiritual plants around and the birds. Look on those tall spiritual plants, there are so many birds. Exclamations arose one after another. They noticed countless birds had gathered outside the pavilion, their eyes gleaming with intelligence already touched by spirituality. Then to their astonishment, they found that their long-stagnant cultivation bottlenecks had begun to stir, and some with better talent had even broken through. A zither saint, an elder realized. Only a piece played by a zither saint himself can possess such power to seize the wonders of creation, enlightening living beings and teaching all creatures. Apart from immortal beings who have reached the saint realm, only great saints in the 100 arts have such ability. But the 100 arts of the mortal world are considered acquired paths long in decline and dismissed as heterodox for many years. The Tianxian realm has not seen a saint of the acquired path for ages. Has there been one in the eons? Though the acquired path does not cultivate divine power, lacks Taoist magic and divine abilities, and has low combat strength, all paths under heaven lead to the same destination. By treading the acquired path, one could forge a new route by comprehending a single acquired law, using it as a medium to connect with the heavenly Tao and supplementing with divine power to reach the pinnacle, a viable choice. The Tianyin Valley, where Li Hanxiu belonged, followed this shortcut. However, even the highest master of the zither path in the Tianyin Valley had only reached the grandmaster level. Without becoming a zither saint, their cultivation could never step into the true saint realm. They may have advanced ahead of conventional cultivators through the zither path, but they would inevitably be blocked by the constraints of that path before reaching the saint realm. The heavenly Tao is fair, yet now before them stood a young zither saint. What did this mean? It meant that if this youth continued to cultivate along the zither path, breaking through to sainthood was only a matter of time with no further bottlenecks. An intense envy flickered in their eyes. This was a direct path to the saint realm. The legendary, immortal, and indestructible supreme beings. Beings that overlooked the world and dominated all existence. Compared to the awe and envy of those present, the great powers of the sacred lands and the void were even more shaken. How strange. Why does his zither illusionary realm feel so familiar? Indeed, faintly. It resembles the Cheong Tower illusion before our Kunlun Hall. I just heard the Saint Lord say that the youth before us saw through the secrets of the Cheong Tower illusion at a glance before Kunlun Hall, causing the Jinmu plaque to shatter. Could it be true? It seems he not only saw through the mysteries of the Cheong Tower illusion, but also grasped the core of this illusionary array. How is this possible? That formation was the essence of the illusionary heart, Saint Ancestor's lifelong work. How much time has passed? I refuse to believe a mere brat can fully comprehend it. His cultivation of the way of the zither is even shorter, yet hasn't he already achieved the realm of zither saint? A zither saint under 20 has emerged. What else is impossible? We are old. The peerless prodigies of this world grow ever more unfathomable. Before this, the innate supreme Mu Li was already a heaven-defying anomaly, and now another appears. One who by all accounts surpasses even Mu Li. Saint Lord, what is your view? Within Kunlun Hall, Yaoguang, Saint Lord sat at the head, her beautiful eyes piercing through space to gaze upon the distant Linlang Palace. First he enters the zither saint realm, then he infuses the true essence of the illusion he comprehended from the Cheong Tower illusion into his zither music. Such talent and brilliance surpass even that of Qin Haoran in his prime. She took a deep breath and made a judgment that would drop countless jaws. You mean, this Qin Yu is even more monstrous than Qin Haoran? Unbelievable. Qin Haoran was already a peerless prodigy unseen for tens of thousands of years. One more monstrous than him. I simply cannot imagine it. The 36 cave lords began to chatter in their delicate voices, and in an instant Kunlun Hall became as noisy as a marketplace. Yaoguang's Saint Lord Lien Xian did not stop them, for at this moment her own heart was equally tangled. Enough of this farce. Prepare the carriage to Linlang Palace. Yes. Brother Qin, can he still be saved? Shangguan Xiaoye tugged lightly at Qin Yes' sleeve, her beautiful eyes gazing in astonishment at the figure in green rolling on the ground, crying for its mother, her expression utterly bizarre. Probably. Beyond saving. Qin Yu rubbed his nose, finding it quite amusing. The zither illusion he had just unleashed was the first time he had used his innate talent to deduce the pinnacle of zither mastery. The others were merely collateral. The main target was this repeatedly insolent Li Hanxiu. His initial plan was to intimidate him, forcing him to kneel and apologize sincerely before deciding whether to kill him. Unexpectedly, this man's will was so fragile. He breached his spiritual platform so easily and drove him mad. Now Li Hanxiu no longer bore any trace of his earlier graceful and spirited demeanor. With disheveled hair, unfocused pupils, and a foolish grin, he would burst into wails, and in the end he could only utter "Candy" and "Mama." This caused the crowd to snicker covertly. Li Hanxiu lived arrogantly for half his life only to end up like this. It's karma. Indeed, relying on his background, he's been domineering and unscrupulous all these years. He's finally hit an iron wall. The crowd sighed, then suddenly remembered something. They hurriedly swarmed around Qin Yu, bowing respectfully. "Young master, may we ask your esteemed name?" Qin Yu was speechless. Here we go again. Qin Yu. That name sounds so familiar. Nonsense. He's the top of the dragon transformation list. How could you not be familiar? Gasps echoed through the hall. Countless people drew in sharp breaths. It was that one from the Qin clan. A step per realm, 9 steps to break through to martial king. This was an eternal anomaly. No wonder he could achieve such feats. Within Linlang Palace, melodious ceremonial music began to play. The crowd dispersed and returned to their seats in silence. Outside the doors, petals drifted down amidst radiant glows, dreamlike and ethereal. Suddenly, 2 rows of dancers in white gauze with graceful figures moved with lotus steps to the center of the hall, dancing elegantly to the music. Knowing that the earlier commotion had ended and the banquet was about to officially begin, everyone sat upright, wearing composed expressions as they admired the enchanting dance. TSK. This Yawang Holy Land truly gathers celestial maidens. Just these accompanying dancers alone are of unparalleled beauty and grace. Indeed, if I could take one back as a Dao partner, I'd die without regrets. Silence. You dare covet a disciple of Yawang Holy Land. What's there to fear? Times have changed. I've heard that since the current Yawang Saint Lord took office, she revised the ancient ancestral teachings. Not only can disciples freely seek partners, but even the saintess can marry. Really? If so, if all the disciples of Yawang Holy Land marry out, won't this holy land exist in name only? What are you thinking? Even if disciples marry, the man must marry into the family right. After all, it's a holy land for female cultivators. The rule of female supremacy remains in Yawang Holy Land. But I've heard that the young clan leader of the Qin clan has a childhood bond with the current saintess, and they've long been betrothed. Would he have to marry in as well? Someone asked, their eyes gleaming. The Qin clan is no ordinary existence. How could they allow their young clan leader to marry in? The Qin clan and Yawang Holy Land have always been on good terms. Both sides surely understand these matters. Let's just watch. Enough talk, the Saint Lord has arrived. Beneath the night sky outside the doors, ripples suddenly appeared like an invisible portal, and a line of figures emerged one after another. Yawang Saint Lord Lien Xin arrived gracefully with the cave lords of the 36 heavens. The aura and bearing of these top-tier powerhouses, combined with their breathtakingly beautiful faces, left a deep impression on everyone present. It must be said that for most male cultivators present after this visit to Yawang Holy Land, finding a satisfactory Dao partner in the future would indeed be a difficult task. After all, having experienced the presence of such unparalleled beauty, how could they easily be moved by the wildflowers and weeds by the roadside? Linlang Palace was inscribed with spatial arrays from the outside. It didn't seem vast, but the narrow corridor alone stretched for 1,000 meters. At the center of the hall was a circular dance floor where many dancers gathered. The Yawang Saint Lord and the cave lords dressed in grand attire. Each step they took was like a dreamlike phantom, seemingly slow, yet employing the divine art of shrinking the earth. As they reached the dance floor, the white-clad dancers parted to make way, suddenly scattering endless fragrances that spread to every corner of the palace. Though it seemed to take a long time to describe, in reality their journey from the entrance to the far end was but a blink of an eye. The Yawang Saint Lord stood before her seat, slowly spreading her arms, a faint smile gradually appearing on her supremely beautiful and dignified face. Greetings, radiant Saint Sovereign. The assembled crowd rose to their feet, their voices ringing in unison. Before them stood a true saint, the sovereign of a sacred land. For ordinary cultivators, a lifetime might pass without ever glimpsing a saint's glory. No need for formalities. Be seated. With those words, she took her seat first. Only after she sat did the others cautiously lower themselves into their places. Tonight's banquet serves two purposes. First, to welcome the young prodigies attending the dragon transformation trial, and to wish you victory in the trials ahead. The Saint Sovereign spoke calmly, her melodious voice carrying clearly to all ears. Thank you, Saint Sovereign. The crowd cheered in unison once more. Lien Xian nodded slightly and continued, second, this is a private matter for our radiant sacred land. My daughter Xiaoya and the young chieftain of the ancient Qin clan Qin Yu grew up together as childhood friends, sharing deep affection. Now both have come of age, and it is time for marriage. Thus, I hereby announce to the world that in 3 days upon the conclusion of the dragon transformation trial their engagement ceremony shall be held. I hope all present will grace the occasion with your presence. These words stunned the entire hall. Heavens, they're truly betrothing the saintess to the Qin clan's young chieftain. I've heard many sacred sons came for the radiant saintess. This decision will surely stir their discontent. Indeed, though the radiant sacred land is formidable, those sacred sons are no ordinary men, traveling thousands of miles only to be denied even a chance. Who would accept that? Trouble is brewing. Qin Yu, seated at the lower left of the radiant Saint Sovereign, was slightly startled by her proclamation, then composed himself. The radiant Saint Sovereign was well aware that rivals surrounded them, with every sacred land eyeing Shangguan Xiaoya. Yet she openly declared this decision, thrusting Qin Yu into the world spotlight. First, to state her stance, and second, to let him legitimately subdue any dissenters. Aunt Lien Xin truly trusts me. As expected, the moment her words spread, streaks of divine rainbows tore across the sky beyond the brilliant palace, landing before the hall. I object. As the divine rainbow faded, a young man in a tall crown and purple robe strode forward. His gaze was piercing, his lips slightly thin, his steps steady as he approached. It's the supreme mystery sacred son. Rumor has it he arrived days ago to seek marriage, but was kept waiting. Today he can no longer hold back. Supreme mystery sacred son Lin, when walked in, his eyes locked on the radiant Saint Sovereign, ignoring all others. Only when he halted did he cast a deep glance at Qin Yu at the forefront. A sharp glint flickered in his eyes, thoughts churning before he steadied himself and spoke. Saint Sovereign, I object. The radiant Saint Sovereign's expression remained unchanged, as if expecting this, and said, speak your mind. Esteemed elder, the saintess is virtuous, talented, and of unparalleled beauty. Not just the saintess of the radiant sacred land, but of the entire Tianxian realm. Lin Wen declared loudly, though his words made the crowd's expressions shift. Continue. The radiant Saint Sovereign lowered her gaze, speaking flatly. Thus, to decide the saintess' lifelong matter so hastily is most improper. Lin Wen's lips curled slightly. Oh, then what do you propose? I believe that a rare beauty like the saintess deserves only the most outstanding young prodigy in the world. The radiant Saint Sovereign smiled faintly. Qin Yu tops the dragon transformation list. Does that not qualify him as the world's finest prodigy? The dragon transformation list isn't the sole measure of a person. Especially for sacred land prodigies, one's future depends on more than talent and aptitude. There is also character, wisdom, strategy, fortune, and more. Only by considering all these can one discern a true prodigy. Do you mean to say you are such a perfect prodigy? I dare not claim perfection, but I am willing to compete with the Qin clan's young chieftain. Would he dare to accept? He cupped his hands, his gaze unabashedly fixed on Qin Yu. Qin Yu chuckled inwardly. After all, he had to defeat them to settle matters. Presumptuous. The radiant Saint Sovereign's face hardened, her voice stern as a sharp light gleamed in her eyes, piercing through illusions to see the soul. The saint's supreme authority radiated unmistakably, plunging the vast, brilliant palace into dead silence. Supreme mystery sacred son Lin Wen broke into a sweat, a shadowy smile fleeting across his lowered face. Do you take our radiant sacred land saintess for a trophy in your petty contests? I dare not, but the saintess' husband must be most honored. If decided so hastily, the world may not accept it. It would tarnish the saintess' celestial name. Whom do you mean by the world? Count me in. Another divine radiance flashed outside the hall, a tall silhouette striding through to stand beside the supreme mystery sacred son. Divine Feather Clan's young chieftain Yu Mie pays respects to the radiant Saint Sovereign. The white-robed youth bowed with a smile, nodding slowly at Qin Yu. Qin Yu ignored him calmly, savoring the spirit fruits before him. Yu Mie took no offense, turning to the radiant Saint Sovereign. I too believe deciding the saintess' fate so hastily is unwise. Well said. A figure in a black fitted robe entered from outside. I am Wei Sikong, sacred son of the Arctic sacred land. I have long admired the saintess and beseeched the radiant Saint Sovereign to reconsider, granting me a chance. Li Xian, 7th prince of the central continent immortal dynasty, has long adored the saintess. I implore the Saint Sovereign to pity my longing and betroth her to me." In an instant the hall was thronged with prodigies. Gazing at the aloof, transcendent figures before them, the crowd felt dazed. All were stunned. These were the most elite prodigies of the younger generation, standing forth, all at once. The Supreme Mystery Sacred Son, the Arctic Sacred Son, the Central Continent's Prince, and the Divine Feather Clan's young chieftain. Such sacred land prodigies are rarely seen alone, yet today they appear together. All for the Saintess. Tisk with 4 major sacred lands dignitaries speaking at once. The radiant sacred land may have no choice but to yield. Some shook their heads in lament. This represented 4 transcendent powers. Each bore the will of their clan. An alliance between the radiant sacred land and the Qin clan would be too terrifying, evoking fear. Some shook their heads in lament. This represented 4 transcendent powers. Each bore the will of their clan. An alliance between the radiant sacred land and the Qin clan would be too terrifying, evoking fear. Seated upon the grand throne, the radiant light, Saint Sovereign cast a frigid gaze upon the 4 before him. "Are you colluding to oppress my radiant light, sacred land? Your Majesty speaks too harshly. It is merely that a fair maiden a gentleman seeks. We juniors are only striving for our own happiness." The Taishan Saint's son smiled gently, appearing amiable and innocent. "Indeed, having been fortunate enough to glimpse the sacred maiden's grace, my heart can no longer accommodate any other woman. I beseech your Majesty to have compassion for my pining." One after another they spoke with earnest expressions, their words brimming with sincerity, as if the radiant light, Saint Sovereign's refusal would be an act of cruel separation. Utter nonsense. Shangguan Xiaoya's pretty face turned cold, her fury giving way to a bitter laugh. She was about to rise, but Qin Yu pressed her shoulder. What a drama. Qin Yu tilted his head back, downing a cup of clear wine, and swept a disdainful glance over them before shaking his head in contempt. His words were not concealed and reached their ears. They turned to look at him and said, "This must be the young chieftain of the Qin clan, brother Qin Yu." Qin Yu did not answer directly. Instead, he rose, left his seat, and walked before them. "We're all clever people. Stop playing tricks. Everyone knows what's in your hearts. Why deceive yourselves?" Lin Wen narrowed his eyes slightly, his brow furrowed. "What does brother Qin mean? Bring out all your schemes. Let's have an open contest. Hiding and sneaking around is hardly befitting a saint's son." Qin Yu shot Lin Wen a contemptuous look. "No wonder you, a saint's son, can't even lift your head. Always scheming with petty, underhanded tricks." Lin Wen's eye twitched. This Qin Yu is completely unpredictable. I planned to lure him into a trap with provocation. But now he's coming to us on his own. "So brother Qin agrees to our duel." Yu Mia quickly interjected, sensing the tense atmosphere. "We won't bully you. Among the 4 of us, one will duel you each round. Best of 3. The loser shall never again harbor improper thoughts toward the sacred maiden." The 7th prince of the Central Continent Immortal Dynasty was a handsome youth. With a tender face, shallow cunning, and emotions plain to see, he seized the moment Qin Yu let slip to set the rules, fearing Qin Yu might change his mind. The assembled guests were greatly startled. Are they joining forces against the young chieftain of the Qin clan? Didn't they all come for the sacred maiden? How are they allying? If they win, can they all marry her at once? What are you thinking? Their proposal to the sacred maiden is just a pretext. They're actually targeting the ancient Qin clan. Since Qin Haoran, the Qin family's prestige has soared, subtly becoming the foremost among the sacred lands of Tianxian realm. Know this, every leading figure of the sacred lands has been trampled by Qin Haoran. Now that the Qin clan has produced another prodigy, they are desperate to prevent Qin Yu from becoming the next Qin Haoran. The radiant light sacred maiden possesses the supreme Yin physique, a gift of creation. If Qin Yu obtains that opportunity, this era will leave no room for other sacred lands. Not only that, I've heard that within the Taishan sacred land, far more follow the innate supreme being than the Taishan Saint Son. The Saint Son is eager to change this, and the radiant light sacred maiden's supreme Yin physique is the best shortcut. Once he achieves the acquired supreme being, he will have the qualifications to contend with Mu Li. They say the sacred lands are detached from the mortal world and free from strife. Now it seems far from it. They are free from strife because there is nothing in the mortal world worth contending for. At their level, only the struggle for fortune among sacred lands piques their interest. Qin Yu took in all the murmurs. He smiled non-committally and said to the 4, "No need." Lin Wen was taken aback, then grinned oddly. Could it be that brother Qin is afraid and wishes to concede directly? Is your head filled with mush? How can you utter such words? Did you buy your position as Saint Son with meat? Qin Yu spat, looking at Lin Wen with utter disdain. "You?" Lin Wen's face turned ashen, barely containing his rage. Before coming to the radiant light sacred land, he had never encountered anyone who dared insult him so. Yet in these past 2 days, first Yu Mia mocked him, and now Qin Yu cursed him to his face. He felt his position as Saint's son was utterly pathetic. Yumiya listening to their exchange wore a strange expression. This Qin tongue was even more venomous than his. I mean, there's no need to make it so complicated. You set the challenges, but as for opponents. Qin Yu swept his gaze over the four, then laughed dismissively. Weren't you all clamoring for a chance earlier? All four of you come at once. That way you won't whine later about not having fought and claim you'd surely win if you had. I can't stand your sniveling and demands for a rematch. These words shocked everyone. Before Qin Yu stood four unparalleled geniuses of sacred land-level powers, any one of whom could dominate Tianxian. Now with four joining against him alone, he could still confidently say, come at once. And he acted as if victory was already his. Where did such confidence come from? Could the top of the dragon transformation list be this arrogant? Even Mu Li wasn't this presumptuous. This kid is a spitting image of his father back then. Two alike. The radiant light, Saint Sovereign watched the young men sparring below, a trace of reminiscence flickering in her mind. Back then Qin Haoran was just as fearless, daring to do what others dared, not killing those others dared not kill. With blood and unmatched strength, he suppressed an entire era. Now Qin Yu seemed to be walking the same path, drifting further along it. The four prodigies were astounded. As the pinnacle figures of their respective forces, they were unmatched in status, talent, and strength. No one had ever dared to disregard them so utterly, especially the look in his eyes when he said, come at once, as if they were mere ants crawling beneath his feet. Their gazes turned fierce, shame burning in their pupils. Since Brother Qin is so confident, we shall reluctantly oblige. Lin Wen said with a strained smile, his eyes narrowing. Hurry up. I have no time to waste on you. Qin Yu stretched lazily, speaking with utter indifference. The four of them glanced at him, then turned away to engage in a telepathic discussion. Before long, Lin Wen spoke first. I have heard that Brother Qin possesses unparalleled cultivation talent, ascending from an ordinary mortal to a martial king in a single day. I had originally wished to test your skills. Yet upon reflection, the path of cultivation teaches that haste leads to failure. Brother Qin has only cultivated for a short time, and his foundation may be lacking. If we were to compete in cultivation, it would seem as though we are taking advantage of you. Therefore, in the name of fairness, let us compete in luck. We shall compete in stone gambling. At these words, the crowd erupted in murmurs. The history of the Tianxian realm is ancient, its origins lost to time. It is known only that recorded history spans the age of gods and demons, the primordial era, the ancient era, the era of 100 races, and the present modern era. Each era spans eons upon eons. Throughout this vast river of time, the world has witnessed countless transformations, seas turning to mulberry fields, mountains shifting, and endless wars and slaughters. Beneath this boundless earth lie countless secrets. Buried alongside them are divine weapons, rare scriptures, and heavenly treasures. It is said that time is the most merciless power in the world. No matter how mighty the warrior or how divine the weapon, all are buried in the dust of history, waiting for a future excavator to unearth them. People gradually discovered a peculiar stone deep within the earth known as the spirit embryo. It could protect divine artifacts, slowing the erosion of time and greatly extending the lifespan of weapons and treasures. Yet the spirit embryo is shrouded in chaos, masking all divine light. Whether it contains a rare treasure or worthless debris, its exterior remains indistinguishable. Seizing this opportunity, people created a new activity. They gathered large quantities of spirit embryos for cultivators to choose from. Some were costly, others affordable. Once purchased, whatever was inside belonged to the buyer. The contents of the spirit embryos were highly unpredictable. One might obtain a supreme divine object of the saint realm at a minimal cost, or lose everything for a worthless dead leaf. Thus, this activity was named stone gambling. It was well known that stone gambling relied heavily on luck and was difficult to control. No one expected Lin Wen to propose such a competition. Behind Lin Wen, the other three maintained impassive expressions, but inwardly they were amused. To ordinary people, stone gambling was indeed a game of pure luck. However, backed by the Holy Lands, they had delved deeply into this art during their early adventures in the Tianxian realm and had even cultivated related techniques. Victory was almost certain. The Yaoguang Holy Land was situated at the source of the Luo River, adjacent to Luozhou. The nearest city was Yaoguang City. This city was densely populated with a constant flow of merchants, and naturally venues for stone gambling were abundant. And there was more than one. The 10,000 Stones Pavilion was the largest trading center in Yaoguang City. It was also the premier establishment for stone gambling, unmatched in the city. Legend had it that the 10,000 Stones Pavilion had a long history in Yaoguang City, with business always thriving. Yet its origins remained a mystery, with no one able to uncover them. Countless people envious of its profits had made overt and covert attempts against it. But the pavilion continued to flourish, while those who dared to challenge it vanished without a trace. On an ordinary night, the 10,000 stones pavilion would have been packed. But tonight, not only was the pavilion empty, but the entire street outside had been cleared devoid of any human presence. How they work quickly. They've cleared this place out in no time. Qin Yu stood at the entrance of the 10,000 stones pavilion flanked by Shangguan Xiaoya and the 4 heavenly talents. Behind them followed a group of guests from the Linlang Palace banquet, members of the Dragon Transformation List, and their companions. Since this was a competition, an audience was necessary. The high-ranking members of the Holy Land did not come. In truth, with their cultivation levels, they could perceive the situation from thousands of miles away. Brother Qin flatters us. Lin Wen said expressionlessly, as members of the Holy Land, it is inconvenient for us to appear before the world. It is better to maintain a clear boundary from the mundane world. Hypocrisy. Enough. We have no time to watch your act. Let's go inside. The crowd filed in, finding the steward of the 10,000 stones pavilion and his attendants respectfully lined up on both sides. They had clearly been waiting for some time. Seeing the crowd enter, the slightly plump steward wiped the sweat from his brow and scurried over, exclaiming, "Greetings, my lords." His cultivation was not insignificant, having reached the martial king realm enough to dominate in some remote regions. Yet before this assembly he appeared utterly subservient. Watching his hurried, clumsy steps, Qin Yu feared he might trip on flat ground. "Are you the steward here?" Lin Wen glanced at him before shifting his gaze elsewhere. "My name is Zhang Xian, and I am indeed." The steward, with a flattering smile, tried to ingratiate himself with the crowd. "We have no interest in your name. Bring out all your spirit embryos immediately, then get lost." Wei Xikong interrupted, impatiently glaring at Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian shuddered at the words, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead as he nodded hastily. Yes, everything is prepared. Please follow me, my lords." The crowd followed Zhang Xian through a doorway and down a stone staircase leading underground. The stairs wound downward, and after 4 or 5 turns another door appeared. Zhang Xian hurriedly pushed open the door, revealing a vast space behind it, a kilometer-wide, 50-meter-high cylindrical chamber. Along the walls, stone platforms had been carved to hold massive spirit embryos. They were arranged in orderly layers, uniform and neat. At first glance, there were thousands of spirit embryos. They varied in size and shape, some towering at 4 to 5 meters, others as small as a palm. Qin Yu surveyed the surroundings, finding the structure reminiscent of a beehive. "I didn't expect your shop to be so small above ground, yet house such a vast space below." Yumia, the young master of the Divine Feather Clan, strode around a few times, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The plump steward Zhang Xian, hearing the praise, squeezed his fat face into a smile, repeatedly saying, "I am glad you are satisfied, my lords." "Not bad." Lin Wen also offered praise. Though it cannot compare to the Guanhai Pavilion in the Stone Capital, it is commendable for a place like this. The Stone Capital was the birthplace of stone gambling and the holy land of this activity throughout the Tianxian realm. The Guanhai Pavilion was a renowned first-rank sect that had built its fortune on stone gambling. Hearing Lin Wen compare his establishment to the Guanhai Pavilion, Zhang Xian broke out in a cold sweat, waving his hands, repeatedly insisting he dared not accept such a compliment. "Since this place is not bad, I permit you to stay and watch our competition." Upon hearing this, the plump steward beamed with joy, as if watching them compete was a great honor. Qin Yu felt that this fat man might not have been this happy even when his own child was born. Lin Wen walked up to Qin Yu and said, "Brother Qin, let's set a time limit of 1 hour. Each of us will pick 3 spirit embryos, and whoever opens the best one wins." Easy to understand, right? Simple. Qin Yu waved his hand. "Then, let's begin." As Lin Wen's voice fell, the few people beside him scattered, each searching for their own spirit embryo. "Brother Qin Yu, let's go over there." Shangguan Xiaoya linked her arm with Qin Yes, and the two walked toward the other side. The relationship between her and Qin Yu had been all but sealed, but then these 4 suddenly appeared, claiming they would take her away from Brother Qin Yu and causing a whole mess of trouble. With her keen intellect, she naturally understood their true purpose. She was merely incidental. They wanted to suppress Qin Yu, or rather the future Qin clan. That Lin Wen might genuinely want to marry her, but not out of affection. Thus her impression of those few was now exceedingly poor. If not for Qin Yu agreeing to compete with them, she wouldn't want to see them at all. "Brother Lin. Look, the saintess seems quite dependent on that Qin Yu." Not far away, Yumia stood beside Lin when watching Shangguan Xiaoya intimately holding Qin Yes' arm and spoke softly. "No rush. Let them revel a while longer. I only want her in essence, who I care not who holds her heart." Lin Wen glanced over and walked away quickly. "Brother Lin is truly magnanimous," Yumia said with a faint, enigmatic smile, then followed suit. Qin Yu and Shangguan Xiaoya randomly picked a corner and began to stroll around. These spirit embryos appeared outwardly chaotic and unformed, much like the countless underground rocks in the vast world. Yet upon closer inspection, a faint aura of spiritual energy emanated from them. When Qin Yu tentatively touched one, a warm sensation traveled through his palm, but he could discern no difference. As they walked, each spirit embryo seemed identical in aura, differing only in shape and size. Is it all down to luck? Qin Yu wondered, glancing at the others from afar. He noticed a brilliant gleam in their eyes, as if they were employing some peculiar ocular technique. His heart stirred, and he asked Xiaoya, is this stone gambling truly a matter of pure luck? Of course not. Shangguan Xiaoya's delicate face froze at his words, as if struck by a thought, her eyes filled with disbelief. Brother Qin Yu, you don't know the art of aura observation. The art of aura observation. What's that? Qin Yu was utterly bewildered. It's a divine ability to observe the fortune of spirit embryos. Shangguan Xiaoya's face turned anxious. The stone on the surface of spirit embryos is a divine material nurtured deep within the earth for eons. It can slow the passage of time and block a cultivator's spiritual sense. Unless directly cut open, one can never see what's inside. Only those who have cultivated the art of aura observation can judge the quality of what's inside by observing the embryo's fortune. Oh, Qin, you seem thoughtful. Then, Xiaoya, do you know the art of aura observation? Shangguan Xiaoya's face fell. I've never played stone gambling, so why would I cultivate such an ability? It's too late to learn now. I thought you were so decisive earlier because you knew it. Qin Yu gave an awkward smile. He looked around and spotted the plump steward who stood frozen in place, not daring to move. An idea struck him, and he strode over quickly. Steward Zhang Xian had been cautiously observing everyone's actions and noticed Qin Yu approaching him as soon as he started walking. What can this humble one do for you, young master? He groveled, fawning. Though he didn't know which of these young gentlemen held the highest status, he understood that any one of them was beyond his means to offend. Thus his demeanor remained as obsequious as before. Since you run this stone gambling establishment, you must have the art of aura observation. Lend me a copy, Qin Yu stated bluntly. Yes. Zhang Xian nodded, repeatedly retrieving several exquisitely bound tomes from his portable storage artifact and presenting them to Qin Yu. These texts are of low grade and not valuable. If you need higher level ones, young master, he'll go upstairs and search for them immediately. No need, this is enough. Qin Yu beamed, casually picked a book and turned to leave. Zhang Xian watched his retreating figure, puzzled. These big shots are so odd. Why would they want such common goods? Qin Yu returned to Shangguan Xiaoya's side and brandished the book before her. See, here it is. Shangguan Xiaoya took the book skeptically and flipped through it, then said, dazed, Brother Qin Yu, this is just a basic introduction to aura observation. It's barely an entry-level text. You won't learn anything profound from it. Qin Yu waved off her concern, laughing. That's for others. For your brother Qin Yu, even if this book were so tattered it had only one page, it would be more than enough. Hearing his confident words, Shangguan Xiaoya hesitated for a moment, then nodded firmly. I believe you, brother Qin Yu. Good girl. On the other side, Lin Wan and the others who had been keeping an eye on Qin Yu saw him speaking with the steward. They exchanged glances, their hearts stirring. Then a voice transmission, you there, come over. Act like you're just wandering. The plump steward suddenly heard a voice in his mind and started, then quickly caught on. He looked around furtively and edged his way toward Lin Wan and his group. What do you command, young masters? He asked, trembling, wondering what secret matter they wanted him for. What did that man over there want from you just now, eh? The seventh prince of the central province, Immortal Dynasty, asked in a low voice, nodding toward Qin Yu. Oh, you mean that young master? Steward Zhang Xian suddenly understood. He asked me for a basic introductory text on aura observation. An introductory text? The group furrowed their brows, exchanging puzzled glances. What does he want with an introductory text? Could it be he doesn't know aura observation? That can't be. If he didn't, why was he so decisive earlier? As they conversed, Lin Wan asked the plump steward thoughtfully, do you still have the book he took? Yes, I do. Steward Zhang hurriedly replied. Bring it here. At his words, Steward Zhang promptly pulled out several more books and handed them over. These are just the most basic qi observation techniques, not even containing any incantations. They're everywhere outside. These truly are worthless things. The group, being well-versed, glanced through them cursorily and discarded them like trash. Then they asked, why do you carry such rubbish with you? Their gazes toward Steward Zhang turned cold and suspicious. Could it be that this man had already been bribed by Qin Yu and was now colluding with him in some scheme? Sensing the hostility in their eyes, the plump steward trembled with fear and quickly explained, my son is only 5 years old. A few days ago he said he wanted to learn stone gambling, so I got a few basic books to take home for him. Many of our colleagues at the 10,000 Stone Pavilion can vouch for me. Don't be nervous. At that moment, Yumiya stepped forward, placing his hands on Steward Zhang's shoulders, his voice soft and gentle. A faint concealed divine light flickered in his eyes, penetrating deep into Steward Zhang's pupils. The latter suddenly stiffened, his expression turning vacant before he snapped back to reality, drenched in sweat. "You may go." Yumiya withdrew his gaze and waved his hand. "Yes." The others, knowing full well what Yumiya had done, all turned their attention to him. He wasn't lying. Yumiya shook his head. The text he gave to Qinyu is indeed an introductory one. Could it be that he truly doesn't know qi observation techniques? Most likely. I thought he was someone special. How dare he gamble stones with us without even knowing qi observation? Does he really think he can beat us with luck? Seventh Prince Li Xianshan's expression brightened with arrogance as he looked at Qinyu as if he were a fool. Look at him poring over that shabby book with such relish. Though we haven't mastered qi observation, what we've learned has reached the first-grade Tao realm. The spiritual embryo fortunes of those below the saint realm are crystal clear to us, and even those above. We might not be unable to discern. How can he compete with us? Boring. I thought it would be a tough battle, but in the end. Enough, save your breath. Pick your stones quickly, and let's end this early. Qinyu held the book, his eyes lowered. From a distance, he seemed to be reading intently, but in truth his eyes were closed. The book was not thick, a quick flip through, and all its contents were etched into his mind. Now it was time to get down to business. Deduction. Begin. His eyes tightly shut, his expression serene, a magnificent scene of mountains and rivers shifting unfolded in his mind. Countless deities and demons soared through the air, locked in a fierce slaughter, their golden divine blood falling like rain. That blood, upon touching the earth, transformed into indestructible essence, carrying the mysterious laws of heaven and earth as it seeped through the soil's crevices. It passed through magma, through the planet's core, finally resting in the deepest depths. In the darkness, radiant light flickered as thoughts flowed. Countless ages passed. The earth shattered, then reformed. Some parts sank deep into the ocean as silt, while others turned into light dust drifting with the wind. It seemed the chaos of the heavens and earth had erupted once more, with fierce battles never ceasing. Blood-stained divine weapons and treasures fell into abysses, and countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures were lost in the endless lands. Over time, many precious items rusted into scrap, yet many fortunate ones were entwined and wrapped by ancient auras, buried once more deep beneath the earth. After eons, spiritual embryos began to emerge one after another. Qinyu abruptly opened his eyes. A mysterious light that seemed to pierce through all things flickered in his pupils. The visions before him vanished, and Shangwanxiaya's face appeared. Yet unlike before, she now looked to him like a celestial maiden from the 9 heavens. Her entire being exuded an aura of extreme, leaving no trace of yang in the vast space. A phantom ice-blue crown was firmly fixed atop her head, while behind her, a divine wheel of 3-colored radiance shimmered brilliantly. Most astonishingly, a colossal figure, proud and indifferent, sat behind her. Beneath it, a vast ocean surged, endlessly filled with radiant light, an overwhelming tide of fortune. That figure was the embodiment of fortune. Mortals often say there is a god 3 feet above your head, meaning that if one's every word and deed is watched by the gods, evil will eventually be repaid. But in the eyes of accomplished cultivators, that deity above the spiritual platform is called fortune. The embodiment of fortune connects to the Tao of heaven, suppressing the sea of fortune. If one acts against heaven's will, this embodiment will sink into the sea, causing it to gradually dry up. And thus retribution arrives. In Qinye's eyes, Shangwanxiaya's fortune embodiment seemed far from ordinary. As if sensing Qinye's gaze, the figure's tightly shut eyes slowly opened, its voice icy with anger. "What mortal dares to spy on me?" As that voice echoed in Qinye's mind, an ice-blue phantom appeared on his spiritual platform, unleashing a powerful mental shock that shook his very soul. It seemed intent on erasing his consciousness, bringing about his death. "Erase me. Even the heavenly Tao couldn't. You, a mere fortune embodiment, think you're worthy." Divine light flickered in Qinye's eyes, and the Tao rune on his brow slowly transformed, finally settling into the character thunder. Rumble. A terrifying thunderstorm erupted in his mind, shattering the phantom that had appeared on his spiritual platform. The origin of the thunder Tao. The figure behind Shangwanxiaya was greatly startled as the phantom in Qinye's mind shattered. "No, this is..." Boom. Another bolt of purple divine lightning streaked through the void, tearing the figure apart with a sharp crack. At that moment, the fragments twisted and warped, transforming into a towering rainbow that pierced the clouds. The fortune embodiment that had suppressed the sea of fortune shattered, turning into pure fortune radiance that connected the celestial and human bridges, soaring into the sky. "Brother Qinyu, what are you looking at?" Shangwanxiaya, seeing him staring intently upward, also looked up, but saw nothing. "Do you feel anything wrong?" His tone was tense. He wondered whether shattering her fortune embodiment into a rainbow that connected heaven and earth would prove to be a blessing or a curse for her. No. Shang Wanxiaya looked puzzled. What's wrong? Nothing. Qin Yu snapped back to reality, realizing that the path of fortune was beyond mortal reach, and let the matter go. He activated his ocular art and began to observe the nearby spirit embryos. The once chaotic and indiscernible embryos now appeared completely different in his eyes. He glanced around. All the spirit embryos were shrouded in layers of mist, either dense or thin, each with a distinct hue. This must be the manifestation of the fortune concealed within these spirit embryos. No wonder Lin Wen had previously proposed a contest of gambling on stones. With such a miraculous divine ability in hand, his chances of winning were far greater than relying solely on luck. Of course, the fortune sight arts they possessed were surely not as intuitive as what Qin Yu now displayed. It was even highly possible that they would be misled by other fortunes clinging to the surface of the spirit embryos, preventing accurate judgments. Just then, several streams of fortune, so dense they nearly materialized, caught Qin Yu's attention. His eyes brightened, and he strode over quickly. Brother Lin, how goes your selection? Yumia approached Lin Wen with a grin, holding two palm-sized spirit embryos. Almost done. Lin Wen's eyes dimmed their sharp gleam as he let out a soft breath, then revealed a confident smile. I found an extra one and wanted to ask for your expert opinion, Brother Lin. Oh. Lin Wen raised an eyebrow in surprise. The fortune sight art Yumia possessed was no weaker than his own. If he sought appraisal, there must be an intriguing discovery. He took the spirit embryo offered and activated his ocular art to examine it. Instantly, the world in his eyes turned gray with only a faint glow before him, the embryo in his hand. Within the hazy light, a crimson aura swirled subtly, and a fleeting white glimmer flashed through, barely perceptible. He withdrew his ocular art, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. A mystic fire spirit embryo. You think so too, Brother Lin? The earthly fire aura is dense, faintly carrying a hint of supreme yang fortune. It must be a Oni in a Tenthasand mystic fire spirit embryo. A mystic fire spirit embryo refers to a spiritual object that fell into the earth's core flames, but was not incinerated. Instead, it condensed into an embryo through a stroke of fate. Over millennia, nourished by the extreme yang energy of earthly fire, the object within not only retained its efficacy, but advanced further, breaking through the celestial gate to absorb spiritual energy from the abyssal depths. Thus, it became a world-shaking divine artifact. According to historical records, every mystic fire spirit embryo yielded at least a peak first-grade Dao artifact, a half-step Saint artifact. After all, only objects of that caliber could withstand the relentless flames of the earth's fire without perishing, waiting for an unparalleled opportunity to break free from their cocoon anew. Or perhaps with even greater likelihood, they would ascend further to become a heaven-forged Saint artifact. There are two here, both mystic fire spirit embryos. We're quite fortunate. If we truly unearth a Saint-grade treasure, this journey won't be in vain. Even as prodigies of sacred lands, they were deeply stirred by the prospect of a Saint-grade treasure. After all, even within the sacred lands, all items above the Saint realm, whether divine weapons, techniques, spiritual herbs, or elixirs, were the most closely guarded assets. No one would ever have too many Saint-grade treasures. From what you're saying, you intend to share one of these mystic fire spirit embryos with me. Lin Wen's expression showed clear surprise. The Divine Feather clan was unlike other sacred lands. Though they possessed considerable accumulated heritage and a few saint experts within, they were not human, placing them in an awkward position. Both in resources and connections, they were tightly constrained by other sacred lands. This was why over the years the Divine Feather clan's high echelons had ceased their reckless movements and instead began fostering goodwill with human sacred lands to ease their racial predicament. Fortunately, humanity was not united, allowing them to find opportunities and establish relatively close ties with some sacred lands, which alleviated the Divine Feather clan's plight. Under such circumstances, a spirit embryo that could potentially yield a Saint-grade treasure should have been extremely precious to Yumia. Thus, Lin Wen was quite surprised by Yumai's gesture, but a moment's thought brought understanding. I am willing to form an offensive and defensive alliance with your side. Yumia smiled, not a trace of reluctance in his eyes as he transmitted his voice. Lin Wen nodded, instantly comprehending, a gleam of light flickering in his eyes as he spoke. After this dragon transformation trial concludes, I invite Brother Yu to visit my Tai Xian sacred land, so I may fulfill the duties of a host. Lin Wen exchanged a deep gaze with him, increasingly feeling that this young clan leader of the Divine Feather clan possessed schemes and strategies no less than his own. He had given away a mystic fire spirit embryo without a blink. If an alliance could truly be forged, perhaps it would not be a bad thing. Your generous invitation, Brother Lin, I humbly accept. Yumia smiled slowly, knowing his plan had succeeded. Tonight marks the first battle of our alliance. We must win splendidly. They looked toward Qin Yu in the distance and noticed he was bent over a small pile rummaging for something. Their eyes narrowed. Let's go. See how the champion of the dragon transformation list is faring. Qin Yu was exchanging occasional whispers with Shang Wanxiayak, drawing repeated blushes from the beauty as the atmosphere between them warmed. Just then he caught sight of two figures approaching side by side. They exchanged a glance, both seeing the annoyance and helplessness in each other's eyes. Brother Qin is in fine spirits. Before the contest is even over, you're already taking in the scenery. Lin Wen scanned the pile of old broken stones before Qin Yu, a flicker of confusion passing through his eyes. Brother Qin, have you dropped something among this waste? Found it at last. Qin Yu's eyes lit up as he reached out and grabbed a pebble the size of a fingernail, clasping it in his palm. Lin Wen kept his eyes fixed on him and clearly glimpsed 3 similarly sized pebbles in Qin Yu's palm, stirring a host of questions. What are you doing, Brother Qin? Qin Yu looked at him as if he were an idiot. Looking for spirit embryos. Isn't it obvious? Lin Wen was momentarily speechless, then a wry smile tugged at his lips. Brother Qin, don't jest. This is just leftover debris from others' openings. Some have eyes but fail to see, leaving pearls to gather dust. Since I've noticed, I can't pretend to be blind. As he spoke, Qin Yu flipped his hand and stored the 3 pebbles into his spatial ring. You mean, Brother Qin, that there are treasures among the leftover debris? Yumia asked, hardly believing his ears. Yes. Yumia and Lin Wen exchanged a glance, both reading the same 2 words in each other's eyes. Absurd. The young clan leader of the Qin clan must know he can't win, so he's given up and is using this to show he doesn't care about the contest. That way, if he loses, he can claim he wasn't trying. I think that's very likely. After their telepathic exchange, the gravity in their gazes toward Qin Yu had diminished significantly, as if they no longer held him in regard. So has Qin Yu already secured all the spirit embryos? Yes. Unlike you lot who are so slow. In that case, let's just dissect them directly. Lin Wen gathered everyone together, and under the guidance of the plump steward, they arrived at a secret chamber for dissecting spirit embryos. The surface material of the spirit embryo was extremely peculiar, seemingly fused entirely with its interior. Forcing it open with external force would likely damage the spiritual object within. Thus, people gradually invented a tool known as the spirit dissection blade, specially designed for dissecting spirit embryos. Qin Yu and the others entered the secret chamber and found a massive smooth jade platform suspended in the space before them, surrounded by dense arrays of runes that faintly emanated a sharp aura. Who goes first? Someone asked. He'll go first. Li Xianshan, the 7th prince of the Zhongzhou immortal dynasty, stepped forward calmly, producing 3 spirit embryos of varying sizes with a flip of his hand. He placed them on the jade platform and stepped aside while a servant of his went forward to activate the spirit dissection blade. The quality of the 7th prince's 3 spirit embryos is extraordinary. They are sure to yield something remarkable. Lin Wen's eyes sparkled as he spoke with a smile. The Zhongzhou immortal dynasty is a sacred state, and how could the 7th prince's art of aura observation be ordinary? You flatter me, the 7th prince replied, his spirits lifted by the praise. With a wave of his hand, he declared loudly, proceed and be careful. Yes. The servant acknowledged the order and slowly infused spiritual energy into the array diagram. A humming sound resonated above the jade platform as countless invisible yet razor-sharp blade auras swirled through the void. Crack! A blade aura sliced through space, striking the spirit embryo horizontally. A corner of the embryo was severed by the blade aura, falling away to reveal a flickering silver light within. Spiritual energy manifesting. This can't be empty. The onlookers remarked, their faces breaking into smiles as they exchanged pleasantries. Though it's not empty, the energy is too scattered. The item inside won't be much good. Li Xianshan, evidently a seasoned hand, lost confidence in this spirit embryo after a single glance. True to his words, as the outer shell continued to peel away, a shimmering mass of light gradually emerged into the air. Li Xianshan raised his hand to summon it into his palm, revealing a seal the size of a palm. A 3rd-grade spirit artifact. Congratulations, Your Highness. The plump steward glanced at the seal in Li Xianshan's hand, his eyelids twitching in surprise. Just a mere spirit artifact. What's there to congratulate? Li Xianshan was already deeply disappointed with the item in his hand, and upon hearing this remark, his fury flared, causing the plump steward to tremble in fear. Continue the dissection. This time it's mine. The Arctic Holy Sun stepped forward, placing a head-sized spirit embryo on the jade platform and giving his orders. The servant obeyed, controlling the spirit dissection blade to rapidly dissect the embryo. This embryo barely met the threshold of a Dao artifact, but its grade was low, only 8th grade, still unremarkable in the eyes of the group. My turn. After the Arctic Holy Sun stepped back, Yumia approached and placed 3 spirit embryos on the jade platform. As the embryo was dissected, a sudden hum filled the air, and the crowd focused their gaze, a flicker of surprise in their hearts. Could the first one already be a Tao-grade item? Most of the group had a fair idea of the spirit embryos they had selected, and typically the first ones opened were those they had little hope for. Now, with Yumai's first embryo potentially reaching Dao-grade, the crowd was filled with astonishment. Indeed, amid exclamations, the embryo revealed itself to be a green wooden square cauldron, a 4th-grade Tao artifact. A treasure of this caliber could already be regarded as a hereditary heirloom in an ordinary first-rank sect. These lords are truly extraordinary. They must have picked the best from my spirit embryo vault. The plump steward grew more alarmed with each passing moment. He knew his own spirit embryos well. Though the vault contained tens of thousands, only about 1,000 could yield anything. Among those that could be graded as spirit artifacts might number only 300. As for Tao artifacts, often there wasn't even a single one. This batch had already produced 2 Tao artifacts, which was astonishing. And judging by the current situation, it seemed there was more to come. His heart ached faintly, but he dared not complain. Another Tao artifact. And this aura. It's already 2nd grade. At that moment, the first spirit embryo of Tai Xian Holy Sun Lin, one had been dissected, revealing a short sword meant to be hidden in a sleeve. Its surface was covered in obscure runes with a flowing halo and a rich Tao resonance. A 2nd grade Tao artifact. Lucky break. Lin Wen cracked a smile. In ordinary stone gambling, even a 9th grade Tao artifact is hard to come by, yet today, I've stumbled upon a 2nd grade one. Quite rare. He turned to Qin Yu. What do you think, Brother Qin? It's just so-so. Qin Yu lifted his head, glanced at it, and shook his head dismissively. As the young patriarch of the Qin clan, Brother Qin must have seen plenty of divine weapons and sharp tools. Looking down on a 2nd grade Tao artifact is only natural, Yumia remarked upon hearing their exchange. But in this stone gambling arena, it's common to go 3 to 5 months without seeing a few Tao artifacts. For us to encounter so many today is already exceptionally fortunate. I see Brother Qin looks so confident. He must have a superior spirit embryo ready, and it wouldn't be impossible for him to unearth a sacred artifact. Lin Wen kept praising Qin Yu in hopes of making his fall all the more humiliating. That's not certain. Qin Yu's lips curled slightly upward. Ha ha ha. The crowd burst into laughter, their hearts filled with disbelief. Unearthing a sacred artifact from stone gambling. Even folk tales wouldn't dare to write such a thing. It was far too fanciful. Moreover, Qin Yu's chosen spirit embryos were picked from the waste. In that case, please, Brother Qin, dissect your spirit embryo quickly so we may feast our eyes. Lin Wen stared at Qin Yu with a grin. The latter's disdainful demeanor now only reinforced his earlier judgment. All bluster. Qin Yu stepped forward, producing a stone the size of a fingernail and placing it on the jade platform. What is that? The 7th Prince Li Xianshan exclaimed with an exaggerated expression, pointing at the pebble on the platform and looking around. Brother Qin truly is unique. His choice of spirit embryo is so distinctive. I've heard Brother Qin has a peculiar eye, picking 3 spirit embryos from the waste, so it's only natural they're smaller. Waste? Li Xianshan gasped, then turned to Qin Yu with a strange expression and said loudly, Brother Qin, you're being too obvious with your handicap. We feel undeserving of such generosity. Inwardly he rejoiced. He had thought that with his own spirit artifact he was doomed to lose. But since Qin Yu chose waste, his victory was assured. A spirit artifact was enough. Hey, be careful during the dissection. Brother Qin's spiritual embryo is so small, if you accidentally damage the internal sacred artifact with a shaky hand, Brother Qin won't spare you. As the crowd began to discuss, their faces were serious, yet the glimmers of amusement in their eyes were unmistakable. Buzz. With a resonant hum, the spirit dissecting blade on the jade platform activated once more. With a swift sound, a blade of qi as thin as a hair sliced across the surface of the stone, sending forth imperceptible fragments. Li Xianshan seemed convinced that Qin Yu was conceding, rushing up to him with a flurry of chatter. He glanced at the servant skillfully maneuvering the spirit-dissecting blade, and with utmost concentration, he gradually unleashed the tiniest blade of qi to meticulously peel and dismember the stone on the jade platform layer by layer. TSK. Brother Qin, you could have simply admitted defeat instead of going through all this trouble. Making it difficult for the servant's dissection is quite taxing. Buzzing. At that moment, everyone was captivated by a tremor in the space. They all turned to look, only to see that inconspicuous little stone gradually revealing a profound Tao rhythm after its surface was peeled away. Is this a Tao artifact? How is that possible? Everyone was dumbfounded. Not only the 4 great talents, but also the steward of Wanshur Pavilion, Zhang Xian. He stared blankly at the stone on the jade platform, where the Tao rhythm swirled, resonating with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as turbulent waves crashed in his mind. Ultimately, it crystallized into a single thought. This was unearthed from a pile of waste. Among what was regarded as refuse piled in a corner, like leftover scraps waiting for someone to dispose of their Lei Dao artifact. What a wasteful thing. His heart ached as he watched the scene before him, feeling his internal organs spasm, painfully, almost fainting. He recalled how every day a large amount of such waste was transported out of the city to be discarded, not knowing what treasures lay hidden within. His legs felt weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. No, I must find someone to bring back those wastes for careful inspection. He bit his lip, firming up this conviction. A Dao artifact. Promote it, and then organize a grand auction. The profits would far exceed the usual gains of the past 5 years. Moreover, judging by the current situation, it seemed to be no ordinary Dao artifact. The Dao rhythm is extremely rich, about to form a law. It may not be a treasure of the highest caliber, but it's barely worthy of a first-grade classification. After the surface's spiritual embryo was completely peeled away, the true form of the object was revealed. It was a bead, crystal clear and engraved with obscure and profound runes. Qin Yu grabbed the bead and looked at it, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, then handed it to the dazed Lin Wen beside him. Brother Lin, would you like to take a look? Lin Wen stared at the bead handed to him, stiffly accepting it, then began to examine it closely. He couldn't believe that Qin Yu could truly find such an opportunity amidst the waste. It seemed utterly fantastical. Despite the bead's external aura already proving its exceptional quality, he still needed to inspect it personally. But the more he looked, the more rigid his expression became, the complex emotions in his eyes impossible to mask. It really is true, he thought to himself. What do you think, Brother Lin? His companion, Yumie, noticed Lin's daze and hurriedly asked. You take a look. Yumie took the bead in his hand, feeling an icy chill. Even his divine power felt somewhat rigid. He couldn't help but shudder. Just by touching it, the sensation is unmistakable. It must be a top-grade Dao artifact. He concentrated his divine sense, penetrating into it only to feel the world spinning as he faintly arrived in an extremely cold world of ice and snow. In this world there was nothing but cold and ice. The complete rhythm of ice is about to form a law. This is truly a first-grade Dao artifact. The more he thought about it, the more astonished he became. He looked at the bead in his hand, then glanced at the stone dust still remaining on the jade platform. It seemed impossible for such a thing to have sprung from that small stone. A first-grade Dao artifact arising from waste. If this were to spread, it would surely make the world laugh. Even if the person saying it were a genius from a great sacred land, it would still be the same. Yet now the facts were before their eyes, leaving no room for disbelief. One must know that without sacred artifacts, a first-grade Dao artifact was already the most supreme divine weapon in the Tianxian realm. Even those ancient sages would not easily wield their sacred artifacts on ordinary days. They were kept for the most critical moments. These young talents from the sacred lands represented the face of their sects in the outside world, while their status was exalted. The best they possessed was merely treasures of this level. One must understand that a first-grade Dao artifact is something even peak martial sovereigns covet greatly. Tianyin Valley, known as the best among first-grade sects before aligning with the Taishan sacred land, its so-called treasured inheritance, was merely a third-grade Dao artifact. One must know that this was a first-grade sect with a half-saint presiding over it, an extraordinary force that undoubtedly suppressed a region in the mundane world. If this bead were to fall into circulation, it would be no exaggeration to say that it could incite a bloodbath leading to countless families being ruined. Wanchur Pavilion had long been renowned in Yaoguang City, yet since its establishment, not a single first-grade Dao artifact had ever appeared. If today's events were to spread, not to mention just the reputation alone, could instantly overshadow half of all gambling stone establishments in the Tianxian realm. Brother Qin truly has an eye for gems. Lin Wen cast a deep glance at Qin Yu, but the biting tone in his voice was clear to everyone present. To provoke such a reaction from this deeply scheming saint, his inner shock was evident. Brother Lin, you flatter me. Qin Yu chuckled lightly, then turned to the 7th prince of the Zhongzhou immortal dynasty, who had been chattering in his ear, saying, Brotherly, don't be discouraged. Although your first spiritual embryo only produced a spiritual artifact, the gap between us is that vast, but isn't there still a chance? Keep it up. Li Xianshan watched Qin Yu exaggeratingly spread his arms in a reasonable, yet absurd gesture, his lips twitching. Thinking again about what he had just said, he felt a burning pain in his face. Thus, the first round of the competition was won by Qin. Yes, waste material. Countless people were astonished, wanting to spit blood in their hearts, especially those who had been misled, feeling utterly ashamed. This is waste. Who the hell told me this was waste? Step forward, I promise I won't kill you. What's up? Your waste can produce a first-grade Dao artifact. Brotherly, please. It's your turn. Qin Yu said with a playful smile curling at his lips. Li Xianshan snorted coldly, taking out another spirit embryo and stepping forward. This spirit embryo was about half the height of a person standing atop the jade platform, at first glance resembling a child perched there. The snow-white blade aura swept across, and stone shavings from the spirit embryo scattered in all directions. Faintly, a scorching aura spread through the air. Tao resonance. This is another Tao artifact emerging. The crowd's eyes flickered with interest. Typically, in the stone gambling arena, the appearance of Tao artifacts was relatively rare, with spiritual artifacts being far more common. These spirit embryos were mostly excavated from the deep depths of remote and perilous ancient battlefields, a laborious and time-consuming endeavor fraught with immense danger. Ordinary people could hardly obtain them. Only many cultivator factions who made a living by excavating spirit embryos would venture into such places, profiting from the trade. However, the method of dissecting spirit embryos was a closely guarded secret. Only merchant families with formidable backgrounds possessed the heritage to forge spirit resolution blades. Thus, even if those cultivators obtained spirit embryos, they could only cooperate with establishments like the 10,000 Stones Pavilion, selling them at a price neither high nor low. Within the 10,000 Stones Pavilion, there were naturally enshrined masters skilled in the art of observing qi. Before each batch of spirit embryos was offered for selection to the outside world, they would first filter out those with a high probability of yielding rare treasures. Only 1 or 2 spirit embryos of exceptional quality were left for cultivators to compete over. The rest, for the most part, were of extremely ordinary quality. Some yielded items only to find that the treasures inside, due to inferior quality and despite the protection of the spirit embryo, had not escaped the ravages of time and had turned into worthless waste. Others, though not completely ruined, had their rank reduced and were no longer precious. In the worst of luck, there was nothing at all. In today's situation, thus far no one had been so unlucky or had made such a poor choice as to pick a useless item. Instead, Tao artifacts had emerged one after another. The reason for this, aside from the fact that they had directly selected spirit embryos from the 10,000 Stones Pavilion's inventory, and that their family's inherited art of observing qi was indeed extraordinary, could perhaps only be attributed to luck. The blade aura danced upon the jade platform. The half-human-tall spirit embryo quickly diminished, and the treasure within gradually revealed its true form. It's a longbow. The fire attribute Tao resonance is rich. It's also a first-rank Tao artifact. The crowd marveled in succession. Your 10,000 Stones Pavilion. The quality of your stock is quite impressive, Linwen remarked, casting a somewhat surprised glance at the timid, plump steward beside him. Not at all, not at all. It's all thanks to your esteemed presence and discerning eyes. Zhang Xian, seeing yet another first-rank Tao artifact emerge, felt his heart nearly shatter. If only he had screened these spirit embryos in advance. How wonderful that would be. Yet he dared not show it and maintained a fawning smile. 7th Prince Li Xuanshan, elated, examined the fired longbow, gradually revealing its sharp edge on the jade platform, smiling with satisfaction. As soon as the stone layer of the spirit embryo completely fell away, he eagerly stepped forward and grasped the spirit bow in his hand, growing more pleased the longer he looked. The imperial family of the Central Continent Immortal Dynasty primarily cultivates the art of archery, renowned for its killing power. Brother Xinshan has also comprehended the laws of fire. This longbow complements you perfectly. Congratulations, brotherly. With this divine weapon you are like a tiger with wings. Amidst the crowd's chatter, every word struck a chord in Li Xuanshan's heart. As the esteemed 7th Prince of the Central Continent Immortal Dynasty, he naturally lacked no treasures. Yet this longbow suited his hand far better than what he originally possessed. Filled with joy, he let out a few hearty laughs and walked into the crowd. As he passed by Qinyu, he cast a smug glance, as if to say, a first-rank Tao artifact. Who doesn't have one? The crowd's spirits lifted considerably, for this contest was to be decided by the highest rank obtained. Now that a treasure of the same rank as Qin Yes had appeared, they were at least in a position where they could not lose. Qin Yes' first round yielding a first-rank Tao artifact was clearly a stroke of luck. As for what followed, they didn't believe another good item could be found among a pile of scrap. Seeing this, Qinyu smiled, but said nothing. It's my turn again. Wei Xikong, the Arctic Holy Sun, wore a slightly grave expression. With several top-tier treasures already unearthed, yet he had only obtained a low-rank Tao artifact, he couldn't help but feel tense. It wasn't that he lacked treasures, but the loss of face stung. He placed a spirit embryo upon the jade platform and then watched its movements with focused attention. As the invisible blade aura swiftly pared down the bulky spirit embryo, he licked his lips. What's happening? Still no reveal. Watching the spirit embryo shrink smaller and smaller from the size of a head down to a fist, yet still no fluctuation appeared, the crowd was taken aback. Could it be a blank? In the art of stone gambling, 9 out of 10 are blanks. That's the norm. Hitting consistently is the rarity. The crowd chimed in, their words carrying a hint of consolation. But how could the Arctic Holy Sun accept this? As a fellow proud son of a sacred land, others had all opened fine items, yet he alone had to endure a blank. Impossible. I clearly saw an extraordinary aura of fortune upon this spirit embryo. How could it be empty? He murmured, shaking his head slightly. Hearing this, Qin Yu, intrigued, activated his pupil art to examine the spirit embryo. At that glance, a grin nearly split his face. What are you laughing at? The Arctic Holy Sun, already frustrated, saw Qin Yu barely suppressing his laughter and naturally assumed he was mocking him for the blank. He couldn't help but demand an answer. My apologies, my apologies. Qin Yu shook his head, grinning as he said, I just find it amusing how the Arctic Holy Sun's taste is so different from ours. These words pierced Wei Saikong's ears like needles, and he nearly couldn't hold back from throwing a punch. Just then a voice like heavenly music sounded beside him. Brother Wei, there's movement. It's not a blank. Wei Saikong's spirits lifted. Ignoring Qin Yu, he stared intently at the fist-sized spirit embryo. From within the chaotic encasement, a glimmer of colorful radiance suddenly shone through. This light. Why can't I sense its aura? I've heard that all extraordinary things possess unique characteristics. It seems Brother Wei has discovered a fine treasure. These words greatly pleased Wei Saikong. He turned his head and found that the speaker was none other than Li Xuanshan, who had just obtained his satisfying treasure. As they say, joy brightens one's spirit, and even their words become so pleasant to hear. Indeed, I observe its divine radiance seemingly coalesced from multiple laws. Could it be the legendary myriad transformations divine crystal? At these words, everyone present was stirred, especially the plump steward Zhang Xian. The myriad transformations divine crystal was a legendary divine object. Born of heaven's form and nurtured by earth's spirit, it coexists with all things in heaven and earth, a companion entity to the laws. It was rumored to possess intelligence capable of autonomously absorbing the laws of heaven and earth around it and evolving them. If a cultivator obtained the myriad transformations divine crystal, they could use it to comprehend the power of laws and accelerate their cultivation progress. Of course, that was not the most important part. The most crucial aspect was the legend that if a cultivator refined this divine crystal into their domain during the path to sainthood, they would have a high chance of turning their domain into a real world. That was a power rumored to belong only to great emperors. How precious was such a treasure? If this were true, then the world would surely descend into chaos. All the sacred lands would wage war over it. The breath of everyone present grew ragged, their eyes gleaming with sharp light and complex emotions. They seemed to be considering if a fight broke out whom they could trust. Only Qin Yu's smile grew more pronounced. Brother Qin Yu, what are you smiling about? Shangguan Xiaoya asked in confusion beside him, quickly using telepathy to inquire. If the myriad transformations divine crystal truly emerged from Wei Saikong's spirit embryo, then unless Qin Yu could unearth a holy artifact, he would almost certainly lose. So why was Qin Yu still smiling so cheerfully? Don't worry, the fun is about to begin. Qin Yu said mysteriously. Open it now. Wei Saikong took a deep breath and ordered the one manipulating the spirit-dissolving blade. Yes. The servant reacted quickly, and seeing the changing expressions of the esteemed guests, he quickened his movements. The spirit embryo was already small, and with the operator speeding up, stone chips scattered down in a flurry. Yet everyone still felt it was too slow. Watching them was like seeing an old man freed from prison eagerly eyeing a beautiful maiden slowly undressing, yearning to take matters into his own hands. Just as their eyes were strained with anticipation, the spirit embryo was finally fully dissected. Everyone hurriedly crowded around, afraid to miss anything. Wei Saikong was the fastest. When he rushed to the jade platform in excitement and looked, his expression froze. This is... Lin Wen arrived next and glanced at the object on the platform, his face turning odd. Yumia had the same reaction, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. What kind of feather is this? Seventh Prince Li Xianshan, being the most straightforward, looked at the orange feather on the platform and frowned, finding it contrary to his expectations. He immediately asked, what is this? Ha ha ha. Qin Yu finally stopped holding back, clutching his stomach with laughter. What are you laughing at? Do you recognize it? Li Xianshan frowned, turning to ask. I say, little prince, you've truly been cooped up in the grand palace too long, not even recognizing the world-famous red chicken feather. Qin Yu laughed endlessly, then walked over and patted Li Xianshan on the shoulder. Li Xianshan looked astonished and asked seriously, world-famous? That must be a treasure. At this, Shangguan Xiaoya couldn't help but laugh. Lin Wen's mouth twitched. He wanted to laugh, but thought it improper to do so directly, so he held it in. But he couldn't suppress it, so his body trembled, emitting sounds like huff huff, akin to passing gas. Wei Saikong, however, couldn't laugh, his face turning ashen. Li Xianshan wasn't foolish. Seeing everyone's reactions, he quickly realized he had made a fool of himself. Fortunately, Qin Yu, with the intent of educating a minor, didn't play word games with him. The red chicken, also known as a chicken, It's a common dish in the mortal world. No on everyone's dining table. Cultivators could abstain from food absorbing spiritual energy from heaven and earth without issue. But the desire for taste was something even high-level saints found hard to completely avoid. At least Qin Yu knew that his father Qin Haoran, the strongest man in the Tianxian realm, loved to have a few drinks at night when idle. As for those elders who would go into seclusion for hundreds of years, they often gathered with a few old friends upon emerging. While it was mainly to reconnect, indulging their stomachs was also crucial, and the red chicken was one of the common ingredients on people's tables. Of course, it was usually simply called chicken. Li Xianshan, born into royalty and raised in the bustling immortal capital, had tasted countless delicacies but never bothered to inquire about the ingredients of a common dish. If it were cooked and placed before him, he might recognize it, but as a live creature, he had hardly ever seen one in his life. Apart from cultivation, he was busy scheming with his own family, so when Qin Yu first mentioned the red chicken, he truly didn't catch on. But the others present were different. Most sacred lands were located in tranquil paradises, especially the Taishan sacred land, which resembled a deep mountain farm, making such things quite common. Thus, when they heard the seventh prince's words, their laughter was like aged urine, unstoppable. The shorthand was indeed necessary. When Qin Yu said red chicken, the little prince didn't understand. But just saying the word chicken immediately made him comprehend. His face awkward, he looked at the tuft of red feathers before him and murmured, "Are you saying this is chicken feathers?" Qin Yu laughed heartily, nodding repeatedly. Yes, these are chicken feathers." Their exchange once again amused everyone present, and the relief that it wasn't the legendary divine crystal relaxed their minds. Suddenly sounds of huff huff rose and fell in a chorus. Only Wei Saikong's face was ashen, the stark fall from heaven to hell hard for him to accept. "Why? I clearly saw extraordinary fortune. Ooh, I couldn't be wrong." He shook his head, grabbing the feather with bloodshot eyes. For figures of their level, everything else was secondary. A face was paramount. Now, having lost face before his fellow saint sons and daughters, he feared he would become a laughingstock in private. There is indeed a trace of fortune on it, but it's not inherent to the feather itself. Seeing his state, Qin Yu's eyes flickered, deciding to tell him the truth. It would be a pity if the young man died of anger. "What do you mean?" Wei Sikong spun around, glaring fiercely at Qin Yu, as if to tear him apart. "The feather in your hand is stained with some liquid from the ancient divine beast, the two-headed sunbird." "The two-headed sunbird?" Wei Sikong's eyes lit up. "You mean the legendary divine beast that brings day when it opens its eyes and night when it closes them?" Exactly. Such a divine beast only appears in legends. It's said that every part is a treasure, from feathers to flesh, with miraculous effects. If this feather is stained with the blood of the two-headed sunbird, it must have unique properties. Indeed, I once heard of a beast with mixed blood that, after being stained with a drop of blood from an ancient ferocious beast, mutated and changed its fate. Everyone started discussing, clearly very interested in this ancient divine beast. Wei Sikong no longer looked sullen. He examined the feather in his hand, hesitated, then slowly brought it to his nose and gently sniffed it. The smell was odd, but there was no bloody scent. After all, the blood of an ancient divine beast wouldn't smell like blood. He then extended his tongue and licked it. It was salty. He clutched the feather tightly, preparing to store it in his space and study it later. "I never said it was definitely the blood of the two-headed sunbird." Just then Qin Yu spoke slowly. "If not blood, then what?" Li Xianshan stepped forward, demanding. Qin Yu didn't answer, but casually glanced at everyone's lower regions, a smirk playing on his lips. "Everyone, could it be a..." Yumai's mouth twitched slightly. "No way." Lin Wen also caught on. "Is it Uranoi?" Li Xianshan was indeed the most straightforward. The moment he spoke, Wei Saikong's movements froze, his face darkening as veins bulged. Li Xianshan was indeed the most straightforward. The moment he spoke, Wei Saikong's movements froze, his face darkening as veins bulged. Within the secret chamber, a chilling atmosphere of slaughter suddenly emerged. Wei Sikong stared intently at Qin Yu, his ferocious gaze as if intending to tear Qin Yu apart. "Don't stare at me like that. It's your own fault for not listening to the end before getting handsy. Or rather mouthy. Blame me." Qin Yu grinned, then added, "By the way, how did the vermilion bird taste?" He deliberately drew out the word taste, as if testing the limits of Wei Saikong's patience. "Qin Yu." Wei Saikong's eyes flashed with murderous intent. With a shudder, a violent storm of divine power erupted from his body, like an ancient ferocious beast about to bare its fangs. "Brother Wei, don't be rash." Just then Yumie and Lin Wen stepped forward together to stop him. "They'll tear him apart." Wei Saikong's emotions surged as he struggled to break through their restraint. "Let alone the fact that you might not be able to kill him. Even if you could, you wouldn't escape. There are more than just us here. Would you kill the Yaowang Saintess to silence everyone?" Lin Wen sent a telepathic message abruptly, and Wei Sikong froze instantly. Can the Arctic Holy Land bear the wrath of Qin Haoran and the Qin clan? At the mention of Qin Haoran's name, the murderous light in Wei Saikong's eyes faded considerably. Since childhood, he had heard this name spoken countless times by his elders. Whenever they spoke of him, the elders' voices were filled with caution, nervousness, and fear, an impression that had left a deep mark on him. After all, what was the Arctic Holy Land? Who could make a holy land feel fear? Qin Haoran. I will have my revenge, he ground out, withdrawing his divine power. Lin Wen and Yumiya exchanged a glance and sighed in relief. If the two had truly come to blows here, all their plans would have been ruined. Rest assured that time won't be long in coming. Wei Sikong restrained himself and retreated to a corner, unwilling to see Qin Yu's face any longer, lest he lose control. Brother Qin's actions were a bit excessive, Lin Wen said, looking at Qin Yu with a complex expression. He had originally planned to use the stone gambling to humble Qin Yu, laying the groundwork for future actions. But unexpectedly, Qin Yu had gained the upper hand. Oh really? Qin Yu stretched lazily and said innocently. He opened it himself, licked it himself. Can I help it? At these words, Wei Saikong's mouth twitched and his whole body trembled violently. Fortunately, Yumiya held him back, or he would have gone berserk again. Who's next? I am. Yumiya stepped forward and cast out a spirit embryo. Soon its contents were revealed. A pill. Rich fragrance of elixir engraved with 6 lines. It's a peak Dao-grade pill. Lin Wen, who apparently knew something about alchemy, examined the pill Yumiya had opened and said, if I'm not mistaken, this is the legendary Dream Extreme pill. Dream Extreme pill, eh? Yumiya frowned and asked, what is its use? Legend says it can force a cultivator into a dream, entering a state eerily similar to enlightenment, allowing them to comprehend laws within the dream and even break through. The formula for the Dream Extreme pill has long been lost. The highest grade of such pills left in the world now is only 5 lines, far inferior to Brother Yes pill. Though I don't understand the Tao of alchemy, I know that all pills fall within 9 lines. 1 to 3 lines are low-grade spiritual medicines, 4 to 6 are high-grade pills effective even for martial venerable powerhouses, 7 to 9 are legendary saint pills said to be refined only by saint-level alchemists. Indeed, this Dream Extreme pill is a supreme high-grade pill. After Brother Yu consumes it, I believe he will make great strides. Let me congratulate you in advance. Lin Wen said with a cupped fist smile. I must thank Brother Lin for enlightening me. Yumiya was evidently ecstatic. Such a high-grade pill was indeed a rarity. You're too kind. Lin Wen waved his hand and said, now it's my turn. Brother Lin opened a 2nd-grade Tao artifact on his first try. Surely this second spirit embryo will be even better. Little Prince Li Xianshan laughed. That's not certain. Haven't we seen someone open only a chicken feather in the 2nd round? Just then Qin Yu interjected. That's a harsh thing to say. You only know how to flatter the Taishan Holy Sun, but you drag the Arctic Holy Sun out to be flogged. Tisk tsk. Li Xianshan was momentarily speechless. He looked at Wei Sikong, about to explain, when a familiar voice came from the side. Brother Wei, calm down, calm down. Boom. Just then a violent tremor came from a jade platform nearby. Everyone turned to look and saw a burst of cyan mystical light erupting from between the half-shattered spirit embryos. The cyan light was dense, carrying an immensely ancient aura. Vaguely visible was a broken cyan stone stele. What is this, eh? Yumiya frowned, instinctively sensing that this object was no ordinary thing, but he couldn't discern its true nature. There's no fluctuation of divine power. Could the stele be inscribed with some kind of technique? It doesn't seem like it. The Taishan stele. At that moment, Lin Wen's eyes grew dazed, as if waking from a dream. What? The others were puzzled. Lin Wen withdrew his gaze and gently placed his hand on the stele, saying emotionally, according to the ancient records of my Taishan Holy Land, when the Holy Land was first established, an ancestral powerhouse carved a Taishan ancient stele to suppress the sect's fortune. But during the War of 100 Races, the stele shattered and was lost. I never imagined that today I would see one of its fragments here. Fortune is elusive and hard to find. Since it has a name for suppressing fortune, it must be no ordinary object. Yumi's eyes lit up. If the stele were intact, it would surely be a saint-grade artifact, but this fragment is only half a saint-grade. That's more than enough. It's already a miracle. Behind the crowd, the voice of the fat steward trembled. His stone gambling venue had produced Dao-grade treasures in succession enough to shake all of Yaoguang City and even Luotian province. Now a half-saint-grade steel fragment had appeared, making his heart seize up, nearly causing him to faint. Opening a half-saint-grade divine object from stone gambling was something that shattered everyone's understanding. Indeed, it is more than enough. The 4 prodigies relaxed their tone, gradually becoming lighter. But their enough meant something different from the fat stewards. A half-saint-grade item has appeared. I wonder how that kid can win. Brother Qin, shall we continue the competition? Linwen stood with his hands behind his back looking as if victory was already assured and said with a smile, "Why not? Or are you admitting defeat?" Brother Qin is joking. My spirit embryo has already yielded a half-saint grade item. Even if you open 2 more first-grade Dao artifacts, you still cannot win. You've said it all. A broken, useless steel fragment dares to call itself half-saint grade. Qin Yu sneered disdainfully. Even if you count it as half-saint grade, it doesn't mean you've won for sure. Even a half-step saint grade can't win. You don't seriously think that pile of scrap can yield a saint grade, do you? Drawing a first-grade Dao artifact was already a stroke of dumb luck, yet you still dream of the impossible. Wei Xikong, the holy son of the Arctic, finally seized the chance to unleash a torrent of mockery at Qin Yu. Sir, there's truly no need to continue this contest. A half-step saint grade has already shattered the records of the stone gambling world. Nothing higher exists. Steward Zhang Xian also spoke his words likewise, concluding that Qin Yu could not possibly win. Earlier, when Qin Yu had drawn a first-grade Dao artifact from the Wei stone, it had already stunned him, but he understood that the odds of such an event were even slimmer than a man giving birth, let alone a higher-grade saint artifact. It was simply impossible. Enough nonsense. Qin Yu paid no heed to the crowd striding forward to produce another fingernail-sized piece of scrap, tossing it onto the jade platform. Open. Since Brother Qin refuses to concede, I shall have to make him submit wholeheartedly. Linwen observed with indifference. No matter what Qin Yu chose, he was destined to win. Just then the waste stone began to emit a dazzling multicolored radiance. Could there actually be something inside? The crowd was taken aback. That's hardly likely. Doesn't that light look rather familiar? Yumi narrowed his eyes, lost in thought, then suddenly realized it closely resembles what Brother Wei unearthed earlier. Indeed. Could it be another chicken feather? Little Prince Li Xianshan nodded repeatedly. Ha ha ha. Heaven's cycles truly bring retribution, and vengeance comes swiftly. Wei Xikong laughed heartily, brimming with exhilaration. His mind was consumed with the thought that heaven had not failed him. He had just unearthed that chicken feather not long ago, and now Qin Yu encountered an identical situation, instantly dispelling his pent-up frustration. How about it? Care to check if your feather has any vermilion bird urine on it? Wei Xikong strode over, picked up the feather he had discarded on the ground, and waved it before Qin Yu. Or shall we compare whose feather is more handsome? The crowd joined in the laughter, all feeling that today's events were utterly bizarre, yet immensely satisfying. Brainless. Unexpectedly, Qin Yu cast a sidelong glance at him and spat out the words. You. Wei Xikong faltered, then sneered, still putting on airs. We both drew a chicken feather. What are you so smug about? Open your dog eyes wide and see clearly what I, your master, have unearthed. What else could it be? Wei Xikong turned his head dismissively, about to speak with his companions, when his eyes caught a glimpse of an extraordinarily splendid multicolored radiance, and his body stiffened abruptly. This is the authentic myriad transformations divine crystal. Qin Yu's confident declaration fell, plunging the entire venue into silence. Who had just claimed it was a chicken feather? Face stinging, wasn't it? If my chicken feather looked like this, it would pluck every chicken in the world bald. Wei Xikong stared blankly in the direction Qin Yu pointed. The myriad transformations divine crystal, floating above the jade platform and shimmering with 5-colored divine light, exuded an aura of serene auspiciousness. Yet to him that aura felt like a nail driving him onto the pillar of shame. Why did the myriad transformations divine crystal I unearthed turn out to be a chicken feather, while you managed to draw the genuine article? Suddenly recalling something, he whirled around to stare at Qin Yu, roaring hoarsely, "What a brilliant sleight of hand. Truly masterful." What do you mean? Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. This fellow was looking for trouble. What trick did you use to transfer the myriad transformations divine crystal from my spirit embryo into yours? The crowd was inwardly startled. Is such a thing possible? Could the prodigy of the Arctic Holy Land have lost his mind? Brother Wei, what are you saying? Linwen stepped forward and pulled Wei Xikong back. The spirit embryo is profoundly mysterious. Even with our Oricite techniques, we can only roughly speculate on the treasure's fortune within. Who could possibly know the inner workings in advance, and right before our eyes execute such a heaven-defying substitution? Yumi also stepped out to console him, clearly believing that Wei Xikong had lost his wits. Yet it was hardly his fault. Such successive blows would be unbearable even for the holy son of the Arctic. I am not making baseless accusations. Wei Xikong shook his head and said, when my spirit embryo first showed signs, he kept smirking until it finally revealed a chicken feather. Then he clearly told us that feather was stained with the fluid of a vermilion bird. The few of us are all prodigies meticulously nurtured by our holy land, surpassing him in knowledge and experience. Why is it that none of us could discern it, yet he could know with such clarity? Does it mean that all of us combined are inferior to him? This clearly shows he had already set his scheme. That chicken feather must have been planted by him. Wei Xikong spoke with conviction, his words seemingly logical and well-founded. His gaze burned fiercely. Today, by any means, he would pin this accusation on him. Yumi exchanged glances with the other two prodigies, their eyes lighting up as sudden understanding dawned. With unspoken mutual understanding, they approached Qin Yu and said, "Brother Qin, do you have anything to say? If you wish to condemn a man, no pretext is lacking." Qin Yu glanced with interest at Wei Xikong, who seemed to have found the truth. It must have been quite a struggle to fabricate such a seemingly plausible, yet utterly flawed story. "So, you admit it." Wei Xikong's gaze turned dangerous. "Admit your sister." Qin Yu burst into curses, flicked his sleeve, and absorbed the myriad transformations divine crystal into his body. Then, eyeing Wei Xikong askance, he said, "Want to weasel out? Fine, beat me." As his words fell, starlight and thunder radiance burst forth from Qin Yu's body, an unparalleled aura sweeping outward. Even a clay figurine has a temper. These shameless scoundrels had pranced about long enough. Wei Xikong hastily defended himself, yet was still sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall at the edge. "You seek death." Wei Xikong's eyes turned bloodshot. Being repelled by Qin Yu in a single move brought him disgrace, and the long-suppressed resentment within him surged forth, no longer restrained. His black robe burst apart, divine power roiling, as two eerie barbaric runes slowly writhed in his eyes. Then streaks of green-black barbaric inscriptions appeared across Wei Xikong's body. A primal desolate aura rushed forth. This is the Arctic Holy Land's inherited secret art, the primordial war body. The Arctic Holy Land is inherently a body cultivation holy ground with fleshly prowess unrivaled across Tianxian. This primordial war body can multiply the power of body cultivators, truly extraordinary. It is said that the primordial war body secret art has 9 levels, each a peak. Judging by Brother Weiss' aura, he has likely reached the 7th level, hasn't he? The Arctic Holy Sun lives up to his reputation. Lin Wen and Yumiya exchanged a glance, releasing Wei Xikong and letting him charge forward. Bang! 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 Wei Xikong transformed into a primordial beast, his footsteps thundering like drums. With each stride, his physical form doubled in size. By the time he reached Qin Yu, he had become a giant 10 meters tall. "Thank goodness I built this secret chamber spacious enough, or even the dome might have been shattered." The fat shopkeeper gazed at the fearsome figure, his heart trembling as he hastily retreated to the side. "I've held back long enough." Wei Xikong's face twisted savagely. His once fairly handsome features were now covered in black barbaric runes, making him look like an ancient cannibalistic ogre, hideous and terrifying. He glared down at the diminutive Qin Yu, roaring as he threw a punch. Ryup. With terrifying power and blinding speed, the fist warped space, producing a violent sonic boom as it hurtled toward Qin Yu's head. The fist was even larger than Qin Yu's head. If it connected squarely, it would surely shatter his skull in an instant, sending brains splattering everywhere. Yet facing such a horrifying sight, Qin Yu did not dodge. He stood with his hands behind his back, robes fluttering, a divine light shimmering in his eyes, his expression utterly unchanged. Why isn't Qin Yu moving? Could he be scared stiff? Li Xianshan sneered, glancing at Qin Yu standing motionless. Probably used to a life of luxury in his clan with no battle experience. Suddenly facing such a crisis, it's normal for him to freeze up. Unlike Brother Wei, who ventured out alone as a child to hunt savage beasts, they're not even on the same level. Lin Wen remarked with a sneer. In the void, countless formidable gazes intersected as hidden divine senses conversed. What should we do? Should we intervene and save this young clan leader of the Qin family? This Arctic Holy Sun is incredibly audacious, causing chaos on our Yaoguang sacred grounds turf. I doubt he'll gain the upper hand. A prodigy who could see through the Qiong Tower illusion at a glance can't be that simple. Indeed. Let's wait and see. In the blink of an eye, the massive fist drew closer and closer to Qin Yu, nearly touching his face. At that moment, Qin Yu moved. Light swirled in his eyes as a smile curled at the corner of his lips. Deduction complete. Primordial War Body 9th layer. Boom. A violent eruption burst from the center of the battlefield, unleashing a storm infused with ancient savagery that swept wildly in all directions. Sensing the overwhelming force rushing toward them, everyone present scrambled backward, terrified of being caught in the fallout. Dust and smoke billowed in the center of the chamber, obscuring the scene, but a sudden expanse of stars overhead was strikingly visible. This is the dome I paid so much for. The fat shopkeeper gazed at the massive hole, his heart aching. Truly, when gods wage war, mortals suffer the consequences. Not only that, but the ground beneath them suddenly trembled. Colossal cracks visible to the naked eye spread outward from the center of the battlefield, shattering the entire floor paved with precious spirit stones. It seemed to be bearing an unimaginably terrifying force. Suddenly, the floor beneath them collapsed entirely, revealing a vast underground space. Everyone plummeted simultaneously, yet almost in the same instant they activated their divine power to soar upward, arriving above the Wanshur pavilion to finally see the situation clearly. It was a giant standing 100 meters tall. Standing before it, they could barely see the top of its head. What is this? The young Prince Li Xianshan was utterly astounded. His princely composure entirely lost, his jaw nearly dropping. This? How does Qin Yu also possess the primordial war body? Isn't this the core ultimate art of the Arctic sacred ground never taught to outsiders? Lin Wen continued to ascend, finally able to scrutinize the giant's face, his heart filled with shock. That astonishing figure was none other than Qin Yu. He raised his fist and slammed it heavily into the earth, and faintly, a drawn-out cry of agony echoed. Then Qin Yu reached into the ground and pulled something up pinched between his fingers. Look, what's he holding? Is that Brother Wei? Everyone peered closely. In the giant's hand was a figure struggling feebly, like an ant underfoot. Was this still the majestic Arctic Holy Sun from a moment ago? How had he been reduced to this state in the blink of an eye? You? How? Do you know? The primordial war body. Wei Xikong gasped for breath. Qin Yu's massive hand tightly gripping his body, as if with one more squeeze he would be crushed to pulp. But the physical pain could not erase the shock he felt in that moment. He simply could not fathom how this young clan leader of the Qin family had mastered their sacred ground's core ultimate art, and to a level far beyond his own. Is this mediocre technique really that difficult? Qin Yu said calmly. But with his current size, even the slightest sound rumbled like thunder. His words reached everyone's ears, clearly causing their minds to reel, nearly making them lose control of their divine power and plummet. Mediocre? Who are you kidding? This is a sacred ground's core ultimate art. Do you think it's child's play learned in an instant? And you mastered it at its highest level right after learning it. What about those who toil their entire lives without reaching the peak? What are they supposed to think? Are you even human? You? Nonsense. Wei Xikong couldn't believe a word of it. Since childhood, he had ventured deep into the wild mountains, engaging in bloody combat with all kinds of ferocious beasts. It took him over 20 years to barely reach the 7th layer of the primordial war body. Even so, the sacred ground's elders had deemed him a genius unseen in 10,000 years. He defeated the Holy Lord's direct descendants to claim the position of Holy Sun, enjoying a smooth path to fame and honor across Tianxian. He had always taken pride in it. The overwhelming offensive power of the primordial war body, capable of shattering any so-called prodigy he encountered into dust. But today, he was crushed, and by the very technique he knew best. Most importantly, Qin Yu had reached the 9th layer. After all, even the current saints of the sacred ground, once prodigies themselves, had only reached the 9th layer of the primordial war body when they were at the martial venerable realm. Because while the primordial war body was immensely powerful, its primal savage-killing aura subtly affected the user's mind and body. If one couldn't withstand it, they would either lose their mind and become a fool, or their body would explode into dust. No one dared cultivate the highest layer before reaching the martial venerable realm. But Qin Yu was different. His talent was unparalleled through the ages, his deduction ability unmatched. In an instant, he not only fully analyzed the primordial war body Wei Xikong had displayed, but surpassed it, directly deducing it to its peak level. Every esoteric essence was etched into his mind. There was no room for error. Crucially, he had undergone the baptism of heavenly tribulation, making his physical strength far superior to his peers. As for the barbaric aura's effect on the mind, that was merely a side effect of the technique. During his deduction, Qin Yu had conveniently perfected it. Believe it or not, Qin Yu, looking at the Arctic Saint Sun before him, who resembled a dying dog, showed little interest. With a sudden increase in grip strength, he was about to crush him directly. How dare you, you brat! At that moment, a heavy pressure like a mountain fell upon Qin Yu, causing him to frown and his figure to sink slightly. A saint. The space before him rippled, and out stepped a man with robust muscles and a formidable appearance, his hair silver white, with a long scar on his face drawing attention. He trod upon the void, approaching slowly, the space around him trembling faintly with his passage. This was unmistakably a powerhouse at the Saint realm. Young man, do not bring ruin upon yourself. Release our Saint's son at once. He looked at the towering Qin Yu before him, his heart shaken. An outsider had actually cultivated the core secret art of the Arctic Holy Land to its peak. If this were reported back, those old fogies would surely jump up in fury. But now he could not dwell on that. The Saint's son was still in Qin Yu's hands, and saving him took priority. When the young are beaten, the old come. Qin Yu chuckled, sneering. Your Arctic Holy Land truly is a sacred ground for body cultivation, at least in terms of thick skin. I doubt even the forbidden heavenly tribulation could breach your faces. At these words, the onlookers were terrified out of their wits, trembling with fear. This Qin Yu, was he openly insulting a saint? Truly a fearless calf that does not fear a tiger. He dares to show such disrespect to a saint. How arrogant. The young princely Xianshan stared in disbelief. His father killed more than a handful of saints back in the day. Did you expect him to show much respect? Yumi squinted, his words tinged with envy for Qinyu. Having a father who dominated an era was truly something. I hope this saint in his fury grinds Qinyu to dust and saves us the trouble. Lin Wen's face was dark. The stronger Qinyu grew, the more uneasy he became. Insolent. The muscular saint's face stiffened as he roared, "You dare insult a saint? Did I say anything wrong? When peers contend and one is outmatched, do you need a saint to intervene? If you can't afford to lose, why bother at all?" Qinyu declared boldly, his voice ringing out. This fool pranced before me for so long, hurling insults and throwing punches. Now that he can't win, he wants to leave. On what grounds? The youth's unbridled voice echoed through the night sky, stirring the city of Yaoguang into a frenzy. Who is this prodigy facing a saint without flinching and even daring to talk back? He will surely achieve greatness. How amusing. If word of tonight spreads, there will be quite a stir. A young prodigy defying a saint. Demanding on what grounds? Just thinking about it is thrilling. He's so handsome. I wonder if he's married. If so, would he mind one more? Presumptuous whelps spouting wild words. Today I shall teach you on behalf of your elders what it means to respect your seniors. The saint erupted in fury, his aura surging. Instantly, the once clear starry sky was overrun by boundless heavy clouds. Strands of cyan-black light danced upon his body, and behind him vaguely manifested a peerless figure with feet planted on the earth and head touching the sky. An overwhelming pressure like heavy shackles bore down on Qinyu, determined to bend his spine. You old scoundrel. Qinyu grinned savagely, veins bulging on his hands as he raised Wei Sikong before him, exposing him to countless eyes. Watch closely. With those words, he squeezed fiercely with both hands. You dare. The saint's eyes nearly split with rage, his pupils contracted sharply as he roared. If Qinyu crushed the saint's son before his eyes today, how could he ever hold his head high in Tianxian again? Thus he unleashed all his divine power, forming a heaven-covering colossal hand that slammed viciously toward Qinyu's position, its momentum ferocious. But it was too late. Bang! A mist of blood burst from Qinyu's palm, scattering across the sky. Then, as if in disgust, Qinyu shook his hand to fling off the filth, casting a disdainful glance at the incoming hand, utterly fearless. The saint is enraged. It's over, it's over. This youth will surely meet his end here. What a pity, such a rare prodigy. Truly heaven is jealous of genius. At that moment, within the endless night sky, a dazzling golden radiance suddenly appeared, rapidly spreading from the horizon and illuminating half the firmament in an instant. Bathed in the golden light, Qinyu felt the shackles upon him dissolve, his body lightening. Hum! The great hand struck the golden radiance, echoing like a resounding bell. The Yaoguang sacred lord. The saint's expression shifted drastically, staring into the depths of the golden light with profound wariness. When juniors contend, they must accept the outcome. Life and death are fated. As a saint and an elder, bullying the weak is truly indefensible. The voice, ethereal as celestial music, came from nowhere, yet left all feeling as if bathed in a spring breeze, refreshed and invigorated. Is your Yaoguang holy land determined to shield this person? He frowned, deeply reluctant. Even if I did not act, you could not kill him. Do not humiliate yourself. The voice, ethereal, suddenly appeared in his mind, and his expression changed. At that moment, an unparalleled chill like the sharpest blade in the world silently materialized around him. He tensed, his formidable flesh suddenly breaking out in goosebumps as a realization struck him. This is not over. Staring intently at Qinyu before him, he left a harsh threat, turned, and tore through the void to depart. Suddenly, an unexpected voice drifted over. Stop! The world fell silent. Countless eyes fixed on the tall figure, their expressions puzzled. The speaker was none other than Qinyu. Did our young clan leader give you permission to leave? The void trembled, and a slender figure in a blue flowing immortal dress abruptly appeared before the crowd. Gasps. Another saint. Waves of sharp intakes of breath echoed. Saints, the supreme beings of the Tianxian realm, rarely seen for years, had appeared one after another tonight. And the great powers of the holy lands hidden in the void, upon seeing this figure, were shaken to their core, unable to speak a coherent word. Is it her? A voice finally spoke, hardly believing it. It should be. Is she the guardian of this young clan leader Qin? Has the Qin family gone mad, letting this demon out? Hush! Do you dare utter such words? Do you want to die and drag us with you? If these whispers were to spread, they would shake the entire Tianxian realm. These were all the top powerhouses within the Holy Lands, yet they were reduced to such a state by the mere appearance of a woman. Is it you? The sage of the Arctic sacred land looked as if he had witnessed something utterly terrifying, a flicker of unconcealable dread surfacing in his eyes. You came personally. His heart trembled. As a revered sage, you struck at our young clan leader, breaking the rules. And now, you intend to simply walk away. Qin Hanliang gazed into the distance from afar, her expression as indifferent as if she were looking at empty air. What do you want? The sage's face grew increasingly grim. With this god of slaughter present today would hardly end peacefully. Breaking the rules comes with a price. Which hand did you use to strike me just now? Qin Yu adopted a thoughtful expression, then said, never mind, either will do. Sever one of your arms yourself, and well, let it slide for today. Gasps rippled through the heavens and earth. Has he lost his mind? A mere martial king dares to command a sage to sever his own arm. Even with a sage guarding him, this is too arrogant. Could the sage's palm strike have addled his brains? That sounds utterly absurd. I must still be dreaming. He'll go back to sleep. Lin Wen and Yu Mie stood together in the distant sky, hearing this, torn between laughter and solemnity. As fellow prodigies, they had to admit that the poise and naturalness Qin Yu displayed before a sage was something they could not match. Let alone uttering such words. Demanding a sage to break his own arm was something one could only dream of. If he doesn't die, he'll become the second Qin Haoran. Yu Mie transmitted his voice. Lin Wen's expression stiffened. Some things had to be done. As the young man's calm words spread, countless faces shifted in shock. Wei Qing, the sage of the Arctic sacred land, turned ashen, his face a mask of disbelief. Since attaining sagehood, how many years had it been since anyone dared disrespect him? Yet today a martial king had the audacity to point at his nose and demand he sever his own arm. How utterly preposterous was this? In ordinary times, he would have crushed this martial king with a single slap, annihilating his entire clan in a bloodbath to uphold a sage's dignity. But today he dared not and could not. For beside that youth stood a figure even he found hard to face directly. The Ice Sage, Qin Hanliang. In the 5 millennia preceding the Tianxian calendar, there was an era known as the Age of 3 Sages. In that age, upon the path of all cultivators, 3 towering figures stood like pillars of heaven, commanding awe. The Ice Sage, the Thunder Sage, and the Flame Sage. They represented the pinnacle of their respective domains of law and also served as the guardians of the path to sagehood. As long as they existed, no one else could become a sage. No one knew why, but in their era, any who dared attempt to break through from the peak of martial venerate to the realm of sagehood faced not only the terrifying tribulation lightning, but also 3 utterly fearsome peak sages. It was a dead end. Countless resented them, countless feared them. For thousands of years, cultivators across the world trembled, shrouded in an indescribable shadow. For a cultivator seeking the Tao, having no path ahead, how tragic was that? Wei Qing was one of those countless souls. He had gained fame earlier than the 3 sages. When they were still young prodigies, he was already a renowned martial venerate of the Arctic sacred land, once listed on the divine general ranking. But he stagnated, unable to find the moment of breakthrough. Just when he finally saw hope of becoming a sage, the 3 sages emerged. Those 3 youths with astonishing talent and fortune attained sagehood in a short time and sealed the path, preventing anyone else from reaching that realm. What dominance and might that was! Wei Qing could never forget how he suppressed himself at the peak of martial venerate for 2,000 or 3,000 years. Once on a whim, he nearly triggered the tribulation to become a sage, but then a peerless solitary figure appeared before him, terrifying him into forcibly suppressing his breakthrough. This caused self-inflicted backlash, damaging his origin, and he entered a long seclusion to heal. He dared not. The strong of that era all bore these 3 inner demons in their hearts. Finally, as the 3 sages gradually withdrew from the world, he cautiously attained sagehood. Now, gazing at that fleeting yet unforgettable figure, memories surfaced in fragments, stirring a turmoil of emotions within him. Always leave some leeway. He turned his gaze to the youth beside her, speaking slowly. Sever your arm. Qin Yu cut him off, directly freezing the air once more. Countless eyes fixed on Wei Qing, sensing a trace of sorrow emanating from him. Was this still the eternal world-topping sage? First, this young clan leader of the Qin family killed the Arctic sacred land's holy son before his very eyes. When he tried to strike the radiant sacred lands, Saint Lord stopped him. Forced to abandon revenge for now, he planned to leave, only to be detained by the sage beside the youth. And most importantly, this youth demanded the sage break his own arm. He even had to negotiate with the boy. What a miserable sage. Wei Qing glared at Qin Yu, a flash of impulse to slay him on the spot, but he truly could not. And given today's situation, if he refused, he might not even escape unscathed. A sage might be eternal, but not immortal. He had lived half his life in frustration, barely achieving sagehood. How could he die here? But if he agreed, what shred of dignity would he have left as a sage? Caught in extreme torment, the scar on his face seemed to twist and writhe, grotesque and terrifying. I suggest you agree quickly. Just then the radiant Saint Lord's voice echoed in his ear. If you hadn't stopped me earlier, killing this brat would have ended everything. Wei Qing replied, "You think too much. The Ice Sage is his guardian. Do you believe you could bypass her?" "What? How is that possible? Why would she serve as a guardian for some brat?" Wei Qing was inwardly shocked, having assumed Qin Hanliang was merely hired by the Qin clan to protect Qin Yu during the dragon transformation trial. He never expected she was his guardian. The distinction between the two was vast. Given the Ice Sage's power and status in the Qin clan, who could force her if she was unwilling? At this thought, his gaze toward Qin Yu shifted dramatically. What kind of prodigy deserved the Ice Sage's personal guardianship? And if you truly killed him, the Arctic sacred land would be on the brink of annihilation. The radiant Saint Lord's tone turned cold. "What do you mean?" Wei Qing's pupils contracted. Could the destruction of a sacred land really be so extreme? Qin Haoran ranked first on the Saint Spirit list, is his father, Zhuang Hanfei ranked second, is his maternal uncle, and the Ice Saint ranked third needs no further introduction. I ranked seventh on the Saint Spirit list, am about to become his mother-in-law. These words plunged Wei Qing's mind into chaos, as if a torrential downpour was raging within, leaving him dazed and disoriented. This guy is practically a second-generation cultivator through and through. He couldn't help but curse, his inner turmoil evident. Each name represented not only their personal power, but also the colossal dormant sacred grounds behind them, like ancient beasts lurking in the shadows. A wave of relief washed over him. He was glad he had held back, or he would have faced utter catastrophe. "Fine. I will sever one of my own arms." His expression turned stern, and he spoke with utter seriousness. "Breaking the rules demands punishment. I accept it." Yet inwardly, he fumed, "Curse that blasted Holy Sun for dragging me into such a calamity for no reason." With that, he used his left hand as a blade, cleaving through his right arm like a thunderbolt. The saintly blood was viscous, gleaming with golden light, bound by a divine force, before he tossed it toward Qin Yu. The onlookers were all stunned. This is a saint. And he actually severed his own arm. This guy can brag about this scene for a lifetime. Who else can top this? Spread the word. Scour the clan for any unmarried maidens of exceptional beauty and grace, and use every means to cling to the young clan leader of the Qin family. Even if it means serving as a maid. A saint having endured the tribulation's baptism possesses a physical body rivaling top-tier Tao artifacts, and this saintly blood is a rare treasure in itself. You lack insight. The Arctic sacred ground is a haven for body cultivators. A saint's physique is comparable to a sacred artifact. Once refined by a master alchemist, TSK. Qin Yu accepted the arm, feeling the terrifying aura surging within it, and was deeply satisfied. Suddenly recalling something, he shrank his body back to normal size and turned to the prodigies who had been eagerly watching from the sidelines. As agreed, a best-of-3 contest. I've won 2 rounds. Do you concede? Lin won, and the other 2 were taken aback by his question, initially seeking excuses to stall for time. But upon reflection, with saints surrounding them and the contest witnessed by all, backing out would not only fail, but also tarnish their reputations. Concede for now, there's no rush. Yumiya secretly transmitted. Linwen nodded, thinking that as long as their subsequent plan succeeded and Qin Yu died, even if the Yaowang sacred ground finalized the marriage between Qin Yu and Shangwan Xiaya today, it would be meaningless. He then forced a seemingly humble smile and said slowly, "Brother Qin Yu, our superior, we admit defeat. Since you've conceded, hand over the wager." Qin Yu curled his lips, looking at the trio. "What? Brother Qin, I recall our bet was that the loser would never harbor improper thoughts toward the Holy Maiden again." Linwen said, "We accept defeat and will henceforth treat the Holy Maiden with utmost respect, never overstepping." "Are you dreaming?" Qin Yu listened to Linwen's words, increasingly sensing his shamelessness. "How can you say something so brazen? Xiaya has been betrothed to me from the start. It was you who butted in and demanded this contest. If I win, I gain nothing. If I lose, I hand her over. How do you get to have it all? It's a shame you're not in business. You'd make a natural-born profiteer." Qin Yu pointed at Linwen's nose and berated him, leaving Linwen dumbfounded and twitching. Isn't this holy son of the Taishan sacred ground a mighty figure? How can he let Qin Yu scold him like this without daring to retort? He's in the right, and with several saints present, he can't afford to renege under everyone's watch. If you ask me, this holy son of Taishan is still lacking. That innate supreme being is more reliable. He has the bearing of a true prodigy. The murmurs of the crowd swirled around Lin when stirring a flicker of murderous intent within him. Yet setting aside all the distractions, what Qin Yu said held considerable truth. So they had to lower their heads again. "Brother Qin, what wager do you desire?" "Nothing excessive. Sever both arms and each of you cough up 300 to 500 million spirit stones plus a dozen or so sacred artifacts and medicines. That should barely suffice." The crowd nearly spat blood at his words. What kind of talk is this? Are spirit stones mere pebbles by the roadside? handing over hundreds of millions. Even if they were pebbles, you'd have to strip several mountains bare. As for sacred artifacts and medicines, are they cabbages from your garden? Each one is a treasured heirloom never brought out except in dire need. Barely suffice. How gracious of you. Brother Qin stopped joking. Lin Wen and the others shook their heads as such demands were utterly unacceptable. Severing both arms wasn't too hard to swallow. Hadn't a saint just done the same? But the rest was pure fantasy. Even if they accepted, they couldn't possibly produce it. Even the central continent immortal dynasty famed for its wealth would find this shaking the very foundations of their sacred ground. That's over the top. Qin Yu was about to continue when Qin Hanliang whispered coldly in his ear. Over the top. I think it's fine. Qin Yu rubbed his nose, having little concept of such things. He had never lacked for anything since childhood. But since Qin Hanliang said it was excessive, she must be right. Look at you, so pathetic. Qin Yu taunted, causing veins to bulge on the brows of the onlookers. How about this? Each of you pays 100 million spirit stones, one sacred medicine, and severs both arms. Brother Qin. Lin Wen tried to bargain. No lower. Lin Wen and Yu Mia exchanged glances and transmitted. I think we should go for another round. This price is too steep. We still have the mystic fire spirit embryo unused. We're sure to win the next match. If we win, there's still a chance. Brother Qin were willing to raise the bet to 300 million spirit stones. Lin Wen suddenly said, startling the young Prince Li Xianshan. Oh. Qin Yu was suspicious. He didn't believe Lin Wen was being generous. But we must have another match. We have one last spirit embryo to unveil. This round decides it all. What the hell? Li Xianshan stomped his foot in panic. He had no cards left to play and no confidence in beating Qin Yu again. Even though he knew the remaining embryo in Qin Yu's hand was still a dud. To hell with the dud, he cursed inwardly. Don't worry, Brother Yu, and I will bet with Brother Qin this round. You just watch from the sidelines. Lin Wen said. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes as he glanced at the two, thinking to himself that they must have been absolutely certain of victory to make such a demand. Yet what did he have to fear? Fine, I accept. But betting mere spirit stones is too dull. The loser must not only sever both arms, but also both legs. At these words, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. Why must it always be severing hands or legs? Very well, we agree. Lin Wen took a deep breath, confident that he would win this round. Manager Zhang, could you check if your spirit-enhancing knife is still intact? Qin Yu asked, glancing at the rubble he had created beneath his feet. The portly manager responded promptly, descending from the sky, without a second word. Before long, he returned carrying a massive jade platform. The spirit-enhancing knife is unharmed and fully functional, he said with a fawning smile. I would trouble Manager Zhang to personally dissect the spirit embryo for us. It is only right. Only right. The portly manager nodded, repeatedly channeling divine power to suspend the jade platform in midair. Who shall go first? Qin Yu swept his gaze over the two and said. Lin Wen stepped forward first, placing a palm-sized spirit embryo upon the jade platform. The portly manager promptly activated his divine power to manipulate the spirit-enhancing knife. Is this a public stone gambling session? So many novelties today. These young masters certainly know how to amuse themselves. Hiss. Does the spirit embryo of the Supreme Saint Sun seem somewhat unusual? An experienced veteran noticed the extraordinary nature of the spirit embryo and exclaimed, Indeed. Let me take a look. Several adept individuals within the sacred land began using their arts of observation to scrutinize the spirit embryo's aura. Could this be the legendary mystic fire spirit embryo? No mistake, no mistake. Legend has it that nothing below a half-saint level emerges from the mystic fire spirit embryo, and even saint-grade items are not impossible. Who knows if it's true or false? The crowd buzzed with discussion, their words reaching the ears of Qin Yu and his group. No wonder they insisted so firmly on another round. They had found a mystic fire spirit embryo. Now the young clan leader of Qin is at a disadvantage. He fell into their trap. After all, he is still young and impulsive. Yet Qin Yu remained utterly unmoved, calmly watching as the spirit embryo was gradually dissected before everyone's eyes. Boom. Suddenly the heavens and earth stirred with great turbulence. The boundless night seemed to be disrupted by an unseen force, and chaotic tides of spiritual energy emerged, causing everyone present to frown in response. This aura. Could it be that a saint weapon is about to appear? Quickly record this with a memory orb. Such a scene is an ancient millennium event. Ryup. The spirit embryo had only been half dissected when an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted, shaking violently. In an instant, the stone surface cracked, as if something extraordinary was about to break free. A crimson beam shot into the sky, drawing the gaze of all. An abyssal aura spread and countless faces turned solemn, such a dense blood energy. It was a saintly artifact, the Blade of Slaughter. Within the crimson glow, a bright red short blade seemed ready to tear through space and vanish into the void. Oh no, the saint weapon is escaping. The smile on Lin Wen's face froze before it could fully bloom. Rest assured, Saint Son, leave this to me. An aged voice suddenly echoed in Lin Wen's mind, calming his nerves. The saint weapon had gained intelligence and was steeped in slaughter. With his current strength, he could not only fail to restrain it, but might also suffer backlash. With his protector taking action, the problem should be manageable. A radiant glow flickered within the clouds as the elder engaged the saint weapon. Numerous powerhouses gazed through the void, observing the battlefield within. A genuine saint weapon imbued with the law of slaughter, though the law's level is not high. Lower grade, I'd say. Still quite impressive for it is a saint weapon. And one unearthed from a spirit embryo at that. A true marvel. Their words hinted at a stirring of desire. A saint weapon would bolster any sacred land's foundations. No one would remain indifferent. After a while, the commotion in the sky subsided. An elderly figure emerged from the void, nodding to Lin Wen to indicate that all was handled. Relieved, Lin Wen smiled and said, "Brother Qin, does this saint weapon meet your expectations?" Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, finding the man's habit of asking such questions rather odd, clearly inviting ridicule. "It's just so-so." Just. Lin Wen faltered silently, cursing his own foolishness for asking. Had he not been rebuffed enough times to learn? Lin looks forward to Brother Qin's waste material, producing another miracle. He deliberately paused on the words waste material. The crowd murmured among themselves. Isn't this a stone gambling match? Why mention waste material? What does it have to do with anything? I heard that the young clan leader of Qin selected 3 spirit embryos from the waste pile. One yielded a first-grade Tao artifact, another produced the myriad transformations divine crystal, and the third remains unknown. That's too absurd. Do you actually believe that? Can waste material really yield a first-grade Tao artifact? Not to mention the myriad transformations divine crystal, a treasure that even saints covet. We were so caught up in their conflict that we forgot to ask about the myriad transformations divine crystal. Indeed. Once this is over, I must swallow my pride and pay a visit. The powerhouses of the Yaoguang's sacred land sighed silently in the void, clearly intrigued by the legendary myriad transformations divine crystal. Although they had kept a sliver of their divine sense on the competition, the myriad transformations divine crystal had appeared too suddenly, and the ensuing clash between Qin Yu and Wei Xikong had prevented them from seeing clearly. Amid the murmurs, Yu Mia placed his own spirit embryo on the platform. Hey, is my eyesight failing, or does this one look similar to the previous mystic fire spirit embryo? I feel the same. Could my eyes be playing tricks too? 2 mystic fire spirit embryos rare, as a Onsen Tenthasandier's event appearing at once. Unlikely. Let's wait and see. If it truly is a mystic fire spirit embryo, what emerges will surely be extraordinary. Swish. A flash of the blade cut a clean incision into the spirit embryo. Instantly, a profound radiance blazed forth, stirring the heavens and earth once more. Laws resonated, spiritual energy shifted. Another saint weapon. It really is. My goodness, which stone gambling establishment is this? He'll only play here from now on. Unearthing a Tao artifact would set me up for life. The 10,000 Stones Pavilion. I've been here before. Why have I never found anything so good? The dark, profound radiance merged seamlessly with the night, breaking free from the spirit embryo's confines like the earlier short blade. It too attempted to flee, only to be intercepted by Yumai's protector. Thus Lin Wen and Yu Mia each unveiled a sacred artifact. The entire assembly was astounded. Brother Qin, it's your turn. The smiles on Lin Wen and Yumai's faces were radiant, utterly addicted to the sensation of a comeback from the brink of defeat. 2 sacred artifacts. How could they possibly lose? Under the gaze of the crowd, Qin Yu leisurely stepped forward and produced a piece of scrap material. It really is scrap. My word, this young patriarch Qin is truly unconventional. What a character. How can he win with this? A piece of scrap this small can't even conceal a sword, let alone a sacred weapon. No one believed Qin Yu had a chance to win, not even shopkeeper Zhang Xian, who had witnessed his many miracles. By now he was numbed, yet secretly delighted. 2 sacred artifacts had been unearthed from his shop. Though he couldn't claim them, it would bring him fame. From now on, throughout the entire gambling stone world of Luotian Prefecture, his 10,000 stone pavilion would reign supreme. Proceed with the dissection, Manager Zhang. What are you dreaming about? You're drooling. Qin Yu cast him a glance and said, Right. He wiped his drool and began to work with great care. Brother Qin, while your spirit embryo is not yet fully dissected, you still have a chance to negotiate with us. Since you've won 2 rounds, we can consider setting aside this contest and arranging another. What do you say? Lin Wen and Yu Mia approached Qin Yu with beaming smiles, confident of victory, as if they had already won. Of course his words were insincere. merely a ploy to irk Qin Yu and settle the score for all the times he had bested them. Even if Qin Yu agreed, he would immediately renege. Open your dog eyes wide and see what I, your young master, can unearth. As the words fell, a sudden anomaly occurred. What is that? Such dense law energy. Could it truly be another sacred artifact? This aura is even stronger than the previous two. Lin Wen and Yu Mie stared blankly at the slowly blooming rays of light in the distance, their hearts filled with icy dread. This is impossible. How can a piece of scrap produce a sacred artifact? Lin Wen shook his head, his earlier confidence and composure gone, as if his soul had fled. Even if you also produce a sacred artifact, we have too. You still lose. Yu Mai's eyes darted around as he spoke with feigned righteousness. Lin Wen's eyes lit up at this, and he pointed at Qin Yu, saying, Yes, you still lose. The onlookers couldn't help but remark on the shamelessness of these two prodigies from the sacred lands. To resort to such tricks even when 2 against 1. I knew you were shameless, but not to this extent. Qin Yu's lips curled slightly. Rules are rules, they were set long ago. Brother Qin wouldn't go back on his word, would he? Ha ha ha. Qin Yu suddenly burst into laughter, startling the two. What are you laughing at? At you? For being prodigies of a sacred land, yet failing to live up to the name. Qin Yu shook his head. You've merely unearthed a low-grade sacred artifact. How can you compare to me? As if what you've unearthed isn't a low-grade sacred artifact. Lin Wen retorted stubbornly. Is that so? Qin Yu smiled faintly. As his voice faded, a chaotic, mysterious light coalesced in the night sky, spun, and then burst forth, surging upward as a massive pillar of light that pierced the heavens like a divine bridge connecting earth and sky. What is this? Everyone turned their heads, and even the great cultivators directed their gaze, sensing through their spiritual minds that something extraordinary was about to emerge. Such a giant lotus. Is that? A lotus formed of starlight. Under the watchful eyes of all, at the center of the pillar of light, the phantom of an immense lotus was slowly blooming. At first it was merely a bud, but as time passed it gradually became a magnificent, unrivaled lotus in full bloom. The lotus was covered in shimmering starlight, appearing profoundly mysterious and ethereally beautiful. As the starlight scattered, the endless night was instantly filled with tiny specks of light, creating a breathtaking fairy tale scene. Many women gazed at this spectacle, their romantic fantasies reaching a peak. A young man in white robes stepped through the void, his eyes holding galaxies within, and slowly paced onto the lotus. The Tao rune of the star character on his forehead shone brilliantly, like a celestial eye, emitting ancient, obscure imprints that fell like raindrops onto the lotus. Is he helping this sacred artifact return to its peak? A great cultivator from a sacred land exclaimed. Countless people focused their gaze and saw the lotus suddenly produce more petals, becoming even more stunning. This sacred artifact is inscribed with nearly perfect stellar laws. At its peak, it must have been at least a top-grade sacred artifact. Who knows how many ages have passed for it to fall to this state, barely qualifying as a low-grade one. An old man stroked his beard and sighed. Young Patriarch Qin is actually attempting to help this Tao artifact reverse time and return to its prime. Isn't that too fantastical? Even the one who forged this sacred artifact, if reborn, might not achieve this. The law imprints within are already extremely faint. Unless it is recast, how can it be repaired? Under the night sky and the void, countless eyes were fixed on the young man's figure. They dared not believe he could succeed, yet a voice in their hearts told them that Qin Yu could do it. Bluffing. Repairing a sacred artifact. Even a sage wouldn't dare claim to accomplish it. Who does he think he is? Little Prince Li Xianshan sneered disdainfully at Qin Yu's figure, standing proudly on the lotus. Lin Wen and Yu Mie initially thought the same, but as the words reached their lips, they couldn't help recalling how Qin Yu had repeatedly shattered their understanding of the impossible. They hesitated. Perhaps Qin Yu truly could do it. The moment this thought appeared in their minds, their expressions turned grave. That young man forced them to treat him with the utmost seriousness. One wrong move, and everything would be lost. The rune connections are broken. The flow of laws is sluggish. The bridge communicating with the laws is unstable. But fortunately, the origin remains. Ignoring the murmurs around him, Qin Yu focused on sensing the law aura within the lotus, then smiled in relief. If the laws within this sacred artifact were of another kind, he might indeed have been helpless. But how could the stellar laws ever stump him? The great Tao is merciless, treating all beings as straw dogs. Even if you once stood above all living things, you cannot escape fate. You were meant to be drowned by the endless river of time, to vanish forever, to be erased from the world. Though by a twist of fate you were preserved within a spirit embryo surviving to this day, it is but a lingering existence destined to perish sooner or later. The young man's calm words flowed like a gentle stream into everyone's ears. Is he communicating with the artifact's spirit? It seems so. The lotus beneath him upon hearing Qin Yu's words began to tremble faintly. Whether it was an illusion or not, Qin Yu seemed to hear a plaintive wail, as if filled with grievance and lament. Submit to me, and today I shall reforge your body with the Taoist principles, restoring your former glory. As his voice faded, the massive azure lotus radiated a brilliant light, its inner turmoil surging like the heart of a living being. Submit to me, and henceforth the passage of time shall hold no sway over you. Submit to me. I grant you transcendence. Boom. The lotus shadow spanned the sky, its petals swaying, unleashing an immense tide of spiritual energy. The stars in the night sky dimmed, and all light in the darkness converged upon the azure lotus. Streams of starlight like water spread from beneath the youth, enveloping him tightly. The sacred artifact chooses its master. This is the spirit of the sacred artifact selecting its master. A sage exclaimed in disbelief. Such a sacred artifact, once standing at the pinnacle, possesses a pride far surpassing that of cultivators at the peak sage level, for its former masters were at least beings infinitely close to the great emperor realm. How could it submit to a youth at the martial king realm? Could it be because of the promise he just made? Since when are sacred artifacts so easily deceived? They have endured for countless eons, their intelligence far exceeding that of cultivators. Their words brimmed with envy. Even a sacred ground would treasure such a sacred artifact, hoarding it as a trump card. Of course, that was contingent on the artifact being fully restored. He sure knows how to boast. If the sacred artifact later discovers that Qin Yu cannot restore it to its peak, will it turn against him? Among the crowd, someone sneered in derision. As if in response to their words, the azure lotus phantom began to rotate slowly. Countless rays of starlight emitted a dazzling radiance, etching themselves onto the lotus body one by one. Then a slender thread of light extended, paused, and transformed into another brand new galaxy. Look, the azure lotus is sprouting new petals. When this lotus first emerged, it had only 6 complete petals, already enough to rank at the peak of low-grade sacred artifacts. But now it's growing again. Could that young patriarch of the Qin clan truly restore it completely? How is that possible? How can one comprehend the laws of sacred artifacts with the insight of a martial king realm? Yet the evidence is right before our eyes. The crowd was reluctant to believe it, as it defied all reason. It was like asking an infant to wear an adult's clothes, utterly mismatched. The law comprehension of a martial king realm was merely the most rudimentary stage. Even if fully condensed, it might not suffice to inscribe a single rune among the myriad on a sacred artifact, let alone repairing a sacred artifact of such peak caliber. Yet no matter how they speculated or judged, each rotation of the lotus phantom enriched its laws and added another petal. 8, 9, 12. Boom. A mid-grade sacred artifact. Lin Wan and Yu Mie turned pale, for the overwhelming aura had already surpassed the combined might of their 2 sacred artifacts. They knew defeat was certain. The lotus did not stop, or it continued to rotate slowly. 15-19. The aura is about to breach the threshold of a high-grade sacred artifact, and it's still rising. Such a sacred artifact, if inducted into a sect, would be akin to gaining an additional sage-level powerhouse. Countless hearts stirred, and even the most formidable experts now focused entirely on the azure lotus. They yearned to know how far Qin Yu could go. Just then the lotus bore its 24th petal, a high-grade sacred artifact. The void began to tremble. The colossal azure lotus phantom seemed to impose an unimaginable burden on this space, even giving rise to cracks in the fabric of reality. Trouble. The sacred artifact's might is too great, and this space cannot withstand it. Let us join forces to stabilize the void. A sage ancestor of the Yaoguang sacred ground was the first to notice the anomaly and spoke aloud. Hearing this, everyone's expressions shifted drastically, and they acted in unison to maintain the stability of the void. Though their profound cultivation rendered them unafraid of chaotic void currents, the presence of numerous sacred ground prodigies here meant disaster could plunge the world into turmoil. Why hasn't the sacred artifact stopped yet? Could it be about to reach the level of a supreme-grade sacred artifact? How many years has it been since the Tianxian realm saw a supreme-grade sacred artifact? Even the sacred grounds may not possess one to guard them. After today, the Tianxian realm is destined for upheaval. The Qin clan shall rise. Why wasn't such a peerless prodigy born in our sacred ground? Heaven is unjust. 27, 32, 35. Rumble. Suddenly vast swaths of purple-black thunderbolts appeared in the clouds. Black thunder, could it be? The void, annihilation, tribulation. A forbidden heavenly tribulation. Damn it. Is heaven forbidding the birth of a supreme-grade sacred artifact? If this tribulation descends, the Yaoguang city will be lost. Panic seized the crowd as they scrambled to flee. Even many sage elders instinctively retreated. It was a primal reaction. The azure lotus phantom seemed to sense the tribulation's approach and paused slightly. Boom. In an instant, a thunderbolt as thick as a water barrel tore through the void and descended upon the mortal realm. As the thunderbolt struck, all spiritual energy within 10,000 li was drained. In the distant Yaoguang sacred ground, countless spiritual plants and flowers withered and turned to ash. The surrounding mountains collapsed, their hard rock crumbling like tofu. Such was the might of the heavenly tribulation. Keep going, ignore it. Qin Yu's voice fell softly. Then the thunder, character Dao mark on his brow flickered as he cast a brief glance at the lightning. An imperceptible Dao resonance spread, reaching deep into the clouds. The clouds froze abruptly, as if encountering something utterly terrifying. Was that Father Dao? Before the thunder could reach Qin Yu, it shattered into nothingness. He uttered softly, disperse. On it, scooting off. Instantly the clouds dissipated and the sky cleared. At the same time, the lotus bore 36 petals. A supreme-grade sacred artifact had appeared. How did that tribulation vanish so inexplicably? The crowd stared blankly at the sky. Could it have been an illusion? Yet the aura of that forbidden tribulation was unmistakable. Exactly, all sound and fury, but no strike. Look, the lotus has stopped moving. In the distant sky, the colossal azure lotus phantom faded away, leaving only a quiet azure lotus platform hovering in place. Upon it sat a youth in white robes, legs crossed. 1, 2, 36. It's 36. A sharp-eyed person meticulously counted the petals. Has it truly become a supreme-grade sacred artifact? A supreme treasure? Many stared fixedly at the lotus platform beneath the youth, swallowing hard. A flash of greed flickered in his eyes, but he dared not look again. It was no joke. This esteemed figure before him was someone he could not afford to offend. Lotus born of 36, the great void Bodhi. Qin Yu closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, murmuring softly, as if he had attained some enlightenment. Soon waves of awe-inspiring aura surged into the sky. Martial King, 3rd heaven, 4th heaven, 7th heaven, breaking through 5 ranks in a row. Gulp. The crowd was left dumbfounded, staring at the figure of the youth, their hearts filled with a myriad of unspoken exclamations. Are you cultivating? Or drinking water? You can't just break through 5 ranks in one breath. How are we supposed to survive? Tears of bitterness glistened in their eyes as they recalled how they had ventured into perilous lands to break through their first realm, facing countless dangers just to achieve a difficult breakthrough. Looking at this esteemed figure before them. Forget it, I won't look. My heart feels heavy. It's strange. Such a rapid breakthrough without a hint of instability. In fact, his aura seems even more powerful than that of a peak martial king. Indeed. And why do I feel that his understanding of the laws is more complete than many martial emperors? A person stammered, ultimately not even believing his own words. The gap between martial kings and martial emperors is like a chasm, and the understanding of the laws is worlds apart. Qin Yu slowly opened his eyes, feeling the profound and clear divine power emanating from beneath him, and smiled faintly. From this day forth, let us bid farewell to the past. From now on, you shall be my sacred artifact. 36 Grade Genesis Green Lotus. Zheng. A gentle sound entered Qin Yu's ears. It was the joy of the green lotus beneath him. It was quite pleased with this name. As dawn broke, the distant sky was painted red by the rising sun. In the hazy afterglow, the youth rode the green lotus, his body adorned with starlight beneath a brilliantly bright sky, with the twilight of night still lingering ahead. Everyone couldn't help but be mesmerized. This scene might forever be etched in their hearts. Qin Hanliang's cold gaze fixed on the approaching youth, subtly revealing an imperceptible tenderness. Just as she desired to step forward and stand behind him, as before, she suddenly halted. Brother Qin Yu. Shangguan Xiaoya dove toward him like a fledgling returning to its nest, as if welcoming a great hero. Qin Yu caught her with a beaming smile, unaware that the icy blue and pure figure had vanished without a trace. Shangguan Xiaoya first examined Qin Yu, finding no signs of injury. Then, with a face full of curiosity, she began to observe the azure lotus platform, touching and tapping it, finally muttering, "So this is what a supreme sacred artifact looks like." The crowd felt a jolt of fear. Xiaoya, stop messing around, get down. The Lord of Yaoguang appeared at some point, her beautiful eyes sternly admonishing. That is a supreme sacred artifact. If it gets damaged, our Yaoguang sacred land cannot afford it. It's fine, Aunt Lian Xin. Qin Yu waved his hand, pulling Shangguan Xiaoya to sit together on the lotus platform. Hearing this, she let out a playful laugh, then turned to glance proudly at the Lord of Yaoguang. Everyone present averted their gaze. The affairs of the Lord were best left unseen. Speaking of which, why does the Saintess feel different from before? I remember her being so cold previously. Women are all changeable. Especially love, it can transform a woman. Someone in the crowd sighed such a remark. The crowd froze in surprise, and then chuckled. Who hasn't been young? The Lord of Yaoguang gazed at the scene before her, listening to the noises around her, and suddenly recalled a figure gently sighing. Back then she was just like Shangguan Xiaoya today, possessing extraordinary talent and looking down on the heavens and earth. Only one figure broke into her heart, but that person left, and it has been 1,000 years. She couldn't help but feel a bit envious of her daughter, who found such a good match living without worries for life. With the current status of the Qin clan and the talents exhibited by Qin Yu, who could rival their brilliance in the future Tianxian realm. Qin Yu cast his divine sense over and saw 3 figures at the edge preparing to leave, a smile curling at the corner of his lips. 3 young talents, where are you going? This voice, propelled by divine power, thundered in the ears of the 3. They stiffly turned their heads, seeing countless eyes focused on them, their hearts sinking. It seems today there's no escape. Now that the victor has been decided in front of everyone, do you 3 still wish to play tricks? How could that be? It's just that we were in a hurry to come out and didn't bring enough spirit stones. Lin Wen laughed. Wait for us to go back and gather some. We will definitely present the bed in full to Brother Qin next time. Yes, what Brother Lin said is true. 300 million spirit stones is no small sum, and I find it difficult to raise such an amount at once. I need to gather some. I see. Qin Yu looked at them with a smile, suddenly saying, I'm not unreasonable. If you can't gather the spirit stones right away, you can hand over the other bets first. Upon hearing this, the 3's expression stiffened. Both arms, both legs. One holy herb. You all are not small figures. Gathering money is something your subordinates can handle. Of course, if your limbs were to be rendered useless and you couldn't move for a while, you can stay at the Yaoguang sacred land for now. I believe your clan's elders will quickly gather the spirit stones and send them over right. Qin Yu's light-hearted words sent a shockwave through the crowd. He is planning to hold these 3 young talents as hostages. Brother Qin, this isn't quite right. We will definitely present the spirit stones and holy herbs. As for limbs, let's skip that. Lin Wen's face stiffened. He never expected that Qin Yu would truly want to cripple their limbs publicly and threaten their sacred land to gather spirit stones quickly for their release. How bold of him. You must abide by the rules of gambling. Are you refusing to keep your word? Qin Yu's gaze turned dangerous. After repeated tricks, his patience was running thin. Don't push your luck. The young Prince Li Zuanshan's face flushed. When was he ever forced to this extent? This was simply humiliating. If he were truly crippled, how would he face his brothers for the throne upon returning? Oomph. Qin Yu let out a cold snort, no longer saying more. He raised his hand, and overwhelming divine power surged down like a mountain, heading straight for Li Xinshan. Li Zuanshan's expression changed. He didn't expect Qin Yu would strike so suddenly. As a young prince of the Central State Celestial Dynasty, he was certainly no fool. Though surprised, he remained calm under pressure. Lightly stepping into the void, he pulled back, while a flash of red light appeared in his hand as he grasped a fiery red longbow. Drawing the bow, pulling the string. As divine power surged, 3 fiery arrows shot forth like blazing serpents, piercing straight into the oncoming divine power, creating 3 dazzling trails. This is the celestial bow art. Indeed, it is the renowned killing bow technique of the Central Continent Immortal Dynasty. It is said that Li Sun, ranked 2nd on the divine general list, comprehended this art in his youth. This bow art is famed for its lethal power coupled with a first-grade Dao artifact. The might of these 3 arrows far surpasses the destructive force expected at this cultivation level. Truly a prodigy of the era. Let us see how the young patriarch of the Qin clan responds. Though the sudden conflict between the 2 startled the crowd, it was not entirely unexpected. Even a clay figurine has its temper. These individuals, emboldened by their alliance, were indeed crossing the line. However, they had picked the wrong opponent. The young master of the Qin clan was no easy prey. When Qin Yu's divine might clashed with Li Xian Mountain's 3 arrows, the collision was not as fierce as one might imagine. In an instant, the 3 fiery serpents were shattered by the overwhelming divine power, which surged onward like a roaring beast, charging straight at Li Xian Mountain. What? Li Xian Mountain was astounded. He had never expected Qin Yu's divine power to be so profound. A single simple strike had dismantled his infamous killing blow. Without hesitation, he stepped on the 7 stars pattern, dodging away. The royalty of the Central Continent Immortal Dynasty primarily practiced archery, excelling at long-range assassination, which demanded exceptional footwork to prevent enemies from closing in and overwhelming them. The Immortal's guidance technique he now employed was a top-tier secret step art of the imperial family, capable of concealing one within the void. Below the martial sovereign realm, this was an unparalleled movement skill. As Li Xian Mountain's steps flickered, shifting unpredictably and teleporting 1,000 meters away in mere moments, Qin Yu's eyes gleamed with insight as he observed the technique. I see. Soon a smile curled at the corner of Qin Yu's mouth. He formed a sword with his fingers and gently tapped an empty space in the void. Whoosh. A divine beam shot forth like a fleeting horse piercing through at lightning speed. Opt! A pained cry echoed from the void as a figure with a waning aura tumbled out. It was Li Xian Mountain. How? How could you see through my technique? His pale face was etched with bewilderment. This movement art was so profound that even against martial emperor-level experts, he could escape far away once deployed. Yet today it had been seen through by this youth the moment it was used. Caught off guard, the fierce divine power pierced his body, draining his vitality and leaving him gravely wounded. He was utterly defeated with no combat strength left. Such a third-rate technique, and you treasure it. As Qin Yu spoke, he shifted slightly, stepping off the lotus pedestal. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing right before Li Xian Mountain. You... Li Xian Mountain stared dumbfounded, as if seeing a ghost at the youth's face as handsome as a celestial being. He was speechless for a long moment. The onlookers, all with keen eyes, quickly discerned what had happened. Qin Yu had just executed the very immortal's guidance technique. Moreover, he had reached its highest realm, short-distance void traversal. Why, Li Xian Mountain asked, dazed. So many whys. Qin Yu shook his head. Since you refused to hand over the wager, I'll take it myself. With that, he activated his divine power. A starlit glow condensed on his palm, and before anyone could react, he lightly tapped Li Xian Mountain's limbs. Brat! How dare you! A ferocious, threatening voice echoed from the void. An invisible arrow undetectable to the naked eye shot straight for Qin Yu's vital point. The faint, perilous aura emanating from it told Qin Yu. This arrow came from a saint. Yet Qin Yu's expression remained unchanged. He glanced at Li Xian Mountain, who was belatedly beginning to scream in agony, and smiled. Then he turned and said, "Can't you people ever learn? Didn't you just see the saint of the Arctic sacred land sever his own arm in apology?" Clang! A metallic clash rang out from the void. Qin Hanliang slowly emerged before the crowd, holding a broken arrow in her hand. Her cold, beautiful eyes stared intently into a distant patch of emptiness, as if piercing through all illusions. You are ruthless. In peer contests, one stops at a touch, yet you inflicted such cruelty. The void twisted, and an elderly man in brocade robes stepped out, his face full of shock. Spare me your nonsense. Where were you to uphold justice when they conspired against me earlier? Qin Yu cursed directly, leaving the saint momentarily stunned. The wager was agreed upon by both sides. Now that I've won, taking what is mine, how is that excessive? As for you ambushing me from the shadows, seeking my life, you are the one breaking the rules. Qin Yu's tone grew cold. Whoosh. In an instant, Qin Hanliang vanished from her spot, like a blue breeze, and in a flash blasted that saint of the central continent immortal dynasty into the endless void. The crowd was startled. Was this the prelude to a battle of saints? The might of a saint could destroy heaven and earth, no exaggeration. If two saints fought here, the city beneath their feet would surely be reduced to ruins. Thus, the endless void was the best battlefield. Qin Yu looked down at the whimpering, wailing young prince Li Xian Mountain at his feet, a gentle smile spreading across his face. I'm here to collect my wager. Do you have it? As he spoke, his divine power-infused fingers lightly traced toward Li Xian Mountain's heart. With the slightest exertion, he could pulverize his internal organs. Li Xian Mountain's scalp tingled, and he nodded frantically. Yes, yes. It's all in my storage ring. Qin Yu beamed, flashing a smile that could charm countless maidens. But in Li Xian Mountain's eyes, Qin Yu at that moment was nothing less than a demon. A prince is truly wealthy, wearing such high-quality storage rings, and 3 at that. He glanced at the rings on Li Xian Mountain's hand, unable to help praising them. The central continent immortal dynasty was indeed prosperous. These 3 rings were not only ornate and noble in appearance, but also made of extraordinary materials. Their grade alone rivaled that of saint artifacts. Those storage rings were not considered saint weapons. The pocket dimension-like storage space within them was still quite rare. Blood-bonded, huh? Hard to take off. Should I just cut off these 3 fingers? Qin Yu muttered, nearly making Li Xian Mountain jump. No need, no need. I can break the bond myself. After Li Xian Mountain dissolved the connection, the rings came off easily. Qin Yu probed each ring with his divine sense, discovering piles of heavenly treasures like small mountains, and his smile blossomed with delight. There are 300 million spirit stones here, and you said you didn't have any. I want return the rest. Consider it the price for your deception. Qin Yu slipped the 3 rings onto his own fingers, stood up, and turned to leave. Behind him, Li Xian Mountain sobbed softly, wanting to cry, but not daring to.